All right, and here we are. Welcome, people, to our Low Elo Legends number 107. So my name is Maneas, and with me is the wonderful Beal. How are you doing?
Doing great today. Like I was saying before we went live, it's kind of fun to be in the co-caster role. Fewer things to think about during the stream, setting things up. So I'm along for the ride for the first couple of hours. Happy to be here. Excited for this tournament. Great turnout today.
Yeah,
I've had some pretty good turnout since started back up in January. Love to see it.
yeah. Taking a break was really helpful with that. We got over 30 people here in the tournament today. We can see on the screen here the map pool. We can touch that very briefly, and then we'll hit right into the first game. So we're playing first on Lipany. And then, so it's probably gonna be EGC Lipany for some people, probably like in the top and middle bracket, but in the bottom bracket they might just choose the regular ladder Lipany. In round two we have Himeyama coming up. Round three is one of our custom maps, Ridge Valley, so not a custom, no, not a standard ladder map, but
Yeah,
should be a
that's
lot of
interesting.
fun.
I feel like I've casted Ridged Valley maybe once. I was
Mm-hmm.
kind of surprised. I don't really remember it. So I was looking at the mods,
Mm-hmm.
looking to download that, and apparently I already have it. But it does look like Rocky River, Rocky Canyon, Dry River, that sort of deal in its setup with that, a line across the map, nothing really in that little valley.
Yeah, it's very close to those maps you mentioned. And the way the sacred site spawn is very similar to Gorge, as well as with the markets right at the sites in the middle of each map, each side. And so in general, like a fun map. I played it a couple times. Um, Very close spawn of the players, so could be a lot of aggression that we see on this map. So I'm excited for this one. And then round four starting, closing the Swiss phase with Baltic. So another ladder map. Our water map this time here. So gonna see a lot of water play there. And then of course the good old Dry Arabia in the semifinals, and then potentially also in the finals depending on the draft.
Yeah,
Um,
Baltic, interesting. Yeah, it is. It is a ladder map. I can't remember the last time it was on ladder. Maybe one of the most, that and Boulder Bay, the kind of quintessential, like, is this a hybrid? Is this technically a water map? Just
mm,
because water is so important. because there's so many deep sea fish on Baltic and those kinds of maps that we're in for either like 10-minute games or 50-minute games,
Yeah.
depending on how it goes. I feel like, some of the bottom bracket players, it may end up being longer games on that because even with, the water game, it kind of doesn't matter that much in bottom if both of the players don't know how to super capitalize on that. And plus, it's kind of easy to wall off as well
Mm.
and be defensible. Um,
Yeah.
on the land part anyway.
I feel like you're calling me out because I remember one of my bottom bracket games where I played on Baltic, Mongols against Chinese. It was a 70-minute
Ooh,
game. Simply because
that's
I
a
was
long
not
one.
it was way too long. He just didn't forfeit, and I was not able to find the final the final landmark. And then at some point, he's just sniped me with the fire lancers. That was
Oh
a
no.
tough match. That was very tough. But in hindsight, I learned a lot, and I'm not gonna miss the great wall gatehouse anymore. That was an annoying match. But not living in the past. We're gonna start with the middle bracket. So most players should be already in game. We're gonna start off with Faboose against Darth Lil J. Let's hit the observe button, and then we should be able to switch right into in-game. There it is. Alright, making sure that everything is loading up just fine. So middle bracket, platinum to diamond players. We can see on the screen already Faboose in blue playing the Rus against Darth Lil J in orange playing the Abbasid Dynasty on Lipany. So we can see the regular cliffs here spawning on the map. 3 sacred sites kind of in the middle sort of between the players. Faboose starting off with the hunting cabin first. So for now, one hunting cabin. We might see another one coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm taking a look right now at the cliffs and how they're generating. Um, as far as Lipany maps go, feels like there's not that much in the way of like the two big. You typically have those two big platforms
Mm,
kind of in the middle. You can
yeah.
see that there is kind of that center lane that you have on Lipany, right down the middle. But it feels a little bit more open. That cliff on, the southeast side, the tiny little cliff,
Yeah.
um, little different than the massive, big cliffs that you normally see. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's definitely strange, and in terms of walling, it could be very difficult for Abbasid to wall themselves in because it's just two wood lines, but they're kind of far away, and then there's the small like pseudo cliffs over there, not really helping in terms of that. Faboose making his way over. Let's take a very brief look at scouting. So Faboose going all the way around and now finding the base here, House of Wisdom. He found the gold and then the extended gold as well as with the stone. He found the berries in the back, so he has already a good idea of where he could try to attack the opponent's base. On the other side, Darth J went over to the Rus base and then took the northern part back, and will deliver some sheep very soon. Scouts meeting each other, saying hi. Friendly play here.
The sheep are meeting each other too.
Just entangling each other, and I was surprised that they would not stumble over themselves and break some legs and die. That would be very interesting. Maybe in an additional DLC you will get that, like the bloodbath deer sheep.
The sheep getting caught up on each other. Well,
Mm.
it looks like we are aging up to feudal. It is going to be an eco wing for Darth Little J, and it's going to be the Golden Gate for Faboose. So, I mean, this is saying to me that we're looking at Abbasid going multiple TCs and Rus maybe going for a little fast castle here.
Yeah, that's definitely one option. The other option would just be that he's like, you know what? Like, yes, I could, put the Kremlin like down here, like next to the deer pact, and then the berries and the stone. Like that would be a nice Kremlin and then TC spot maybe. But at the same time, if you don't expect your opponent to be super aggressive against you, you don't really need the Kremlin, and then you might as well just go for the Golden Gate, and you're more flexible, you can balance your eco better, go for multiple TCs yourself if you want to do that. Um, I mean, I've seen a couple Rus against Abbasid games where the Rus went for 2 TCs, had a very good timing, like due to the Golden Gate, and was actually, on par in terms of economy with the Abbasid. So that could very well be a good play here for Fabuse. On the other hand, we have the Eco Wing coming up, so not really a surprise. I mean, what else do you do as Abbasid nowadays? You could go for
I
military
think
wing,
military
but
wing can still work. Military wing, I really haven't played Abbasid that much this season, but I love military wing 2TC. I am an aggressive player. I love the tempo of having those spears, those archers, to start disrupting my opponent while I look to go 2TC in the background.
yeah, I mean, I think against certain civs, the military wing is amazing. For example, if you're playing against Mongols, I think the military wing is very important just to prevent the tower rush to be very successful against you. But yeah, against Rus, I mean, you don't expect like a Dark Age aggression, so the military wing is not really necessarily helpful. Then Rus is not going to be on gold for the first couple minutes, so you can't really attack there. And then the wood line is gonna be safe because of the wooden fortress, which is a must-have for the Rus. And so not really a good of, like a couple angles of attack here. And so military wing in this case, I don't think would be a good choice. Economy wing
Yeah,
definitely
not
the
against
standard.
Rus.
Yeah.
There's certainly a much more defensive civ, it feels. I mean, they've always been with the Kremlin, but still now with the bounty reworks, the fact that they don't need to even expand out to gold makes it really hard for you to get value from those two archers at the beginning,
exactly.
compared to something like, bring the archers and spears for defense against French. You can also have those initial 2 spears if French is maybe thinking about a pro scout play. You can get those units to defend those deer packs early to try to shut that down. But yeah, not going to get much as the Abbasid against that, but Fabuse is opening up with some knights. So the pressure is going to be coming in onto the Abbasids, and you can see Darth Little J moving pretty far out to take those very forward berries. And he could be in trouble because Fabuse is not passively going up to castle. He's looking to do some stuff in the feudal.
Yeah, and he is finding the villagers on stone. He is not finding the ones on berry, so fortunate for Darth Little J here. But he was able to find one villager kill at least, and now yeah, Darth has to move back. He can't really be there on his berries, at least if not without any kind of spearman or other kind of defense. Scout also finding more archery ranges coming up here as well, so one stable to archery range. So it is looking very much like a very heavy feudal play here by the Rus here. Finding another villager here on the berry, so very good raiding here, even though he doesn't have any vision, so that's gonna make it more difficult for him, but he is also finding the second TC. I mean, there could technically be a third one here coming up, but he also made sure that there's not any more stone being farmed. Does he have enough?
Just a few stones shy of being able to drop that third TC. We'll see if Darth Little J moves out to retake that. Yeah, good early pressure from Fabuse, and will force that barracks to come out for Darth Little J to have something to defend.
Also getting the scout here, so Darth Little J currently sitting on 0 military units, and even though he does have the second TC, stopped producing just for a few seconds here, and so it's still even. just because it didn't pay off yet. He lost 2 villagers as well. A horseman in the mix here, so 1 horseman, 3 knights in total at some point. So yeah, this stone is not gonna be retaken anytime soon, and it's just very close here to the third TC. So that's very good situation for Boost to prevent the third TC from going up. Well, I mean, you know, like from having enough resources gathered in the first place.
Yeah, just a little shy of that. You can see Darth Little J looking for a horseman spear army comp versus the knight archer comp from Ruse. And
Yeah,
he is going to be in trouble. There's not too many sheep left. There's enough food for now. And fresh foodstuffs is in, so we will be able to have that double production from the TC. But Darth Little J needs to start getting an army here, something, so he can safely move out and start taking some other food sources on the map, because he's getting pressured and pushed in pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, he still has all the berries in his backside, so he can still use that. I don't know if backside was the best word to describe that, but you know, like in the back of his base, he does have the berries still. Then he has more berries here on the left side, but that's also exposed, kind of like the ones that he was trying to go for. And then there's a couple berry patches over here on the right side, so on the south side of his base. But Faboose also going for the boar here, sacrificing a knight for it, which was low health. And so he will take the boar and might even be able to set up like a proxy base over here. Doesn't have a whole lot of archers here in play, so he needs to be careful because of the spearmen. Because they, with their long pokey sticks, are gonna be very dangerous for the Ruse Knights.
Yeah, Phalanx, though, not into the Abbasid just yet. You can see Darth Little J not able to take any resources but food and wood currently. He does have a tower going down on the gold that will give him the Phalanx spears. And Darth Little J doing a good job to keep producing units, but he is going for that tri-comp now. And I don't know if that is muddling things just a little bit for him. I think, you know, I'm not convinced on the archer play from Darth Little J. I think committing to horseman spears might be the way to go, especially against a, you know, cavalry archer composition.
Yeah,
it does take a little bit more micro to deal with horseman spear than it does with archer knights. But Fabu's gonna push in here. Looking for some damage.
he is pushing in, but at the same time he's also on the backside of with the berries, also getting a couple villager kills there as well. So 6 villagers there total now, 7. So looking good here in terms of doing a lot of eco damage, a lot of idle time here as well. Darth Little J has to retreat from the wood line. 8, 9 dead villagers. That's the 10th one here. So that is a very costly situation here for Darth Little J to try and come back into the game. Again, like 2 TCs, but still barely scratching above Baboos in terms of villager numbers here. And so a very good, you know, like 2-side aggression here, attack in the front and then also keeping the raid active in the back, which is very important, you know, for the notifications. If you're just getting an attack notification, you don't know exactly, like unless you look on the minimap, where it's happening, and so it's easy to miss that. A little bit of a counter raid here by Darth Little J with the horseman, but running into 2 knights, so not very effective here, unfortunately. But a good attempt nonetheless. Yeah, to your earlier point.
Try to keep the pressure off. That is, you know, the counter raid, trying to bring some of those units from Fabu's back. It's always a good call there.
Yeah, for sure. And on the north side, just breathing in the berries here, like going through them very quickly. But unfortunately, getting scouted out here again by 2 horsemen, and so he could either fight that, try and fight it with the villagers, or he can just retreat from that, or get as much food as he wants, as he can. but difficult for him,
Just slowly
definitely.
gonna sacrifice those Abbasid villages
Yeah.
on the berries.
Well, I mean, in a way, you know, like they're not super expensive, so as long as they're gathering, it's still kind of worthwhile and almost better than the idle time. Um, and yeah, to your earlier point, like in general, like archers are great, but what do they achieve in this composition here? There's no spearmen here anywhere. Um, yeah, Fabus doesn't even have a barracks, and so the archers, yes, if you hit Castle Age and you get the composite bows, that would be quite nice. But yeah, before that, it's not really super effective to have archers on your side, and so you should just stick to the spearman and horseman combo. For now, villagers going to town with the archers here. That's very funny to see that. But again, it's still like a lot of idle time. So even though eventually Fagus will lose the two archers here, that's just a ton of idle time that he is creating. So just
Yeah,
overall
massive
very
gain.
annoying. So much idle time here as well on the wood line. And meanwhile, Fagus still ahead, like way
And about
ahead,
to hit castle too.
and about to hit Castle Age. So to be honest, I think for if I would be Abbasid, I think this would be the time where I would tap out and be like, yeah, I mean, like I can maybe match the army, but he's like one age ahead, and he will get all the upgrades now. He will get the relics. Um, and what can I do against that? He's chasing two knights here, but at the same time, horsemen also again in the wood line, getting more villager kills, 24 at this point. So this is a bloodbath first match of the day. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And you can see that the idle time just continues to build up. A lot of Darth Little J's vills are garrisoned right now. You can see taking a look at the TCs. Well, I do want to mention one of the biggest things Fabuz has done, besides the multi-pronged rating at different resources. He's been doing such a good job at shutting down the Abbasid's food economy. He's made it so difficult for Abbasids to go out on the map and get food at multiple different times during this. I mean, he's back on the berries in the back of his base. Abbasid's been forced to take the deer to the southeast side of the base, but that's a super exposed position. I mean, the Vills, as the first sign of pressure, the Vills have to move away. It's looking very tricky for Darth Little J, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at the same time, he can't even retake, like, the berries in the back. He's losing a lot of villages there, and it's running out anyway pretty soon as well. We do have Castle Age upgrades coming in, archers as well here. And so so Darth J did pull a couple of spearmen here to defend the deer patch. But that's really tricky, and one thing also to mention is the map control that Roos has gained over the course of this game. Taking the boar here in the front, which was a very nice play, and I really like that. He is also alertive about the raids here. He's not losing any villagers here. He lost one villager over the course of the game, and meanwhile he took 28 by now. So it's a very, like, in terms of villager kills, it's an extremely one-sided game, and the archers, now being a veteran unit, will just completely demolish the hardened spearmen here. So yeah, I mean, like, played it to a T here. I would say Roos is doing a very good job here, and playing a very good game. I really like that. So
yeah, see Darth Little J with a kind of a Hail Mary raid into the Roos woodline here. Only able to pick up one additional Vill, forcing out some idle time, but losing a big pack of horsemen during that whole raid there. And like you were saying, I mean, Fabuz played it so well. He used those knights to establish early map control. And yeah, was able to take the deer in front of his base, then move out, take the boar, then move out, take some deer on Darth Little J's side. And you can see that deer is going to be denied. Darth Little J moving over to that second deer pack, but he's not going to be able to do anything there, as Fabuz is dropping down a wooden fortress to protect that location. So Darth Little J not going to be able to get food in that area. He's got berries that are super exposed to the northwest. looking to drop a third TC, but without the food income. I don't know, man. I don't know what the Abbasid does here to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand the desire for the third TC here, and in a way it also provides just a little bit of defense here and security, um, but it's almost like a false sense of security in a way. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, like, he doesn't have the food really to spend. He's way behind in army value. He's way behind in terms of age up. Um, he's now mining a lot of gold, but it will take, like, how many does he have okay, 0 on food right now? So definitely not looking too great here. He would need a lot of food income, which he doesn't have. And so yeah, it doesn't really, it doesn't help you win the game in any way. Now he's losing his army against the knights here. The knights don't even care about the spearmen at this point, and GG gets called.
Yeah, very well played
Whew.
from Fabuz. Keeping the pressure up the whole time on the Abbasids. Like I said, doing such a good job denying that food. Making it real hard for Darth Little J to do much of anything. Able to keep that villager count, keep it tight the whole time.
Yeah.
No real advantage from that second TC.
No, yeah, you can
Uh,
see a little bit here, and then there's, I think this is like a Fabus stopped producing like for a minute or so, or half a minute, and then he lost one villager here. But that's basically it, and then another one here. But that's basically it, and Darth J was bleeding villagers the whole game, and in terms of military, Roos was ahead all the time. He had the better units as well, like in terms of countering. And then yes, again, like as soon as my opponent hits castle and I'm like nowhere close, I probably would have called the game right then and there. Or tried to do a Hail Mary attempt in pushing into his base. But then again, Darth J didn't have the techs and an army to do so. So very, very tough. Tough match for sure. And you can see like the eco like way ahead for Roos. So incredibly well played by Fabus. And well, I mean, sometimes you have to lose like the first game of the day, and then you can move forward and hopefully recover from that. So Darth J will still have 3 more games in the Swiss bracket. Um, but yeah, great game to start off the series. Let's move back to the lobby.
Yeah, one of those things with Swiss, you go and lose your first game, but now you're very likely going to play somebody else who's 0-1 going into the
Mm.
next game, and you can use that to start building up your momentum and hopefully end with a 3-1 count or a 2-2, and just hope that Fabuz was such a strong opponent out of the gate that you get that tiebreaker going into your favor.
Yeah, so let's see. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to turn on my Switch my Twitch chat overlay, so I didn't even see the raid. So thanks for the raid, Jones. I hope you're still with us. But thanks raiders. So you're watching Low Elo Legends by Rising Empires. This is the unofficial cast. Um, and we just had the first game of the middle bracket. You can see it on screen here. So Fabus taking it. Um, let's see who is gonna be next. So we had the middle bracket. We could look for top bracket is still in game for the first round. You mentioned Reddarksider and Mikadoman earlier, so we could hop
Yeah, if
into
they're still
there.
going at it. I
I
I
think they
like that
are.
one.
Yeah, so let's see if they. So
Oh, it says they're in lobby. I'm looking in
Oh
game.
right, yeah, yeah.
So
Then lobby.
yeah, they're done.
They are done. Okay. Well then let's then jump to the bottom bracket. We should have some players there. Let's see. Okay, so I added you. Um. So let's see. So Idle Villager is still going at it. So that might be...
Yeah, I see that Shimin is still in game. The Shimin and Mattis.
Shimin and Mattis. Yeah, let's look for that then. Shimin.
Still ongoing.
It says that he's online, so I don't know if they're still playing.
Yeah, he's on my friends list, and it's reporting as in-game. And
okay.
Yeah, observe match is still there. So if you are able to find him,
all right, we
can jump into that one. Yeah. Well, you look that up. I'm taking a look at the bottom bracket right now. Do have a couple of returning players, a lot of returning players, but Idle Villager and csthelord were our finalists last week. Idle Villager taking it 2-0 over csthelord. Idle's game is still in progress right now, but csthelord starting out with a victory over Gomets. Switch over to the middle bracket, which everybody can see. Not sure if any of these players were actually... Gawain was playing last week. A lot of returning players, but I don't think anybody was playing here last week. I recognize Mountain Ale, DJP, of course, Fabooz, Darth Little J, and Gawain. So, a little fresh blood there in middle compared to last week. Bouncing around to top bracket. We got returning players as well. Julebek, Tiger, Reddarksider, Mika Doman, Vegeta, Prodigy, Synthexor, and Alexus, Elexus. I believe they have all played in LEL before. We did see Reddarksider, or I caught him on a broadcasted match in KP's midweek muster earlier on this week. It's always fun to see names that you recognize from the top bracket. You know, play in the qualifiers for some of the big S-tier tournaments, or, you know, throw their hat in the ring for KP's midweek muster. It's been really fun, you know, seeing these names week after week in LEL and watching them grow as players.
All right, so I didn't find most of the games, but I was able to find Synthexor against
Alexus, Alexus.
Alexus.
I'm
let's
not sure.
Let's call him Alexus then.
Alexus.
Let's switch to the in-game. So we're gonna watch the top bracket. So high diamond, low conqueror players. So Alexis starting off, or let's start with Synthexor on the right side, playing the Delhi against Alexis with the Byzantines. So very, very nice matchup. I love both civs. Both are kind of very civs as well. So both like to go fast castle, but also like to go very aggressive in the feudal age, or in general over the whole game as well. On Lipny again, so Cliff's very different this time actually. And also
I think that's one of the differences with EGC Lipny.
Right.
You can see that there's no like middle lane like normal Lipny has. It's fairly open towards the north side. For sure. You can see a nice grouping of 3 relics for the taking, all in basically the same spot.
Yes,
up there on the north.
Yeah. Same screen here, so could be a very, very nice point of defense here as well, dropping a castle here maybe at some point, getting the big gold vein here. The other ones are kind of like in the dale here, in the valley in the middle, so next to there's a lot of stealth force here in the middle actually, I think more than last game for sure. And but let's take a quick look at the base in general. So Byzantines close here on resources, at least in terms of food. It's so funny, you can actually like almost not see them here. Like they're so hunched inside of the wall here.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, where are his
They
villagers? Like
completely
I don't
missed
see
all
them, but
those
it's like
sheep bills.
it's like
Yeah,
it's like
clipping
8
through the
villagers
town
here.
center.
It's like this doesn't seem right. But okay. I mean, you do you. So Bear's here, kind of like not in the front at least. So could be a good safe spawn for the Grand Winery coming up. He is already going on Barry, so he'll have enough resources shortly, and then we will see the Grand Winery. Probably like around here, I would say. And Delhi on the other side, also close in terms of resources. 3 on gold at the moment. Getting all his upgrades, as you should. Um,
Yeah, I
what
do
would
want to
you...
point out something here between the two bases. So I'm taking a look at the Byzantines, and you can see how the berries chain away from the town center, going like the west side up to the north. And I think that's a pretty easily defensible position. Like
Mm,
you can totally wall this off. And now you've got 3 safe berry packs back here, 2 safe deer packs. Your olive oil is going to be looking pretty good if you're the Byzantines. It's going to be up to the Delhi to really put pressure on and prevent the Byzantines from expanding and defending in that position. And then on the Delhi side, I mean, their berries are kind of all over the place, pretty far away from that TC in multiple directions. No super safe berries in the back. Even they all seem pretty exposed. And Delhi, very food hungry Civ.
mm.
They're looking to defend that food. Could be a little trickier for them. Potentially some walls between the cliffs, the cliff on the east side and the cliff closer to the middle. Wall that off, secure some berries and some deer and a couple of golds. But I feel like the Delhi is a little bit more exposed this map generation.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, there's 2 golds here next to the berries in the deer pack, which Delhi doesn't necessarily need early on into the game. I mean, they will be fine with this one here, just for the simple reason that they don't need any gold for units in Feudal Age, and they don't need any gold for any kind of tech anyway. Um, so I mean, like for people who might not know, they get their upgrades for free, but it just takes longer depending on how many scholars you have in your mosque and in your Dome of the Faith, um, and in the university or madrasa at some point later on in the Imperial Age. And yeah, as you mentioned, like very nice berry generation here. Like we will see. Okay, there's the second sister, but you could also have seen like a one like over here at some point because of the olive groves that will be at some point here. So we'll have another sister in here, and then you can just drop one more here, or maybe here, I don't know. And then you cover this area with the stone and the berries as well on the left side. For now, on the wood line, he is pretty heavy on wood, so it's not gonna be Jiggly build. But in general, like yeah, not looking for a fast castle here with only 3 villagers, but is looking for all the berries here for now to get the gold, the gold, the oil. No Merc house for now. Trade post kind of far away, so he will not be looking to get the Mangodai or the Desert Raiders. Would be fun though to
I
see
do
them.
want to jump in real quick for a second here. Taking a look at the Delhi, he now has scholars in the queue. I'm not a Delhi player, but that Dome of the Faith was idle for a good, I want to say 30 to 40 seconds after it was constructed.
Yeah.
And, the Delhi in Feudal not saving their gold for anything else. So, and I didn't see any text, being researched by Dome of the Faith. Seems like a little delay on Synthexor's scholars unless there is a reason. Once again, thrown out. I'm not a Delhi player on why you'd want to delay the first couple of scholars for the Dome of the Faith.
Yeah, that's definitely not on purpose here for him. I don't think there is any reason for that. I could imagine. So a while ago, Dome of the Faith became a lot more popular than the Tower of Victory. So I could imagine that he is more used to the Tower of Victory play, where you don't get the discounted scholars and then you don't really like immediately produce them, because you either have to throw down a second mosque at some point to get all the texts in a reasonable time, and then you have one mosque for researching and the other one for producing scholars, but then you don't have the gold to produce more than one or two maybe. So maybe that's the reason why it was idle for a little bit. But he is able to catch up now, as at least will get sanctity in just a couple of seconds basically. So yeah, maybe a little bit delayed, but in general still a fine time to get it. And then he will move out onto the map. Is looking for some aggression with the Ghazi Raiders already, but the Limitani, being such a great unit, um, easily able to defend the berries here. Some olive
Yeah,
grove
they're gonna shut
transition
that
already.
down, and looks like Alexis walling in the backside, gonna force the deli to come either, you know, through the middle or around the northwest side here. And Synthexor having a tricky time with getting any damage done with those Ghazi Raiders. And it will be Keshik coming out of the Merc House. So Limitani Keshik versus the Delhi Mass here.
Yeah, which I really like. I mean, obviously as a Mongol main, Kashik is my go-to unit. But also in terms of if you would go for the longbows, for example, you could also do that. But the longbows don't really help you against the Ghazi Raiders, and then yeah, I don't know if it's the greatest play against Delhi. And with the Kashik, you get some units that would usually cost gold, but you don't need to have gold for that. So I would say it's a little bit more value for the amount of oil that you have to spend. Plus the longbows, they got the cost got increased in the last patch, so they're also more costly now. And so overall, I
And a
think
big
Kashik.
thing too is the mobility of the Keshik. I was just taking a look at the bottom sacred site, and you can see Alexis able to get there to block it at the last possible moment, but Synthexor coming down now will actually secure that up. Wasn't able to kill the Scholar. Scholar's gonna survive
Very
with
hell.
7 HP. And so Synthexor has now secured every sacred site, and is gonna kickstart that gold income.
Yeah, so a good timing here by Synthexor, even though, yeah, it maybe was a little bit delayed, and close call here with the Scholar, so very low health Scholars, but still was able to defend it. He had the Ghazi Raiders in place. That was the sole reason why the Scholar survived. And now Alexis has to be very careful here, not losing the Kashik here. He has a couple more that he can use to decap as well as to attack, maybe find some raid as well. But even though you have a good unit production with the Byzantines, with the oil and all that, it's kind of difficult to match the Delhi, as we can see, with 17 to 30. The army value is like 3 times as high for the Delhi as it is for the Byzantines. And so very tough here for Byzantines to just defend against the masses that Delhi can output. It's insane.
Yeah, that is that Delhi feudal power. Especially with Keshik, you only get 2 coming out of the Merc House compared to either 4 jab throwers or 5 longbows. So you are going to have fewer units, even though they are more mobile. I'm taking a look right now. Alexis coming around the backside of the Delhi base with a couple of those Keshik. Looking for damage, but just not going to find it at all. And now defensive walls coming down for the Byzantines. Trying to secure, was talking about before, all that food to the northwest of that base.
Also, one thing to note, we don't have any blacksmith techs for the Byzantines, which is gonna be really brutal against the longbows. The Limitani also not using the shield wall, which would decrease the damage that they take by another 30%. They only had 30. I'm always confused with math, but I mean, didn't use the shield wall, and so he would need the what's it called, iron undermesh.
Yep, and now I feel real bad. I think that fight in that stealth force that we just saw might just spell the end at this point. It feels so rough going against Delhi, and losing an early fight, because you know Delhi still just has that tempo with the improved production. They're still going to keep massing units to get out there, and now you've lost a bunch of your army. You don't have much in the way to defend or really do anything, while the Delhi can keep building and building. Alexis thinking this might be the time to go castle. I'm not sold on it, though, with all these Delhi units right outside of his base.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
a lot of resources to not go into military.
yeah, that is true. Although the thing is, he doesn't have the infrastructure to actually produce the units that he would need to. He's going for another barracks, but he doesn't have a stable. So what he would, the thing is, he needs horsemen, but he doesn't have a stable to deal with the archers, and then he just needs a ton of limitani. But again, like the archers will deal quite effectively with the limitani, and then you just have a couple of Kashik, and if you compare the Kashik to the Ghazi Raiders, there's almost no difference in health, and so they shred you completely. Now he spotted out the landmark here. Golden Horn Tower at least will be able to provide some free units, although it will take quite a while. So the question now is the time gonna be enough for Alexis to keep holding on here? Town Center is firing away here, doing a lot of damage on the Ghazi Raiders. So I generally like the castle play. And the thing is, like, if you have all the resources, you can't spend it, you might as well go castle, you know, but he needs to be careful with the villagers, though. He can't lose the villagers too liberally.
Yeah, he's making that switch into Varangian Guards, though, which I really do like. I mean, if he needs a unit to defend himself, it's gonna be that one. But the military count is 42 to 3. So it's gonna have to be a big defense here. And Ghazi Raiders starting to burn down those olive groves. First ram in production, second one we see getting created now as well. It's so tough. Alexis in such a tricky position.
The thing is with the Varangian Guard is that the Ghazi Raiders do 2 extra damage against both the Varangian Guard as well as the Kashik. And so they don't really, it's not like the, I don't know, like the you know, like undying men at arms that you usually encounter. With the Ghazi Raiders you can actually deal with them fairly well. And so for now at least Synthexor will still be fine, even though he's an age behind. And I don't know, like, yeah, as you mentioned, like the mass is just not there, so even if you have the perfect unit, if you only have a couple of them, it's not gonna be enough. So Rams are coming in now, going for the town center first. Why not? And Kashik are gonna be here in the mix, trying to get onto the archers, but that's gonna be really difficult, and also now fighting against the Ghazis in most cases. Varangian Guards on the Rams instead, so interesting choice not to go onto the archers first.
Yeah, looking to keep that TC alive. A couple of Vills pulled now to deal with the Rams, but Alexis basically losing everything in that fight, even with veterancy on the Keshik. It's just not enough to defend here.
He would need to pull more villagers into the town center, so the town center would demolish the archers, and then he would also need more villagers to deal with the ram, which is, there's still 2 rams going, and so
yeah, but all the Vills have been pulled outside of the walls to the south, so they're not close enough to jump in and garrison.
Ghulams being sent here as well from the mercenary house, so switching from the Kashik to the Ghulams, why not? But yeah, still looking very bad here. With if he doesn't deal with the ram in time, he's gonna lose the town center, and he's way behind in villagers already. In the meantime, off screen, the 3 sacred sites have been taken again, and so Delhi is not, yeah, really not letting go of the pressure here, getting the sacred sites again. Let's switch back into the regular view. Yeah, could go Castle Age. Well, sorry, it was Castle Age already. I completely missed that. But
Yeah, just at Castle, you get the House of Learning. During all that, Alexis actually able to hold on for a bit and clear out all those units in his base, going to force the Delhi to retreat. So the switch into Ghulam, getting those units out was huge for Alexis, but now you can see Delhi adding a lot of crossbows into their composition, and that is just gonna rip through basically anything that Alexis can make right now.
yeah, now it's actually worthwhile for Delhi to have gold, because now in Castle Age you can actually spend gold on units. Needs to be careful with his rally point here. But yeah, I mean, just the Ghazi Raider crossbow mix is gonna be completely fine against the comp that Alexis has put out. He has the mobility with the Ghazi Raiders, he has the armor demolition by the crossbows, and yeah, like the sacred side is ticking. 7.5 more minutes. Also, I mean, yeah, you mentioned earlier in the game, at the start of the game, that Delhi, very food hungry, was able to take the berries on the right side, was able to take the berries on the left side. So establishing map control is so huge. He's now going for the relics as well, just getting all of them one by one. And as Byzantines, it feels so bad to not have. At least I feel that way. It feels so bad to not have the sacred, the relics inside of the Grand Winery, because that would also boost your oil production by a lot. Not to mention
Yeah, it's
that,
looking like
you
all
also
five.
give gold to Delhi by letting them have the, like, or not preventing them to have the relics. So it's yeah, your opponent gains something and you lose something in return. So it doesn't feel great.
Synthexor looking for another push into the Byzantines. The Vils are back around the town center at this point. Food running out to the southeast. So you can see he did spread out over there on the west side, trying to take those far berries. But there's so many Delhi crossbow that just going to eat up what the Byzantines can produce. You can see him going back into Limitani to try to have something that doesn't receive bonus damage, but the units are just not there. And I'll get cleaned up again.
Yeah, and so one thing to also mention with the Limitani, when they go into the shield wall, they don't only receive less damage by ranged attack, but they also move a little bit slower, and they also attack a little bit slower. And so at some point you're like, if you're only standing there with a couple of Limitani in shield wall, you're not doing any damage. You need to have some other units there in place. And the crossbows, the mass was enough to one-shot the Kashyyyks coming at them, and then you just have like one Ghulam and 6 Limitani coming at you, and you're like, you're having 15 crossbows, you really don't care at that point. Also very nice here with all the upgrades, and that is definitely something that the Byzantines is lacking right now. He does have the first two ranged armored defenses, but that's it. That's about it. He doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, and he just dropped triple range, so you can see archers getting added into the queue. Something to deal with those crossbowmen. Veterancy also on the way. So Alexis going into archers here. Needs something on the field to deal with the Ghazi crossbows. And at least the archers can try to cut down the crossbows and let those heavier units from the Byzantines engage into that Delhi mass.
Yeah, and also like very nice here by Synthexor, taking the sacred side on the right side, building up a keep, going for all the stone there. So he is really fortifying his position here, walling in the middle one. So this is gonna be very tricky for Alexis. Not to mention, by the way, his first woodline is gonna be running out very soon. And Synthexor now is moving in again with a couple rams, and then yeah, just the combo I mentioned earlier with Ghazi Raiders, crossbows, a couple of archers in the mix, why not? And the rams just soaking up the damage here.
Yeah, archers trying to whittle down those crossbowmen while the crossbowmen try to take out the heavy units from the Byzantines. But the Ghazi Raiders break through. They are on top of the wood line now at this point. They'll engage into Keshik, and they're going to be forced back. And Alexis, once again, is going to hold.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. He is holding on, but at the same time, he's losing so much. 14 villagers killed, and there's, yeah. What do you do in a situation like this?
Eco difference is huge. Yeah, absolutely huge. You can see Alexis, with no gold per minute, has 2 vills moving over to gold right now, but that is really going to hurt the Byzantines. Although keeping more to an archer composition here, doesn't necessarily need that gold right now, but it will come back to bite him when he wants to make more of those expensive units. Coming out to reinforce his walls as well, and trying to take that top sacred site. But Alexis gonna find a lot of Synthexor's vills, get a few vill picks there, and yeah, that's not nothing.
No, that's not nothing, but at the same time, the Ghazi Raiders are finding the archers, and now he's gonna be in a pickle here. And ooh, what a night! Oh my goodness! Oh man! Oof. Okay, that is brutal. Okay, that is very nice. That tower is definitely the MVP in this game here, or at least in that fight. Oof. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Doing a lot of damage, yeah, and slowing down that keep. And here comes Alexis looking to engage onto those vills, pick up some more vill kills.
Very low health as well, so he just needs to poke them a little bit and they will all die. So Limitani doing a lot of damage here. What a... the pathfinding here in Age is incredible at times. But still, the keep will go up. It is delayed a little bit, and the villager kill number is evened out now, so that is huge for the Byzantines. But the question for me would be, will that be enough? Because, okay, Sacred Timer has been stopped for now, but just look at the overview here. 5 relics for Delhi. Like that, this is all the relics on the map, and he got all of them. This is really big for the Delhi. And so, even though Alexis is holding on, Delhi in a very good position still, like throughout the game.
Yeah, and Village Fortress is also about 2 minutes away, so that keep is just gonna produce back all the villagers that were lost in trying to get that up. And yeah, I mean, Alexis being so scrappy this entire game, doing such a good job of not getting eliminated, but Synthexor just continuing to build on that advantage. Resources per minute is just so skewed in the Delhi favor right now.
And now we have 1 ram, which is gonna be enough to take out that outpost here. And so you spend a lot of resources here fortifying it, but that's not gonna be enough. So he's gonna lose that outpost, and now he needs to be careful here with the fight. Losing a lot of units here as well. Crossbows are so good in this situation, just mowing down everything.
Yeah, it's so tricky for those Ghulam to actually engage. The Ghulam and the Varangian guards, they can't get close and form a front line with that massive crossbows. And so the archer numbers will get wiped out. The crossbows, nothing against them at this point. And as long as they stick with the cav, they should be fine. Although Synthexor looking to retreat here. Good mass of Limitani. And it looks like Synthexor is going to lose a lot of cav here, but the crossbow mass is basically untouched. And so it's just a trade back and forth over and over. Alexis forced to retreat yet again.
Yeah, and I think, like, to me, this is like the biggest issue that Alexis currently has. I mean, the Ghazi Raiders, they're super annoying and they're pretty strong, but you can deal with them super effectively with the Limitani. So this is not the issue, but the crossbows. Like, it doesn't matter if you whether you throw the Kashik, the Gulams, the Varangian guards, the Cataphracts, even if you wanted to. He has enough gold for that, by the way. It doesn't really matter. The crossbows will take care of that. And then you're just left with a couple of Limitani and some archers, which, yeah, they deal fairly well with the crossbows. Another tower here, shooting away at the crossbows. Or at least, yeah, firstly at the knights here, the lancers. But hopefully switching, like, he could manually switch it over to the crossbows here if he wanted to.
Yeah, and I think it should hopefully switch now that the crossbows are standing right under it. And if these rams don't destroy the tower in time, those crossbows are in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, look at that! Ah, this is what you want to see from a mangonel here. Just a mangonel in the outpost, and the outpost has also been fortified, so it has a lot of health as well. So it's not gonna go down without a fight for sure. Villagers taking care, so that tower is gonna stand for a little while at least. If it gets repaired on time, does have enough stone as well for this. So yet again holding on, but yeah, off screen basically a lot more villagers being killed, and then the village fortress hopefully was producing as well. At least there's quite a big gap here in terms of villages, and yeah, now we can see the farm transition. I was gonna say, like, he has 2,000 wood but no food. He should do the farm transition, so he has a little bit of farm transition in the back as well. Gold almost untouched here. He just took 700 gold, by the way, from his first gold mine. So very, very impressive here. And just overall a very nice map control. Again, Sacred Site, 7 minutes and a half ticking.
Yeah, Delhi's feeling good. He's getting like 774 gold per minute without actually mining gold. That is all passive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you get was it 25% more or 50% from the sacred sites? That was changed a while ago. And so you get a ton of gold from the sacred sites. You have the 5 relics in place. You save so much gold just by not having to spend it on all the upgrades. And so yeah, Delhi feeling very good. I mean, he could just wait for a little bit. As soon as his farm transition totally kicks in, he could just go imp. And I think at that point he should be able to put the nail in the coffin. Maybe bring out some elephants as well there. And then he should be able to close out the game. Like, as much as I love the Byzantines, I recently started playing more with them. I don't see any way against the Delhi in this game, because Delhi is super strong right now as well. And in this game, just doing all the right things.
Yeah, well, we do have another engagement. It looks like they're trying to push into the Byzantine base again. We've got another mangonel tower. A couple of rams en route, but the mangonel tower able to connect with the crossbowmen again. And yeah, these mango towers have been Delhi's best unit throughout the game. Limitani chasing the cap around the back side. But that tower is gonna stay up. The crossbow numbers getting reduced. And maybe Byzantines looking for a little counterattack here, pushing out.
Yeah, I mean, they could almost do it. At the same time, they're not very mobile. That's like their main issues. They do have the Limitani, which are generally faster than regular spearmen, but only as long as you don't touch the shield wall. Then they're a lot slower, of course. And then you have a couple of crossbows in the mix here, but overall a very mobility limited army composition. A couple of Kashik, or at least one Kashik here, trying to find a raid here. Doing some
yeah,
good
it was doing
work
a good
here.
job. I was watching that Kashik for a bit, and it's picked off a lot of reinforcements and a couple more there too onto the farms.
Yeah, this is huge. If he can deny the eco here from Delhi, which he can quite effectively, and as you mentioned, that the reinforcements being picked off one by one. Now Synthexor is reacting to that, but still, I mean, this is so huge for Alexis as well. By the way, one of the reasons why I like I don't like the Golden Horn Tower as much is because that cache would have been still alive if it could have used the flask ability. But
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a hard call. I mean, Byzantines were at the point where they just needed something to produce units. I mean, Golden Horn, just to have that, pump of units over the course of the game is super helpful. But yeah, in certain circumstances, especially when you've got Keshik as your mercenary unit, you do start thinking about having that gulp, adding the survivability to those guys. Well, we will see another push in from Synthexor onto those Mangonel towers. Here comes the defense.
yeah, Limitani trying to get onto the Lancer Ghazi combo and now destroying the Rams yet again. And it's so incredible. Like usually you would be like, okay, that's fine. I can just shoot away at the Limitani, but the crossbows are getting demolished so heavily by the Mangonel outpost here. Which like they're still alive, and I do wonder like we're having wait, how is we're having 14 scholars here by the Delhi. He doesn't really research anything right now. I mean, he does have a couple of research texts going on, but I do wonder why he's not putting some scholars here, like 3, 5, something like that,
Yeah.
to heal up that mass here because they're still alive. I mean, they're like almost dead, but they're still alive, and it's just if you look at the army value, it's incredible. And
Speaking of army, take a look at the bottom right side. We've got Kira Siphons coming out of the stealth forest, looking to put pressure onto that keep, although boiling oil is on the way. Alexis needing to decap a sacred site here, and it looks like that is going to happen on the bottom sacred site, even though there is an engagement on the other side, and it looks like Alexis might be winning here. Treb's coming out to deal with those towers. But Synthexor needing to move his army over. And the Kira Siphon's gonna burn down that keep, but Sacred Site is decapped.
yeah, so that was a close call. We had like 2.5 more minutes until the sacred victory would have been achieved. So a good sneaky attack here. I was seeing that earlier with when he was rallying close to the cliffside on the right side here. That he was preparing for that attack, and very important to keep him in the game. At the same time, he was pretty much winning, I would say, the engagement on the left side as well. So that was a very important and decisive fight here for Byzantines to maybe come back into the game. It's still gonna be an uphill battle, but I feel like he has a lot better chances now that the sacred site, at least one of them, has been decaptured.
Yeah,
going for another town
with
center
that
now as well as we
time or
speak.
anymore.
So yeah, I was just wondering. So what I like to do as Byzantines, just because they get oil from trade as well, and the trade post is okay on this map. Um, if he would go for a market, like maybe I don't know, maybe put a market down here on the right side and then trade over there, because it's mostly walled off anyway. And he would also get more oil from that. But instead he chose to go for a second PC, which is also a good way to further boost your eco.
Yeah, definitely needs something. He knows he's against village fortresses, but the vill count has stayed pretty even. And I mean, the biggest stat that I want to point out is just the difference in destroyed value. I mean, Alexis taking better fights throughout the game, That's what's kept him in this game at this point. Is the fact that the Delhi has had to spend more for each engagement.
Yeah, I think in general, Synthexor pulled the trigger a couple times too early. And so, yeah, taking bad fights time and time again. Trap getting destroyed here by the villagers, so that was a costly attack, but at the same time he is still keeping that one outpost alive, so that is also very important for the Byzantines to still have that outpost, although it is burning down, so if he doesn't repair it soon, he will still lose it, and he's lacking the army numbers for sure here. So yeah, Delhi pushing ahead still with a lot more units still as the Byzantines. Somehow he completely ran out of resources here apparently.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble, but that Mangonel tower is still doing amazing damage against those crossbows.
Oh man, I love that. I need to do that in my games too. Brutal. Yeah, that's just brutal. But yes, I mean he does have 2 town centers, so that is pretty helpful. But is it gonna be enough? Because yeah, Synthexor, he is pushing ahead a little bit in terms of villagers, even though he's not really using the keeps to produce villagers. So that is curious. Usually you see a lot more villagers at this stage of the game. But then again, he also lost quite a lot of villagers as well, so if you would add that, he would be at 120 right now.
Well, it is crazy the difference between resources per minute as well. Like, there's no way that the Byzantines, by any reasonable metric, should still be holding on with this difference in resource income. But they're still doing it. I mean, Synthexor has lost so much to these towers. But this Mangonel tower finally going to go down.
Yeah, that is definitely going down. And I think the reason why Alexis is still holding on, able to hold on, is just because Synthexor is just... I think he's full aware that he is taking bad fights, but at the same time he's also preventing Alexis from massing up any significant amount of army. And so he's fine with trading bad because he knows that his equal is just so much better. Now putting down a very forward keep here as well. If this one goes up, and it kind of looks like it will. Oh, sorry, never mind. So that was the one from... These colors are confusing, I have to say. Why do they both play on green? Like, I was like, Delhi's putting down the keep here, and they're like, oh, never mind, it's actually the Byzantines. So, a very defensive
defense keep.
Yeah, a very defensive keep here, but at the same time, there are some traps here, like 5 in total, 6? Okay, 6 traps and then 2 more in queue. That's a lot of trebuchets, my goodness. So this keep is not gonna stay on here for long. It will give Alexis just a little bit of time, but time doesn't mean anything if your eco is so mismacroed here. 2,000 gold in the bank doesn't help you at all. He would need so much more food in order to do anything worthwhile here. By the way, it doesn't have a single stable, so no cataphracts at all. 3 astro rangers, a couple of barracks, and
yeah, production militarily, just not there for the Byzantines at this point. Delhi with such a significant army mass. I think this is going to be the final push that ends this game out. Delhi coming in, trying to deal with the triple TC. Got those trebs in the back, and I think we're ready to see that final push now. We take a look at the north. We do have some raids on different sides of the Byzantine base, trying to thin out the army, making sure they can't all mass in one spot. Delhi's about to just come right on down the middle.
Yeah, destroy one of the town centers, so Byzantines is now back down to 2. The keep was just falling earlier. and so many trebuchets that you can easily take down any outpost or town center that is still standing there, and Byzantines doesn't have any reasonable way to deal with that crossbow mass, and it was a good game. It was like holding on for dear life here, but eventually Delhi was just too oppressive to hold on anymore.
Yeah, Alexis with so many good defenses there, so much value from those mangonel towers, taking out masses of crossbowmen. Synthexor able to just grind through it, and I think the switch from Rams into Trebs really marked the beginning of the end, because Alexis was able to deal with the Rams coming into the towers pretty easily, but the Trebs forcing the fight at Synthexor's mass was something that Alexis really couldn't deal with, and it turned into just a crawl towards the Byzantine base there at the end.
Yeah, so pretty heavy, aggressive game here by both players as we expected to, and I mean, Byzantines considered one of the strongest civs right now. Delhi is probably gonna be considered as the strongest civs currently in the current meta, and so two powerhouses really going at each other, and yeah, it looked a little bit messy at times, but in general, like we were watching top level players here. Good players. I believe both are Conqueror. I would say, but I would have to double check on that.
Yeah, I
Let's move
believe
back.
that's the case.
I mean, they should be. They're in top bracket, and Synthexor are definitely a Conqueror player, if I remember correctly. Anyway, enough of that. We're back in the lobby. Let's take a look at the brackets real quick. So, so middle bracket as we speak, moving into the third bracket. Oh, Alexis is diamond. Okay, well, I mean, it was still an impressive game, nonetheless, and
Good defense, good
yeah,
holdout for
oh yeah,
however long you did that. It was pretty nuts. You were taking so many value trades. The destroyed value between the two of you was insane. I think you had destroyed like 10,000 more
mm,
resources worth of units than he did.
yeah, definitely very impressive, and um, yeah, just nice to see. So well fought game. Unfortunately, not enough to hold on against Delhi, but good luck in the next game for sure. Okay, so bottom bracket still in round two. csthelord against UnderpantGnome and kyon against Elpi Ketcha. Still going at it. We just saw the top bracket.
Yeah,
Um,
let's see if we can catch a bottom bracket one.
yeah, we definitely wanna switch to bottom bracket. So to top bracket in round two right now. Um, so while we had this game that we just casted, they already finished the next round almost, and a middle bracket already moving into round three. So they're gonna set up the game very shortly. So let's see. We should. So I invited you. That is good. Let's see if I have someone on my friend
I do
list.
see on the observe tab, I have found csthelord and UnderpantGnome.
Yeah, I have Annapurna on my friend list, so let's hit on the observe button. Close that one out. Alright, assigning teams, going in. And we're in. So loading up the game, round 2, Himeyama. csthelord in blue playing the Rus against Japanese on their home map, Himeyama, in orange. So should be able. Alright, we're in game. So Rus, yeah, in blue on the left side against Japanese in orange on the right side. Himeyama, a little bit of food to be had here at the little pond here. Um, so could be worthwhile for Underpan Gnome to go on here. Um, it's a lot of basically free food if it's not contested, which in lower levels it probably will not be contested. So he should put down a dock here, get the cheap fishing boats out. I would love to see that. Strange woodline here on the right side of Roos base here with the hunting cabin, but at the same time can grab
Pretty lucky
most.
for Roots.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this
Oh
always
man.
feels like tough for Roos here because you can't really, get your cabins around big wood lines and
Mm,
all like on top of that hill that you spawn on. They're all thin and pretty spread apart. So lucky that csthelord was able to find two wood lines that merge together.
yeah. Yeah, like very thin in this game. Usually I feel like they're like a little bit bigger. But then again it's also looking very dry here, so maybe the the flora and fauna have just decreased in this biome maybe, I don't know. Um, but CS the Lord starting off with two hunting cabins, so one here on the right side, the other one on the south side, next to the berries. So a double value hunting cabin here, acting as a gold income as well as for the berries. So in terms of spawn, I would say this is a very nice base here for the Rus. Switching over to the Japanese, gold and stone in the front, so not really what you like to see against Rus, which might be more aggressive against you, and then three wood lines here on the back of of his base.
Yeah, a couple defendable, potentially golden stones in the back for the Japanese if he is going to be forced over there. Luckily, they are behind a couple wood lines, like in the middle there, so you could potentially get some walls down, maybe somewhere to defend that if it came down to it. The gold for sure. You could easily drop some walls if you're facing pressure and need to retreat, but hopefully that won't be the case for the Japanese. I'm feeling like, yeah, with the two hunting cabins, this has got to be geared towards potentially a fast castle play. I mean, both of these civs, I mean, Japanese in particular, a civ that really wants to get fast castle. We've seen like the early daimyo into Umar Bannerman, but that's not really going to get much value against the Rus, who can still play super compact early game. I'm thinking fast castle for both of these players, but we will see.
Yeah, and so interestingly enough, that CS the Lord also is on gold, while also being on two hunting cabins. So that's, I feel like, an interesting choice, to say the least. I mean, I'm not a Rus main, so I don't, wanna bash on someone which when they might have a good idea of what they're doing. So maybe that is like on purpose here. At the same time, he is on multiple scouts, so probably looking for some pro scout play as well. Going up with the Kremlin as well, so protecting gold, two stones here, so could also look for a couple TC plays here if he
Yeah,
wants to protect the stone.
I'm taking it back. Roos is looking for 2TC with
Yeah,
that
it kind of
Kremlin.
it kind of looks like it
Yeah,
right now.
he's not going fast castle. That is for sure a 2TC setup.
Yeah, so good. I mean, like the thing is, and again, like I don't want to bash on anybody, and in particular not on the bottom bracket people, but it is the bottom bracket, and it can be pretty wild, and you can see all kinds of wild things and off-meta strategies in play. So you never know exactly what's going to happen. But yeah, I would expect the pro scout play. He also already went for the survival techniques. And so that's what I would expect from the Rus. At the same time, we do have the Kura storehouse coming up from the Japanese. I believe you can also fit two farms in here, so one will be created automatically around the Kura storehouse, and then you can create one around his town center immediately, which is very strong with the Japanese in particular because of the daimyo manor.
Take a look at this outpost real quick, though.
Oh,
These
man.
3 scouts almost burnt that down
Oh man, yeah,
before getting forced out of there. Wow. That pressure on UnderpantGnome. He seems rattled because those vills stayed inside the outpost for a bit. A little surprised. Okay, one Vil has been pulled to repair.
Yeah.
But that would have been an amazing pickup for the Roos to torch down an outpost and 3 scouts.
Yeah, that would have been
That would have been
incredible.
insane.
I mean, he did lose 1 scout, so it was. I mean, it was a trade, you know, like he created idle time, it takes a little bit of resources to repair it and yada yada. But then he also lost a scout, so not too bad. Both players now kind of licking their wounds here. No aggression coming up from the Roos, so both players reached feudal age, no stable or archery range right now. Pretty
Going pretty
heavy.
defensive.
Yeah,
We do see
definitely.
pro scouts coming in, but now I'm eating my words on saying 2T because he is the Lord not moving out to stone. So the Kremlin is just being defensive on that opening to his base, and
Oh
he's
man.
gonna throw down palisade walls around.
You know, I
I'm not
love
gonna call anything anymore in bottom bracket.
I love the bottom bracket more than anything, I have to say. Like, just for reasons like that. It's like, oh, it looks like a fast castle because he's on gold already. Oh no, it looks like a 2TC play. Oh no, like, I don't know what the hell it looks like. And then he was also like long distance mining the wood here until he had enough to build a lumber camp. Um, I'm sorry, csthelord. I think it is kind of funny, but maybe that's just me and my
I think
weird.
it's funny that I just couldn't predict what you're doing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. We're
taking back
definitely.
all my predictions on what is happening.
Yeah.
But it will be, yeah, defensive pro scout here.
Yeah. I mean, we're laughing with you and not at you, so that's important to note. But yeah, now heavily on gold, so it kind of is again, you know, looking like a fast castle play here. So no aggression, no military production from either side, by the way. So a couple of houses coming up here, and a stable. So okay, Japanese is adding a stable. Well, okay, so how to play against the Japanese? You can see he's heavy on gold right now, 7 on gold. So Japanese in general is looking for 2 things: a safe farm transition underneath his TC, because his TC increases with the Daimyo Manor increases the harvest rate from farms by 20%, so that's why you place the Kura storehouse close to his TC. Usually you would place it more like here, but he placed it here because he will get some more wood here by the Kura storehouse if it cannot fit any more farms. And then he has one more row here around the TC to have some more farms. We'll have a very strong farm transition. So kind of looking for a safe safe food income while going fast castle with the gold villagers. And so if you can get a couple knights in here, you can disrupt all that, and then he cannot do anything. Which, yeah, you missed the timing window for this.
You can potentially go aggressive, but pro scouts is not a bad option here because you know Japanese are gonna be, if they are going fast, which they likely are, they're just ceding all the map control to you. So you get, it's easy for Roos to make scouts, and to just pull all those to your home is a fantastic play for sure.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think Roos is one of the best pro scout civs. I mean, it's kind of like an innate ability that they can produce scouts from their hunting cabin, so you don't have to sacrifice, like either build a stable for that, or sacrifice villager production, like most other civs would have to. So definitely a good play to go for that. But if you want to prevent a fast castle play by the Japanese, then yes, look for the gold, try to deny that, create idle time, maybe kill some villagers on the wood line, because it's kind of difficult to produce farms if you're not having wood. If you want to prevent the daimyo palace, it's kind of difficult because they also gather gather stone by gathering gold. So that is difficult to really, you know, completely shut it down. As you can see, like they deliver gold, but they also deliver stone. So you will probably not completely shut that down, but you could also scout their stone and make sure that they are not able to upgrade their town center. So yeah, couple things to go with, but in general, they're vulnerable in feudal age the most. If they're not, producing heavy feudal.
Well, you don't super need to deny. Like there's nothing wrong with going pro scouts and getting yourself into the position to have a better economy than the Japanese, because you're not far behind Castle. And now with a lot of deer under the TC, you're gonna be doing just fine. And Abbey of the Trinity, you're getting it up fast enough that will pay off, and it's not a map like High Trade House. Kind of harder to get value from that on Himiyama, maybe in the back corner.
Yeah, I mean there's two places that you could have gone for it to still have it safe. It's like underneath the berries here, or right in the corner. But then again, it's probably like Abbey of Trinity is such a great landmark. You will get a lot of the relics, if not all the relics. I mean, he also has a Shinto priest, which just comes automatically with the floating gate. But other than that, you're faster. Like the warrior monks, they're much faster. So even if you're delayed in terms of timing, if you go right away, you can still get most of the relics there. So yeah, not a bad play at all. Like I didn't want to make it sound like that, and great explanation by Beal to, with all the safe food underneath your town center. So that's very well mirroring what the Japanese is doing in a way.
Yeah, and the deer are going to be better even with the Daimyo Manor farms, although depending on how late the game goes, I mean, the deer are going to run out and the farms are going to get better.
Yeah, so, but then again, now's
the time where you get that power spike from. You can take a look right now at the food income, and that is way in your favor. So
yeah, and then also
spending that.
One thing that you should never underestimate is by taking the deer and then on the map and then the boar at some point as well, you're preventing your opponent from getting that. So it's not only you take it, but you also don't let your opponent having it. It's kind of like with the relics as well. Like they could sit there for the whole game and nobody benefits from it, but if you take it, you make sure that your opponent doesn't have it. And so taking the deer and going for the pro scout play, definitely not wrong in any in any sense.
So we do have those mounted samurai looking for an area to attack. csthelord, though, is pretty well walled in, able to meet him with some spears. They are still just hardened spearmen, so not getting the full bonuses on their attacks against mounted units. And now Underpant able to take out the first villa of the game. Villagers running into the Kremlin, but might be stuck here. No real easy way to retreat. A couple units get caught up. Uma Bannerman being a big one there to go down for UnderpantGnome, but he escapes with 3 mounted samurai. And so UnderpantGnome looking like a Yumi mounted samurai composition. csthelord with crossbow, spears, knights. Looking to get those relics. First one going in on the roof side. About to see a Japanese drop off as well, but I suspect that the next couple of minutes are going to be spent fighting over the relics, which the remaining ones all on the north side of the map.
Yeah, definitely looks like that, and I like the Japanese comp as well with the archers, so they're discounted a little bit weaker archers from the Japanese in combination with the mounted samurai. I mean, you can hardly do anything wrong with that. A little bit of a raid coming in here by csthelord, getting onto the gold. Very nice, getting a couple kills as well, a ton of idle time, and now onto the Shinto priest as well.
Yeah, mounted samurai were halfway across the map. They couldn't do anything. They are not here to clean this up. They finally arrive. csthelord getting a lot of idle time, a couple of Vil kills as well. That raid does get cleared up though.
Yeah, so one thing that you can clearly see here is that we're like 6 minutes into the castle age, and just now, unfortunately, after the units died, he got the veteran upgrade for the knights. Um, Spearmen still hardened, and then crossbows, of course, they are elite just because it's a castle age unit anyway. And so, if you want to go for a raid, if you want to play aggressive, if you want to dive outposts and town centers and all that, you really need to have the veterancy before you do that, as well as with the blacksmith tags. Also, eco tag wise, both players. Okay, well the Japanese is probably bugged again, the UI, because I'm pretty sure he already got a couple. Yeah, he got a couple of the text there.
The eco text, yeah, it is still bugged for the
Yeah.
Japanese. Also, we got a Shinto priest still holding that relic. No monastery for him to drop it off, so he's hanging out here. Another Shinto priest with the Yorishiro. Hasn't dropped that off yet. First two Yorishiros, no surprise inside the forge, inside the stable. And UnderpantGnome reverting the sacred site on the bottom, looking to capture it himself, dropping some walls. And we're at the point, csthelord, with a lot of resources in the bank that need to be switched over into units somewhere. And I know when I play, when I look away, look back, and see that I've got 2,000, 3,000 food, I start thinking about, ooh, I need a market. I need to start solving this issue. Because that is a lot of resources not doing much of anything. UnderpantGnome has a lot of food and gold, and for the Japanese, I mean, I'd suggest you just keep cranking those mounted samurai. You can afford a whole bunch. No reason to hunker down and go Imperial yet. Just get more units out onto the field so that you have just a larger mass.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could also go imp if you wanted to, put down the castle of the crow somewhere if you want to secure some forward resources, maybe put it down here. You can also, or put it down here, you secure the sacred site, you secure the gold as well. So he could go for imp if he wanted to. It would not, I don't think it would be the worst kind of play, but for now, Japanese, yeah, as you mentioned, just continue massing up your army, especially because there is quite a difference here between the Rus army value and the Japanese army value. Mainly because, yeah, the Yumi-Ashigaru, they are cheaper and weaker, and so you have to mass up a lot more to yeah, be on par with comparable numbers from the other army. To answer
Well, it
your
looks
earlier
like the
point,
Japanese making a little switch here into barracks units, starting to mass spears and onabugeshas. We are going to have a clash, though, outside the Japanese base. csthelord has noticed this, moving some spears into position, but there are so many Yumis behind this with the bannermen. So, I mean, they are typically weaker archers, but the bannerman does provide that extra damage. That can be really crucial. Although, Japanese still missing some of the text there in Castle Age. Do see the first range damage tech coming in.
yeah, also there's quite a few units here standing around the archery range, so where they didn't have a rally point at the time, and so a couple of idle military units here for the Japanese, putting down some more walls. So very interesting, yeah, wall layout
Little
here.
bubble there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But I mean, why not? You know, it's definitely not the worst. At the same time, he is warning himself in against trade, so Japanese will not be able to trade anytime soon. As you mentioned, trade earlier. Rus could have a very nice trade line going up from all the way to the left to this trade post here. But in order to do that, he would first need to secure map control, because it probably would not go undetected. And Yeah, so basically, like, to answer your way earlier question about the destroy value, um, it just accounts for the cost of the unit that has been killed. And so if you're sacrificing a couple of knights, that's 1,000 already. So that's why the destroy value is that much higher for the Japanese than for Rus. So Japanese being better with keeping his army alive at the time. But then again, Rus massing up army value is still massively in favor. Is able to or was able to balance his eco a little bit better, looking very close to Imp if you want to go for that. Same for Japanese. So either player could go for Imp, um, which in a way I don't hope because yeah, Himeyama can also be very long games as well on this map. So hopefully this will not happen.
Well, potential. I mean, Japanese. I can't remember if you caught that. Did drop a second town center way in the back there, and that's why the villager is so different at this point. Japanese producing out of there. Both of those sacred sites were just captured by the Rus, but the top one is going to be switched back very quickly here. You see those 3 Shinto priests actually joining the army. See if one stays behind on the point or if it's going to come with the army on the attack. Although Rus moving through the middle now, looking to get some damage now that the Japanese army is up in the north. See some knights trying to come around on the back and maybe cut off some reinforcements. But they are stuck at that wall. Oof. Looking to break through, deal some damage there. But Japanese coming in from the back with a pincer attack.
Oh no.
And Rus are going to be trapped here.
That is not looking good for the Rus at all. So the knights have to retreat, but then the crossbows will be left to die. Speaking of left to die, losing some villagers on the left side to wolf attack as well. A good mangonel shot here as well. Able to get down another one, so that's gonna clear out a couple of the Yumi Ashigaru at least. But Rus lacking a lot of archers to deal with the spearmen on the Japanese side, which would be hard enough to snipe out from this mass here anyway. You know, figure out like what's the spearman, what's the Onabugeisha. Like that could be really tricky here in this kind of mass. Has to retreat for now as well. Lost quite a lot of army value. And yeah, Japanese, like also yeah, the rally point is not really helping. So this is something that constantly needs to be adjusted. It's this can take or break a game basically if you're losing your retreatments like that.
Yeah, that always hurts. We do see a mangonel setting up maybe for another shot. Oh
no. No, it was just walking there. So that is really unfortunate, and I mean it can happen to like the best players, but also a little bit of idle time here as well with the villagers had to retreat there as well, and now Japanese realized that they're having a good chance to actually just go into the base and disrupt it furthermore. Mangonels being the lifesaver for now for the Rus at least, because it's kind of difficult to push into them, even though they don't deal a lot of damage, because most of the time they just miss, but it's just like the mental presence that they provide.
Some area denial as well. Japanese can't push in against the mangonels, especially if they set up behind walls. I do like a switch over into men-at-arms for csthelord. Because we don't see any Onimusha on the field, and although UnderpantGnome going into Samurai as well, and so Samurai will trade a little bit better into the Rus men-at-arms. It's just, I mean, at this moment, a difference in military count between players. I mean, the army value is still somehow in Rus's favor. That's pretty crazy to me. I guess it's the Yumi Ashigaru and spears just being so cheap.
Yeah.
But the numbers are so different that the spears are there to just shred through any knight, and the archers can mop up any unarmored units. And it looks like we're going to have another clash here. Japanese looking to move in. There's so much more, though, for the Japanese military. They're trying to jump in onto the mangonels. Men-at-Arms doing their best to try to provide a defense. Now we got a Japanese mangonel. Rus ones, though, continuing to target those packs of archers. Getting some decent damage, but now forced to retreat by the spears as they break through.
Yeah, this is a
able to
brutal
jump
fight.
onto the Japanese mangonel, but just overwhelming unit numbers for the Japanese.
Yeah,
that is the game.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, like, very difficult to deal with Japanese, and I mean, Japanese have quite a lot of strong units, and it's a little bit tricky to deal with them just because of their deflective armor, and so it's difficult to, you know, really figure out, can you take a fight right now or not, and so it just takes a little bit of experience to deal with them. Um, Overall, I think the unit composition was fine. It was just a lack of numbers and tech at some point. Um, and then maybe at some point you just really need to go into Imp, get some strategies on the field, and then maybe you can deal with them at that point. But then also if you're not dealing with the eco powerhouse that the Japanese have in their base, um, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, Ascalad. Yeah, it's gonna be next week. So I'm excited for that for sure. So next week we're gonna have our low elo legends, but it is gonna be all random. So no Civ picks, no Civ bans, just good old random Ascalad special, and then there we go.
Yeah, I do want to jump back in and say that the Pro Scouts opening from csthelord, that was a good play.
Yeah.
Just a little like mid to late feudal macro change, because you were getting that food income, and that should have like allowed some of your vills to go out, get gold or get some more wood, just to keep that military production up, because it did have a stronger economy at one point, and I think if the units were there, this game could have gone in your favor.
Yeah, definitely. I like the Pro Scout opener. Very strong. It's for a lot of civs the current meta anyway. And so that was definitely a good play. And then again, it's the longer the game goes, the more it's just a matter of experience and how to work with a certain matchup. So yeah, overall good game. Pretty clean build orders as well from both players, even though it's the bottom bracket. But they knew what they were doing. It was nice to see.
Yeah, good game for sure. All right, I've got to leave you, Manius.
Oh no, is it?
Hopefully
Is
the
it
rest
time?
of the tournament works out great. I've got to bounce out of here. But good luck to everybody else. Rest of the day. I know you got someone maybe coming in a little bit to give you a co-caster slot, but I have got to run. It was a good time being here. It was a good time being the co-cast.
Yeah, it's always great to have you. Yeah, definitely always great to have you. Thanks, Bill. And enjoy the time with, I guess, your girlfriend. I don't know what you're planning,
Yeah.
but have a good time. And we'll catch you soon. And yes, I will take a quick break, and then I'll be back either alone or with a co-caster. We're gonna see. But yeah, be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Right.
Pausefinden so offen, ne?
Yeah, yeah. All right. So we are back. And okay, wonderful. Sound also seems to be working, so that is just fine. So welcome, my co-caster today, my second co-caster, the idle villager, Pedestrian.
Hello.
So
Happy to be here.
yeah, definitely good to have you here. I'm glad I don't have to do this all by myself. Um, so the Germans are finally taking completely over here. So let's see. Let's update the bracket here just a little bit. So let's see. Bottom bracket is in round 3. The top bracket is also in round 3. They just moved to the third round. And the middle bracket is also, yeah, closed out round 3 without, with the exception of this one game. Which, let's see if we can. Okay, I'll have to invite you first. Where are you in game? Are you in game already?
Just starting up.
Okay, good, good, good. So that would be CJ.
Not in game.
There you are. Invite you to the group. Let's see if I can find. Uh,
So you picked the game already that we're
No,
testing?
I have to look for the game now. So if you have a preference, we can go for something else too. If not, I'm currently looking for CJ against Space, which hopefully I should be able to find. Okay, let's see. Observe. Okay, so round 3 would be Ridged Valley. So that should be easy to find. Why is there literally no game with Ridged Valley on? This is very strange. Okay, I can't find that game for whatever reason. Okay, then we'll watch something else instead. You're in my group. Let's hit observe. So we're gonna watch a bottom bracket game. Oof. Yeah, I picked the right one. That's great. And so switching to in-game. So you should be able to see the game as well now. And we're in. So Raiding Party playing the Holy Roman Empire in yellow against Mattis playing the beautiful color blue with the beautiful civilization, the Mongols. So my all-time favorite civ, I hate to see this. This is exactly why you don't move your sheep before you play CTC. Losing a couple valuable seconds here in terms of villager production, and then also going immediately onto the production. But yeah, so just a little bit of nitpicking here. On the other hand, Raiding Party, a nice prelate positioning here between the gold villagers and the berry one, the sheep ones. Although they do have to move a little bit back and forth. Khan is counting out the gold vein, so we could see some early aggression coming up, maybe.
Okay, give me a second, Maneas. It didn't load me into the game, so
Oh.
I'll just load the game parallel and try to get to your time.
Right. So then
Timestamp.
let's hit the pause for a second. I don't know why it didn't load that. I'll also share my screen with you so you can see where I am right now. Oh, couldn't go. Okay, never mind. So I'm at 1 minute and 23 right now, and you can just yeah, get to that point.
I can't see the game from Raiding Party because we're not friends. I guess the same. Gonna be the same for Mattis.
Okay, can you? Let's see. Why can't I just share my screen with you? That's so weird. Ah, okay. Well, okay. We're gonna do the following. I'm gonna restart the game.
You could share it in Discord.
No, that's the thing. Like I couldn't for whatever reason. So I'll invite you to the group, and then once we go there, it's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean then that way we have the best viewer experience. I think we can see the Mongol town center once again. So accept your invitation.
Complain about it another time.
Yes, I will complain about it one more time.
Give me the name of the map again. I think the issue was that I didn't have the map.
Oh, okay,
It
it's
didn't
rich.
download it automatically.
Okay, that's the reason why.
Same thing again. What's
Okay,
the map?
it's Ridged Valley. Okay, then let's do that one more time. Sorry, people. Yes, it's Ridged Valley. Yeah, I don't know why Age is not, fixing this kind of issue. Just, yeah, automatically downloading maps when you jump into a replay, but it is what it is.
Can you spell the map name for me? Is
Yeah, it's
GD?
RIDGED. Ridged. I mean, as long as they're still in game as while we're fixing this issue, then that's fine. If not, we will just pick a different matchup. So we'll see. I mean, right now, Bulgy had a disconnect apparently. It was
Only
not
Rigid?
Rigid Valley.
Rigid Valley, there we go.
Yeah, and then Zork is getting the auto win here because it's an uneven bracket. So Raiding Party against Mattis. And we just saw csthelord taking on UnderpantGnome, so we will not be able to watch those. At some point I do want to watch Kyon, so we hopefully see them later on. And yeah, top bracket. They already started.
The map's downloaded.
Okay, then I'll add you once more. And we can close this one out. Okay, so you're in my group, observe match, and hopefully now this time it will actually work. Let's switching the scenes into in-game scene. So, no surprise, Raiding Party still playing the Holy Roman Empire against Mattis in blue playing the Mongols. So nice color choice here as well. Yellow for the Holy Roman Empire and blue for the Mongols. You couldn't have picked a better color pattern. And again, we can see so that the sheep are moving over here just to be placed like right in the middle. Or are they? Let's see. Okay, they're going all over the map here. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, Predat gonna be placed like right in the middle here, very nice between them. So they're buffing. The Predat is gonna be able to inspire all of them. On the other hand, I didn't want to see it once again with the town center not being able to set up properly. And then also not producing villagers. So, we're watching the bottom bracket. I haven't checked the elo of the players, but it's somewhere between silver and gold 2 or 3, most likely. Sometimes we have platinum 1 as well in there. And so build orders can be pretty shaky. It really depends on how familiar they are and then how well they are able to concentrate. So please construct the town center as soon as possible. Start immediately with the production because you already lost 15 to 20 seconds anyway. In terms of other, or in comparison to other civs. But very nice here by Holy Roman Empire. I really like that.
So, Manias, what do you think is the play for both civs to win the game?
Yes, so interesting trade post here, kind of spawning in the middle. Usually it would be more like in like where the gold vein is. The gold is kind of exposed here for the Holy Roman Empire, so we could see a lot of early aggression, maybe even a tower rush, especially because the players also spawn kind of close to each other. But it doesn't look like it at the moment, so actually I'm extremely disappointed, and I haven't even noticed yet because I was just expecting that to happen. Where is the Uvu? So there's the stone outcropping here, and then, oh sorry, there's one more over here, kind of far away. So no Uvu here whatsoever from the Mongols, so definitely no early aggression coming up, no tower play at all. We can see there's nobody on wood anyway, and the 150 that the Mongols start with has been used to build a pasture. I almost want to say it has been wasted to go for a pasture. And so we're gonna see like a pretty fast feudal age timing for the Mongols, faster than they would usually have it, but yeah, no early aggression, so that is really annoying me a little bit. Minework Palace, also an interesting choice for the HRE. So it's kind of looking like reversed actually, I have to say. Like aggressive play from the Holy Roman Empire and more safe play by the Mongols. Strange, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the play for the Mongols should be to pressure HRE ASAP. Now we see HRE isn't even going for their eco landmark; they're going for the Minework Palace, which means they'll be ready quite soon, presumably to defend against the Mongols.
Yeah, so you can tell that in terms of how to play the Mongols, Mattis is not really too familiar with them. I mean, overall, like he got the basic idea of the Mongols down, that's for sure. But yeah, just like the Uvu, like please, this is like the first thing you do as Mongols. I mean, I'm a Mongol main. I've played them for like 2 years now. I don't know how many hundreds of games I played them. So first off, you set down your TC. You usually want to cover the wood line and then an additional resource. You can also go for the gold. That's totally fine as well. But so I would have placed it probably here. Or you could have also gone here if you wanted to. You don't really need the double production here, but you could use it. And then the Uvu would be safe. And then you build the... There, is it? Yes, there's so 4.5 minutes delayed, but there it finally is. Because the thing is, like, why do you want to go for the Uvu quick is because it gathers stone, but it's limited in terms of how fast you get it, and so the sooner you build it, the more stone you have by the time that you want to produce units. So that's definitely something you want to go first. The pasture is a nice addition. You can go for that at some point if you go for wood early, if you go for straggler tree or something, but really not needed. It's kind of an optional play here. Let's take a look. Okay, so the prelate is for the HAE. Prelate is still free because there's no Archchapel, so he can still inspire all of the villages here. That's quite nice. We could see a second prelate coming up soon here for the woodline, but probably not soon. Archery range being dropped, so
HRE just started Professional Scouts upgrade, so that's probably gonna be their play. What do you think about the archery range?
I really don't like it, just because we know. Okay, so RaidingParty, he knows, like he scouted the whole base. He knows that there's no barracks, so the archery range doesn't really counter anything. If the Mongols would attack, they would most likely attack with either horsemen or Keshik, which archers suck against both. So I don't like the choice here at all. I was hoping to see some spearmen and horsemen instead.
So actually, seems like the HRE player knew something that we didn't, because the Mongol player dropped archer range himself and started producing mango dye.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Then it's a big brain move to go for the archers first. I mean, even then you could still go for the horsemen because they're a lot faster than the Mangodai. But
There's no Bill walking over. Sorry to interrupt.
no worries.
There's a. Oh, let's hope that we'll make it. But there's an over tower coming up. Maybe this is just about the vision. It's not in the place for tower rush, and it's also too late. Is the Will gonna die to 2 wolves?
Yeah, I kinda think so, actually. Oh, that is so brutal.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh no! Oh my goodness, what a turn of events here. So yeah, this is mainly for the vision, as well as, so because of the deer stones, you already have the yam network that you usually would only get in Castle Age, and so you can see the Mangodai in the range of the yam network, 50% bonus, are very fast, almost like slightly slower than the horsemen actually. And so there's the second villager, so it's gonna be a second attempt here. Not gonna be scouted out by the single archer here that has been produced by RaidingParty. Some barracks getting dropped here as well. So 2 barracks, 2 archery ranges. So doubling down on the archery range, on the archer production against the Mangodai. But then again, so not really going to utilize the double production here, just because he doesn't have the stone for it yet. And then also just sitting around here in his base. So very curious to see how this is gonna play out. But yeah, if he has a tower here, and then he has a tower over here, this guarantees a very fast movement here to his opponent's base. Not to mention that you can just fortify that, and then you have the arrow slits there, and it's just gonna be a nice angle of attack here for the Mongols. So looking very promising, even though the start was pretty shaky. And now we have the Keshik moving in. So yeah, as you mentioned earlier, the Pro Scouts taking in all the deer, but getting sniped out here as well. So a little bit of a delayed Mongol aggression here. But yeah, delayed in terms also of not really preventing the Castle Age here. So RaidingParty almost there in terms of resources to go up to Castle Age. So yeah, what's your take on the current situation? I mean, like unit composition and then just macro play overall.
So I feel like if Raiding Party would have dropped a couple less buildings, he would have had he could have invested the resources into units um, and could probably defend this. But now he's in a really bad situation because he's getting pushed off his food, and the scouts gathering the deer got mostly killed. There's 2 more going, so he may run out of food, but it's enough for the castle age.
Yeah, he is clicking up to the Castle Age now with the Burgrave Palace, which I don't like as much, I have to admit. Especially because of the timing. Like he has it's not a fast castle play, but you can't really go fast castle against Mongols. So it's still a good timing, and it would have been so nice to see him running out of the out on the map and grabbing at least the out of 4 relics here. I don't know if he can get this one here. It's kind of like in the way of the tower, so it's difficult to get to that. But just getting a couple of relics and really utilizing the strength of the Holy Roman Empire with the relics would have been nice to see. So this is not like he's not emphasizing it as much, at least. But yeah, we're gonna see. Like he can still. He has 2 relics out there. 2 relics. Two prelates. He can still get the relics if he wants to. It's just not gonna be as effective as it could be. Even yeah, also he doesn't have places to put them anyway. So we're gonna see how much he will emphasize the relics in this match.
I really like the raids, the little raids that come in here from the Mongol. He's very careful with keeping his Mongol alive. I guess he could raid a little bit more. If he went to the side, he could have denied the wall. But considering the league, like he got a lot of villager kills, and he's keeping all his units alive.
Yeah, that's definitely good. He's definitely careful not to lose any units. I mean, the Mangudai, they're great units, but they're also very squishy, and so you can easily kill them if you have enough archers or horsemen. He could go for some Khans hunters as well. That would be a nice addition to the Mangudai. Currently, it doesn't go for that. Jabba Bizzle, hello, hello.
This units are moving out again, and I think right after the castle upgrade, or the castle age, that would have been the perfect time to attack, because the other player just invested all of his resources into the upgrade.
Yeah, that would have
But
been...
yeah, now he needs to hit very hard or go castle himself, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if your opponent ages up, you have basically 2 different options. You can either age up yourself, or you have to hit them before they get their upgrades. Currently, we're still... So we do have the veteran spearmen now, so they will... yeah, almost one-shot the Mangudai. We have some crossbows in the mix now, and the archers. They're still feudal age, but so hardened. Or they're hardened. Regular archers, they're not called hardened archers. But yeah, getting the upgrades slowly but surely. Also in terms of eco upgrades, getting all the nice upgrades for HIE. Nothing here on the side of the Mongols. And so Mongols having a hard time with their eco in general anyway. It's not gonna be made better if you have a long distance chopping off wood here. You have none of the upgrades. That's gonna be pretty difficult, and then also you can see a lot of Mangudai already died just because they have so much less range than the opponent's archers. So yeah, really looking for some Khan's hunters here. That would be so nice to have them.
Yeah, I think the Mattis could use the map control that he has so far. Probably not for that much longer, but he could use the other resources and delay the transition to pastures.
Yeah, or either do that or just yeah try and get up. So he has enough resources now to go up to Castle Age himself. Kurotai is being built, and then he could drop a prayer tent and go for the relics himself, because that is definitely a missed opportunity here by Raiding Party. I mean, granted, the relic positioning is pretty bad for him. It's like all the way across the map for him, but that's just how the map is. Like both players spawning on one side of the map, and then kind of like in Frisian Marshes or similar maps, the rest of the map is pretty open, and you have to expand to the right. But for now, Raiding Party just massing up army, looking good in terms of resources. Kind of like looking like an Imperial Age at some point. Slowly massing up the resources here while also macroing to get more army. Kultai immediately being pulled over. We don't have the superior mobility as of yet, so it's gonna be slow as heck.
I think men-at-arms are a missed opportunity for Raiding Party. Because they should take apart everything that Mattis has, shouldn't they? I mean, the Keshik are right, but the Mangodai are not going to do any damage on, against the men-at-arms, are they? I mean, they
No.
could kite, but
Yeah, they can kite, but then again, you don't really. I mean, what you want to do, like run around the Kurotai, like you don't really want to kite. You want to fight in this area, and so it's gonna be difficult. And then you also get completely shredded by all these range units there. And the issue that the Mangadai also have, which I hate, I really hate. They don't do any bonus damage. I mean, it makes sense in a way because it would be so busted, but they don't do bonus damage against the Spearmen, and so the Mangodai, they don't counter anything. And yeah, if you add men-at-arms to the mix, they also don't counter the men-at-arms. And the Keshik, they're fine, but they're also not very tanky. And so getting completely shredded by the crossbows as well. So overall, I like the army composition by Raiding Party. I like the mass as well. Army value looking fine. Moving out now, trying to push, burn down the outpost here as well. And Keshik on the other side.
there's a nice little raid coming in on the top, while they're not starting the fight, almost starting the fight. Or is it? No, it's not. The units are just waiting.
Yeah.
At the side of the camp.
Yeah, but I mean, it's in general, it's just a stalemate here right now, and not really, not really a whole lot of things are happening here. No prayer tent so far, no relics been taken. It's 18 minutes into the game, and neither player is really wanting to go out here. But if I
Mattis is getting 2 villager kills at the top of the base. I really like these two, like the Mangodai and the Keshik. They're like
yeah.
friends going together on raids.
Yep. Yeah, I mean they probably have an interesting story to tell later on. But yeah, so a little bit of equal damage here, which put the Mongols ahead just slightly in terms of villager numbers. But if you look at the eco and military blacksmith tax, it's not looking good for the Mongols. There's nothing on this side, and now we have a fight coming in, but the Kurotai is not in range, and most of the units are not doing anything here. So it's crossbows against Keshik, which is a rough fight for the Keshik, to say the least. Even though once you close the gap, you can still kill a couple. But yeah, now the Spearmen are coming into the mix, and this is gonna be the end for the Keshik. 1 health Keshik makes it out alive. Yeah, this is quite brutal. And now there's a trebuchet taking care of the outpost. You can just watch it burn down now. So yeah, Raiding Party just wants to see the world burn, apparently.
I think Mattis is going, either he's just floating or he's going for an imp play. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but he needs to do something to get ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he lost like half of his army in the last fight. He was able to kill a lot of things as well, but not really. Like the crucial part of the army with the crossbows is still like sort of standing here at least. And yeah, yeah, I think like to point Mattis, I think he's mainly just floating resources and doesn't know how to spend them. It could be that he's looking for an imp play. I would say that's the wrong choice because he doesn't have the army to defend that. So if he would go imp, Raiding Party could just walk into his base and kill everything. Um, and then also the thing is like, by going imp, you invite your opponent to go imp yourself, which you don't want to do as the Mongols because you don't have walls, you don't have keeps, you don't have any kind of defensive mechanism except for the Yam network and then the towers, which there's 3 towers in total on the map, so one over here, one is here, and then one over there. So if Raiding Party decides to walk into your base, you're dead. And yeah, so I would say Imp at this point not the right answer for sure. He needs to mess up some more army. He did go into some archers, which is a okay counter against the crossbows at least. I don't know where the Kurata is going though.
Aren't archers great against crossbows?
Well, yeah, I mean
They're the main counter.
Well, great. The main counter was just killed here, I would say. Um, no, I mean yeah, the archers are definitely a fine counter, but then again you also have to like bleed numbers like all the time there, and then you also want to use the archers to get on top of the spearmen instead. Um, so yeah, it's just rough. So again, yeah, Kurultai, no business doing like just sitting here. It kind of looks like it's supervising the villagers here, but I don't know why.
I think if Mattis just builds a couple more unit buildings and masses units, he has a chance to turn us around.
Yeah, he only has 1 stable, he has 7 archery ranges, so his main focus is ranged units, so the regular archers.
The right thing to play here. I think if he masses archers, he has crossbows, spears and archers against him, which is all fine to fight with archers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in general, I like the archer play. I mean, with Mongols, it's always nice to do that. If you have any Kurotai next to you, we also have a couple of Khans hunters now. So they are not getting buffed because they're out of range, but the Mangodai are getting the buff from the Khans hunters. So overall, like, I think the unit composition is okay. It's just the numbers are lacking, and it's like, look at all these resources. Like, he's lacking gold because all his units are costing gold. He can't really trade on this. I mean, I guess he could trade on that map. It's kind of odd.
I think it's a good map to trade. He just, I mean, there's an outpost on the very end, and he could place a market below his base.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, granted that the player is not diagonally from him, but like on this side as well. It actually could work out very well with trading, but he would have to start at some point. Like, it needs to, you know, like slowly build up. And he's currently not set up in a way like that. He can only go for a couple traders if he would go for right now, and so yeah, heavy miss macro here in terms of resources. And then again, like, please get the upgrades. Like, this is, you have 15, 14 right now on gold. If you get that, it's 15% for each of those villagers. That would be so much. And then you add the wheelbarrow, and then they can carry more, and they're faster. This, like, get the eco upgrades. You don't have to get them immediately if you want to put down some pressure, but you have to get them. At least, I would say, by minute 15, you should have like the first ones. Yeah, it's killing me. Like, like, my Mongol heart is bleeding right now. But
I'm not quite sure what the plan was with these units. Maybe he wanted to see if there are villagers on the other golds, but didn't go quite through. Oh, the dream team suffered losses. It's
Yeah.
only the Mangudai left.
So it's like only half the dream team left.
But he's fighting for his life. He's like, I'll take revenge. Come here, you.
No. Yeah.
No. Oh.
It's like you get touched like once by the spearman and then that's it. Plus, not to mention, you know, like the HAE infantry units, they're a little bit faster on their feet. And so, you know, like between 1.38 and 1.56, it's not a whole lot of difference there. And then without the Khan's Hunter, there is a 3.5 range. And Spearmen, you know, like if they get in their charge mode and with their all like long pointy sticks, like they can close the gap so fast. Like it's a shame that Mangudai don't counter Spearmen. But yeah.
So Mattis is back on the map again, but this time only with a couple Mangudai, which is the better option. Yeah, here he's denying one of the relics, killing a priest. And I guess he's searching for villagers now. Or he's trying to secure the relic. Maybe that's that.
Well, doesn't have a prayer tent yet, so can't really do that. He had a chance to find the villagers over there on the top when they were mining the gold, the stone. And now there's a couple ones on the gold here, but there's also 2 outposts being constructed, so the Mangudai can't really do anything there. So yeah.
RaidingParty is going in for a raid himself with 1 knight. Maybe he suspected trade, or he's just circling around the base to find a place to hit.
Yeah, currently just circling around. Yeah, might be looking for some raid here.
We're seeing a lot of barracks now from Mattis.
Yeah, heavily into probably as an answer to the knight there, and he suspects, okay, there's some more horsemen as well, so would be nice to...
This is brutal.
Death by 1,000 needles.
They're like, we can't get through your armor, we're just gonna hit you often enough so you die from the hit impact.
Or just by like the weight of the arrows being like pulled to the ground and then just die by their own weight, I don't know. But yeah, so we do have Imperial Age for RaidingParty, the Palace of Swabia. So printing out villages like there's no tomorrow. I mean, if he could. Good massage. Yeah, that's some weird ass massage there for sure with the Mangudai fire. So yeah, now Mattis is in a tough spot that he didn't want to go imp. He didn't want his opponent to go imp, but here we are. His opponent is imp, and now he needs to, again, make the choice. Either go for an all-in attack now and try to get into RaidingParty's base before the imp upgrades kick in, which is kind of difficult, by the way. You know, like hitting an HIE or out of the dragon base with the you know, like the emergency repairs. It's just so annoying. And so that's not really something that you can successfully do. And the other option would be to go imp himself, which he doesn't have the gold right now. He doesn't have trade at the moment, and
so we're spamming men-at-arms now, apparently, from all these barracks. All of them are producing men-at-arms. So seems like imp is not the plan for Mattis, but massing men-at-arms.
Yeah, which I can tell you how well that will go against Imperial Age crossbows.
Yeah, it's against like a third of the opponent's army is crossbows. The men-at-arms are not gonna have a good time.
No. Speaking about having a good time, HIE is closing in now, and we're also having the issue that Mangudai in Castle Age, they're still not great fighting units, and it's way too many to effectively get onto your opponent. You can see how they're shuffling back and forth. Good thing they can shoot while they're walking, but still, this is so brutal, and the Mangudai's not really doing a whole lot here. I mean, yeah, it's you know, tickling the spearman, but It's Imperial Age Spearmen, they don't give a crap. And now the army is basically completely wiped with the exception of, you know, like 15 Mangudai without any Khan buff, without any Khan's Hunter buff, without any blacksmith upgrades. I mean, this is just a mess.
I love how was there a relic or did he send a priest there and now send it back?
There was a relic there. There was a relic.
Oh, there was a relic there.
Yeah,
so maybe
he
just
just
took the
grabbed
fight
it.
to get the relic.
Yeah, which is like a very good move here by him. So that is very smart. He's sitting on 2 relics right now, getting a 3rd one. And so overall, like looking very strong here for HIE. And now we have the issue that all the forward production here, I mean, let's call it forward production, is gonna get torched down. Yes, Mattis could move it. Like he could move all of the buildings, and you know, like somewhere to the back where, by the way, they should be. Like he should have built his production over here. But yeah, like this is what you see if someone fights Imperial Age against Castle Age with no eco upgrades and no blacksmith upgrades and no nothing upgrades.
Yeah, I think Mangudai, they're a good raiding unit, but they're not a mass fighting unit. And I think Mattis would have had a chance if he put his faith in other units.
Yeah.
For example, archers would have been a good mass to have. Not in the Imperial Age when there were horsemen in the mix, but before that, I think that could have saved him the game.
Yeah, for sure. Like I would have loved to see more archers there. Um, I mean, the Mangudai, they have never really been in a good spot for the last year in terms of 1v1. For team games or for raiding, yes, they're amazing. That's not a question. But for a 1v1, like you're not countering the spearmen, you're not countering the crossbows, you're not countering the opponent's archers, you're not countering the horsemen. Like, what are you doing with them? And then you have the mass that is just, you know, like not really working in your favor either. So yeah, just maybe get like 10, 15, 20 at the most, raid with them as much as you can. But then again, it's also like, oh, how do you counter Mangudai? Well, just build a wall, and that's it. So yeah, I just don't like them at their current state. And RaidingParty played it very safe and very good here. So yeah, just the HIE eco, even with fewer relics, even without the Aachen Chapel, was just completely outbooming the Mongols here. Yeah. So yeah, get your upgrades, and then it will be a lot easier to fight. Okay,
Yeah, good
switching back
game.
to the lobby. Um, let's take a quick look. What do we have? Okay, look here. So, um, top bracket is still 1 game in round 3. Middle bracket. There are 3 brackets, so we have been able to have 3 brackets every weekend so far this year, which is very nice to see. I love to have more brackets just because it makes it a lot fair, a lot more balanced and fair in terms of opponents that you will hit. Middle bracket seems to be done with the Swiss phase actually. Um, so
Nice,
round
finals.
4. Yeah, so it seems like they already moved into the semifinals. Bottom bracket. I'm sorry. Bottom bracket is in round 4 still. Seems to be some issue here with the brackets here. csthelord playing 2 people at the same time. That seems unfair. So, well, good luck to him. I know he will need it against 2 people. So, but an admin will probably gonna take care of that.
That would be an
Let's.
interesting game to cast, though.
Oh, that would be so fun. I would definitely cast that one. Um, so let's see. I wanted to cast this one player. I just don't know if he's there. So let's take a quick look. That's Kyon. What's his in-game name?
Is this another map I need to download?
No, the next one is just a standard ladder map.
Great.
So
We don't
this.
have to start the game like 3 times
Oh
again.
yeah, that was brutal. Okay, so adding a new friend, some new friends here, but let's bracket. Okay, so Kyan. Okay, so they moved into round 4, but they haven't set up the games yet. So bottom bracket we will not be able to watch right now. We could watch another top bracket game, and middle bracket is in semifinals. So let's take a quick look. So you're in my group. We had watched a game by Synthexor before, but we might as well do another one because we haven't watched his opponent, I believe. Prodigy. So let's switch it to the in-game scene.
Did you see Flurry Sassy comment?
Yeah, Flurry, you wish. Oh my goodness, what is that? Ah! Ay ay ay. Okay, I shouldn't have picked that game. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're same map, Ridge Valley. Seeing Synthexor playing the English in red against Prodigy playing the English. So we have an English mirror. So yeah, like uh yeah, at least it's top bracket, right? That's the one saving grace that it's not a bottom bracket English mirror. Oh my goodness, could you imagine?
What is the worst mirror in your opinion? I think English is one of the worst, isn't it?
English for sure is the worst. I would say that's the
The
worst
worst?
one. Yeah, it is. I would say it's the worst. Um, I think an Abbasid mirror can be fun if they're not like both going for like 4 or 5 TCs. A French mirror can be pretty one-sided depending on how the first few minutes go. Chinese mirror, yeah, could also be very stressful. But I mean that's again, I'm super biased. I think a Byzantine or a Mongol mirror would be more like the most fun to watch, just because of how different they can play their civs. But yeah, I mean most mirrors, or maybe an HIE mirror is probably also kind of okay. But in general, like most mirrors are just like, what am I doing here? This is so annoying. I don't want to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the more defensive a Civ is, the less exciting the mirror gets. Personally, a big fan of French mirrors because there's so much micro going on,
Mm.
or can be going on depending on the player's play.
Can be, yeah. So let's take a quick look at scouting here. So Synthexor barely scouted out the base. I mean, he knows where it is. He knows if he spawns in the middle, like it will be mirrored in a way, so his opponent will be sitting around here, moved around back to his base, delivered some sheep. On the other hand, Prodigy mainly scouted his own side, didn't really go for his opponent as of yet. But figured out where the outposts are. This one is located very nicely at the corner of the map here, at the side of the map. I don't see, imagine, and I don't hope we will see English trade this game, but could be an option at least in terms of where the trade posts are. Double council hall coming up. Prodigy with 4 villagers and Synthexor with 3, so we'll have a little bit faster feudal age for Prodigy. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun to see just the longbow masses crushing into each other. So
Yeah, 2 council halls. Let's see how it goes.
see, and this is the thing. Like, I would have loved to see the Abbey of Kings here, and just to see the king play. I mean, the the gold here, especially for Prodigy, is pretty exposed. So if you imagine a king right in there, like that would be the end of any gold income. So that would have been so nice to see. At the same time, the other all gold also kind of exposed, so longbows will be able to deal quite effectively with that. Yeah, so I mean nothing really like too wild right now from either player. So okay, I mean, would you expect like the more like feudal all-in a sense, or do you think they will like either player will go for either like second TC or fast castle option?
Hey, I am by no means an English expert. I personally would believe that if you have a mirror, that a defensive like Nomi play is the better option. So either 2TC or fast castle. But these players have a higher elo than me, and both of them picked the council hall and seem to be producing longbows. So maybe they'll prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally with you on that. Like, I think like one of the reasons why English is so annoying to play against is because they have so many defensive bony that it's just difficult to run into them. And so I mean, like for example, if you look at Prodigy's base, if you put a town center like right next to this, like what do you do against that? Like this it is really difficult to punish a second TC by English. I feel like. Especially because, you know, for example, with French, like you would probably go for like a very forward kind of TC, like maybe, you know, there's like 2 deer packs and a boar, so maybe you put it like down there in the middle, but then it's like super exposed and you can actually punish it. But like for English, if you just like place it like right next to your TC, like how do you punish that? Like you have to destroy your opponent completely before you can touch it. But yeah, so
especially for synthexors. Oh man, I'm gonna have a hard time with this name.
yeah.
Sorry, man. Especially in synth. I'll call him synth. Sorry. Especially in synth's place. Because he has these 2 wood lines, and you can't really. You kind of have to walk around to get to the back.
Yeah.
So placing a TC there should be fairly protected.
Yeah, totally agree. So I think that would have been definitely a viable option in my opinion. But at the same time, yeah, as Beer mentioned, like it's most longbows win right now. Synthexor is at 8. Prodigy just closed the gap to 8 as well. So yeah, just looking right now to have a slow, like a little bit of gold just to get your upgrades. No fast castle play here by Synthexor.
Go for dropping your blacksmiths. They're almost doing the same thing. Like they are doing the same thing.
It is scary. It is really like eerily scary how they mirror what they're doing. It's kind of like they're in a Zoom call with each other and be like, "You're dropping your blacksmith, all right? All right? Okay, I'll do the same. Don't worry."
They
Like
practice this.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they probably like met each other on the ladder a couple times already, and so could actually be that they're like, "Oh, I know exactly what he's gonna do," and it's 6.5 minutes. Time for the blacksmith.
I mean, I guess it's a build, and assuming like from these players' elo, I guess it's a good build against English. So now it's a longbow trade happening. I like the line formation. I think in this case this is a really good call.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think the line formation, like at least the first fight, he won because of that, and now he's getting pushed back a little bit. Both players getting their sealed arrow. Interesting also that they probably anticipated the opponent going for the iron undermesh first, and then therefore going for the attack speed. Sorry, not speed. The attack bonus +1. Yeah, so curious to see how that plays out. So Synthexor a little bit ahead in terms of eco upgrades. So in general, this will get him a slight lead eventually. It will take a little bit more time, but even though both players are 1TC, No villager kills, equal villager numbers. Eventually Synthexor will get ahead, and then he will either have more units to produce, or he will reach castle, depending on his preference here. But yeah, just trading longbows against longbows.
Although Synthexor is trading really well, the line formation is really paying off. I'm quite impressed, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I see with most English players, is that they go for the line formation. And yeah, now we have a tower here, so this is very important for Prodigy. And this is the moment where his defensive capabilities really will shine. Just because even though he will have less units to work with right now, Synthexor really can't just push into it. He needs to get rid of the tower, or he needs to walk all the way around, you know, maybe hit the gold, or something else. But this tower is really the MVP right now, and it will really hold the position here for Prodigy.
So there's a second archery range from Synthexor, and Billy just wrote in the chat that horsemen can't deal with the longbow mass. Because I had the same thing in mind as Flurry. Like, why not build horsemen? But yeah, those are a lot of longbows.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, I'm kind of like in between here. Like, yes, of course, if you only have a couple of horsemen, they will completely get demolished. But if you, especially if you can sneak them in, like, you know, like you build like 2 stables here and just produce like 10 horsemen, you have them underneath your TC, your opponent doesn't know about them. And then, you know, if you run around the wood line and you attack with the flank, then you can easily win the fight, and then the game is over. So I think there could be in play, but then again, he also doesn't really have the resources, and he's struggling right now as is. So if you're adding the horsemen to the comp as well, could be difficult. Also, I mean, he just, you know, he went for the ranged armor here, as well as with the ranged. So the ranged armor would also help the horsemen, but the ranged damage would not help the horsemen. So in terms of blacksmith upgrades, it's also better to focus on certain units and not, like, you know, be all over the map. And yeah, that also, like, longbows are cheaper and made like way faster, you know, with the council hall. Like, it's like super fast.
Oh, there's the horseman! There's the horseman!
There's the horseman! But yeah, you can see, like, they 2-shot the horseman, and it didn't really, like, it touched like this one longbow and dealt a little bit of damage. So overall, Synthexor in a very strong position, also with the towers here, solidifying his attack here. Yeah, Fleur, we're not bashing on you, don't worry. Like, we still like you as a friend. It's just that, yeah, this is one horseman. Of course it's not gonna do anything, like, we all know that. And I'm sure Prodigy knows as well. Yeah, now you can see, like, without the arrow slits, like the increased range, you actually can't even touch the longbows. So it's so annoying, like, you get the tower down with just the longbows. I mean, this kind of seems broken, but... You're losing like 1v1 against me 50% of the time. Why you wanna 1v2 me? It doesn't make sense, Flurry. So please, sit down, boy.
So yeah, Synthexor is slowly increasing the edge he had at the beginning, and starts pushing the base. He's also 6 vills ahead. Did he get 6 villager kills?
So,
Did I miss something?
Prodigy did get 3 villager kills. I don't know exactly how. I completely missed that apparently, but he did get oh, sorry. Well, okay, so it was probably the villagers that constructed the tower, I would say.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
And so yeah, he is ahead just slightly, but yeah, Synthexor now easily closing the gap now, 3-3. Villagers now on the rush, trying to get the outpost up here, because yeah, gold is lost now, so whatever Prodigy has, he will not reach Castle Age anytime soon. And super unfortunate for him, if you look at the map, like, all the gold is like on the left side of his base, which is exactly where his opponent is, so...
this is really unlucky.
This is really unlucky.
Gold here.
seems like I struck a nerve with Flurry here. He wants to 1v1 me. But I'm busy right now, so maybe another time, my friend.
Okay, the bills are... Oh, he's actually walking all the way to the next gold prodigy.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to fight. Like, if he wants to reach castle at any point, like, he definitely needs to have some more gold. I mean, his saving grace is that Synthexor is not looking to go for castle age anytime soon, so that could be saving him. But then again, like, what do you go for? King's Palace would be an option, but you just need the military mass. If you go for a white tower, that could be nice, but then again, like, where do you place it? You could place it like somewhere here and then secure 3 gold with that. Or you could try to push away Synthexor. But then again, like, while he will go up for Castle Age, we do have the Rams coming up here for Synthexor.
Castle Age incoming. And it's a white tower.
It is a white tower, and it's gonna be dropped in the very back of the base. So in terms of defending your base, yes, it's gonna secure the villages here. That's at least something. But I mean,
I guess his plan is to get men-at-arms out to deal with the archer mass. Let's see if they... they won't deny it.
yeah, they won't deny it. So that's at least gonna come up. So that's very good. In terms of positioning, I think it would have been better here, just because it would secure more gold and in turn also the farms. But yeah, it's the placement in general is fine. It just depends on like where the ram is going to push him in here. Blacksmith is gonna go down, but yeah, didn't have the resources to spend anyway.
He's building knights, of course, not men-at-arms, but knights. That's Prodigy's plan out of here.
Yeah, I mean, for the late game, the men-at-arms, they are really good, but for now he would need to get all the upgrades first, which he doesn't have. Let's see, he doesn't have the barracks, so it would just be like the Dark Age men-at-arms, which doesn't help him at all. So yeah, knights definitely a good play here against him, and should be able to clean up most of the longbows here. It doesn't really have anything else, that's the issue. I mean, like, the idea is good. It's just like, how long do it take to get all these units?
It's crazy, the TC is shooting down the ram before the ram kills the council hall.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, it's 11 villages in there, so yeah, never angered the English TC. Yeah, but it's also quite a lot of rams, so I mean, eventually it will get it down. And then the council hall is gone, and so just a lot less options to build your army from.
Synthexor is looking to move out. I don't think he has the knight numbers yet. I think he needs a couple more. But he's also running out of time. And... oh, not Synthexor, Prodigy. And Synthexor is going up to the next age. The knights are killing the rams. Oh, knights and the villager. And he's going in. No, he's not.
He's really like, oh, look at that pathing, like all around the council hall just to get to the ram. I mean, at the same time, like, yeah, now he's free to go onto the archers, onto the longbows. But yeah, it's crazy how so many longbows still have to run away from the couple of knights here, which historically, by the way, I just played the French campaigns. Was not really how it played out when French and the French Royal Knights met the longbows. But yeah, either way, White Tower is coming up here as well, so the knights will have to retreat fairly soon as soon as this hits.
What a great pushback from Prodigy here. It was a great timing. The castle just came up right before they could, Synthexor could deny it, and now he pushed Synthexor back with the knights, and now the playing field seems kinda even. Synthexor has a couple more builds, but yeah, he's in Prodigy is in a situation where he was about to lose, and now he's back in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Although it is still not looking too great here, as you mentioned, like the villager difference, just because Synthexor, while he was pushing, killed a lot of villagers. Um, and both players on the White Tower instead of the King's Palace, so one TC, no second TC anywhere, and so Synthexor can still just continue playing it like he just did. Now he's adding some crossbows in the mix, so that will deal with the knights. And so Prodigy, I would say he is kind of back in the in the game, but not really, if that makes sense. You know, it's like he just pushed off the attack, but Syntax is still ahead.
Yeah, he totally is. I don't think it's a situation you can't come back from, though. And it looked a lot more grim
Oh yeah,
a couple minutes ago.
Oh, absolutely.
We're seeing crossbows and archers against knights and longbows. And a trebuchet.
Yeah, trebuchet makes absolutely sense. I mean, you can get down on the production building here on the left. You can easily attack the White Tower. I mean, the rams were nice, but yeah, you need something, you know, with a little bit more range than the rams to really get into the English base here. Rams are at some point not fun anymore to run into your opponent's base.
We're seeing two monasteries from Synthexor. I can't find the monks searching for relics.
Yeah, he currently doesn't have monks, so he just built that preemptively but didn't use it now, currently, and well, I mean, at the same time, he's busy, you know, destroying his opponent. He doesn't really need to care too much about the relics right now. But yeah, relics would be a very nice play right now and helping to close the gap into the Imperial Age a little bit more. Trebuchet is not gonna fall. This is so annoying.
Oh!
Oh, what? And now we have this one
more horseman
hero,
coming in.
feudal age
He's-
hero
oh.
horseman. Oh man.
Hero on the suicide mission, but seems like he's winning the archer crossbow fight, so he could snipe the trebuchet after that.
Yeah, they were
But now
distracted
there are
a little bit.
reinforcements coming in.
Oh, but it's still feudal age. This is so annoying. Like, this is such a huge jump between feudal age and castle age, so this is not gonna do anything here. Yeah, longbows could easily snipe that here, but I mean, I'm saying easily. He only has like 5 longbows, and if he wants to close the gap, he needs to run right into those, and they wouldn't destroy everything. So Trebuchet is still fairly safe here, and can just go onto the stable and then the White Tower, and like there's literally no production building anymore here. There's one stable coming up here for Prodigy, but that's about it.
Council Hall is back up, and he's producing from the White Tower as well. Oh, this is a risky move to put the trebuchet there.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's...
Now the units are back. Ah,
Okay, now he
There it
finally
goes.
got it. Well, the crossbows, I would say mainly the reason for the crossbows is that he was lacking a lot of wood right now, and so it's like, okay, I want to have ranged units. If I can't afford longbows, then I might as well go for the crossbows. And they have a high damage output, so I've seen a lot of players, like pro players, high level players, going for crossbows even if there's no counter, just because of the resources. Because sometimes it's just better to have the units than to re-macro and then lose the game because you took like 3 more minutes to get the right units then.
and I mean at the beginning, Prodigy had knights, and with the crossbows, he's devaluing the knights or the opportunity or possibility to build them.
Yeah, and I mean overall, like at some point, like you just move into crossbows because they're just good units, very cost effective, very strong, and yeah. And then again, if you're going against the horsemen, like neither the longbows nor the crossbows really counter them, so you might as well take the units that do more damage. And Synthexor is just not letting off the pressure here. Which, I mean, I make it sound like that's a bad thing. Like, I like that he's not letting off, you know? It's like...
Shame on you, Synthexor.
Why is he still pushing? Like, why can't they just be friends? I don't understand. Like, just be nice to each other. Shake hands and walk away. Like, why do you have to attack?
Yeah, he's absolutely doing the right thing. He's not giving his opponent the opportunity to get too much back into the game and close the number gap that they currently have in military.
Yeah.
Prodigy is building up a horseman mass, which I guess is the right play.
Yeah, I mean, horsemen in general, like, they counter both unit types here. And, I mean, yeah, of course, like, they will also die because they're just, you know, like, mortal. But in general, like, horsemen definitely a good play here. And if you look at the army composition from Synthexor, like, now he's adding a couple of spearmen. But before that, like, it's only range. Like, range only here. And now...
Oh,
maybe?
they're not taking the fight. Oh, are they?
It's kind of like, yeah, yes,
Yes,
no, yes,
running
no.
in.
Yeah, you need to commit at some point. Like, you can't run back and forth. You're just losing a lot of horses there.
This is looking good for Prodigy.
Yeah, he does have the range numbers. He does have the attack speed bonus as well because of the tower here. And now he's able to push him back. But then again, he's also going into the territory for Synthexor, where he has the attack bonus. And so he really needs to be careful here, not overextending. But yeah, looking good
But
here. Longbows against crossbows.
Great fight for Prodigy.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the longbows are dealing very effectively here with the crossbows or with the remaining longbows here. And so overall, yeah, definitely a winning fight here. Was able to push him back, at least for the time being. And in terms of villagers, like, nothing really has changed. Synthexor is a little bit ahead still. Eco-wise, not looking for Imp Age for either player. Just continuing their Castle Age aggression. And now pushing him out of the range here, which is huge. So now he can turn around and destroy these. And then Synthexor is back to square one, basically.
This is great. Prodigy has really done a big comeback this game. Like, this, it didn't look good for him for most of the time, but I think now he's even. He's really even. He still has like a little villager gap, but yeah, he was in a bad spot for a long time, and I feel like now he's not anymore.
Yeah, I think so. A couple things that he could now try and do is take a couple horsemen or maybe a couple knights and try to raid your opponent, because like this is an extremely open base. There's no walls here anywhere, and just try to get onto your opponent. There's also a good opportunity to raid here in the backside of the base. So there's a lot of villagers that you could kill or at least idle out. So that is something that he could try and do. Although he doesn't really have the numbers right now, so it's yeah, difficult to really pull that off. But that's something that he could try. And also he could try and...
dropping a second TC. Sorry to interrupt. Prodigy dropped the second TC, and Synthexor got most of the relics, I think. He's getting his third one right now.
Yeah, so he has two right now. There's the third one, and then somewhere is the fourth one as well. There it is. And so yeah, he's got 4 relics. That's the only one that is still remaining. So Prodigy should try and grab that one here. But then again, it's maybe not like that big of a deal here. And we have a little bit of a fight here in the middle of the map. No towers for either player, so just standard vanilla English against English units here. And
yeah, so now we see why he had the crossbows, because a couple of men-at-arms can do enormous harm here.
Yeah, it's insane how much damage they do, and again, like, yeah, they don't do bonus damage against the horsemen, but they still do a lot of damage, so they can easily snipe it out. And also the thing is, like, crossbows have a slower attack speed, but that really doesn't matter if you're just kiting your opponent, because that it doesn't matter how fast you hit if you're just hitting and running, and so it doesn't. Yeah, that's some of the reasons why it's just good to at some point transition into the crossbows. Also, if you're messing up too many of the longbows and then your opponent runs around with a couple of knights and you're not prepared for that, that also feels bad moment. A nice little flank here by the one horseman here, but not really deciding what they want to do there, unfortunately.
A couple of men-at-arms are taking all of the fire from the longbows, which makes it less valuable. Could have killed a lot of archers with these shots, but instead only got a handful of men-at-arms.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. I mean, at some point you need to kill the men-at-arms, because if they're on top of your longbows, it also doesn't feel great. So it's yeah, just difficult, and we can see like the back and forth. Synthexor being able to overpower Prodigy once again with his army value twice as much. Army numbers completely in favor for Synthexor. Eco-wise, he could stop producing for a little bit, and then he could also go imp. So overall, Synthexor in a very great spot still. Build up some towers here. Again, the trebuchet, like probably the most annoying unit here for Prodigy at the time. Getting rid of the outpost here. Yeah, and so Synthexor is on the map. Like, there are a couple of points where you could easily punish him if you would have the resources to actually do that. But I mean, he needs to have all the army in his base. He needs to defend, because otherwise the game is over for him.
I like the mangonels and the horseman play. I think that's a good choice here.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a good choice, because you have to react to the mangonel. You can't just ignore it, even though it may not do a whole lot. It might, so you need to deal with that. You need to account for that, and then you have the horseman running in now, and a good split here by Synthexor here with the army. So the mangonels will not really be effective here against this kind of format here. Although, as I'm saying that now, they're moving in.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was a brutal fight. A brutal shot here, but it's still like just a couple units. And Springles, I haven't seen them in months, I feel like. But I guess against the men-at-arms, and then behind are the crossbows and longbows, it totally makes sense to go for some Springles. Why not?
Military numbers are looking good for Prodigy. This was another good fight for him.
This was an insanely good fight for him. I'm really surprised. The mangonels, and that's the thing, like again, like yeah, he lost the mangonels, but that also takes so much time and attention away from your opponent. And in the meantime, he could easily micro so much better than his opponent could. Which now in turn, like look at the numbers. Like the two trebuchets, yeah, they're cool, but they're gonna fall like very soon now. And that's basically everything that Synthexor has. Even though he has the bonus with the outpost, he doesn't have the numbers to actually support his position here and has to retreat once again. So
yeah, now Prodigy has the eco lead and the military lead.
Wow.
He's in a really good position now.
Yeah, kudos to that town center. I really like that idea. I really like that play. We have nothing of the sorts here for Synthexor, so yeah, he is ahead economically. His army numbers are very good right now. Yes, he would need more horsemen, but he can add that, and he has the resources to spam out. Yeah, at least 10 horsemen immediately. Get rid of the outposts here, and then hopefully clean this up here again, because Synthexor is going for round, I don't know, 5 or 6 now. It's a constant back and forth, but in general, Prodigy is taking the better fights. Just needs more outposts to really make use of the network of citadels that the English have. And then horsemen not really good against the men-at-arms, so kind of would need to flank there, but that's really tough. But then again, okay, so the crossbows there and the longbows just standing here, and the men-at-arms getting shredded here in the front. And I think that was the same issue that Synthexor had earlier. That as soon as you lose your frontline men-at-arms, the horsemen are so good against the longbows and the crossbows here.
Yeah, exactly. So now, Prodigy pushing Synthexor out of his base for another time.
Yeah, one more time. It's like Groundhog Day once again. And yeah, to what we talked about earlier, like at the very beginning of the game, like I think this is one of the reasons why English mirrors are so painful to watch, is because it's just like this constant back and forth. And just so, yeah, so annoying and exhausting to watch, but also to play it. I mean, if you know, for example, if that would be a French mirror, it would have been over like 20 minutes ago. But with English, it still keeps going. It's insane.
But I must say, I really like this game. Prodigy has made an excellent, a great comeback. And I expected the game to be a lot more passive and boomy than it actually is. There's a lot of fighting going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not boring in any way. It's just exhausting to see these longbow masses back and forth. That's the thing. Like, but yeah, in general, I really like the game. Both players playing it very well, and Prodigy, some really great fights here.
There's a raid coming in from Synthexor.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Northeast.
Yeah, so that could be okay. So we have so Synthexor here with the raid here on the right side, and Prodigy at the same time again mirroring each other's actions here on the left side, gaining a couple villagers there, villager kills there as well, and preventing the wall from being constructed here on the left side. So a little bit of a trade-off here between both players, and we do have the Berkshire Palace coming up for Prodigy. So the game went long enough for one of the players to be pop capped and then go for the Berkshire, which insane positioning here. Like, this is all the late game gold that you will need. Some more kills here by Synthexor on the right side. Prodigy not really reacting to that at all. Brutal to watch that. Villager slaughterfest here, but at the same time he's still way ahead, so it doesn't really concern him too much, I guess.
Yeah, he caused also a lot of idle time on the farms, which is food. Like food is what Synthexor needs right now. He's lacking food. He has everything else, and yeah. Prodigy gave him a lot of farm idle time and killed farm villagers.
Yeah, that was an amazing raid here by Prodigy in Synthexor's base while he was aging up, and now you can see the Berkshire Palace just annihilating everything in his vision range. Oh my goodness, look at that range. Like, this is disgusting. This is just so disgusting.
Berkshire.
Berkshire
is gross.
You either love it or hate it, and like I would bet that most people hate it. Yeah, but now the table has turned, and Synthexor is the one with the horsemen here. Some hand cannoneers actually here for Prodigy as well. Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, seems like Synthexor is using the timing because Prodigy spent all these resources on the Imperial Age. So Synthexor had, shall I say, more units. But now the numbers are getting even again.
Yeah, and the thing is also with the Imperial Age, as soon as you have enough resources for that, you get the enclosures, and that will help your gold income even more. So even though Prodigy was pushed off to 1 gold here, he secured at least those 3 golds on the on the left side of the map, and is able to actually push into Synthexor's base here. Even though there is the tower and the white tower and everything, like he doesn't care right now. He already got the upgrades, so it's elite longbows here.
There's a huge raid from Synthexor coming into Prodigy's base.
Yeah, that's
He's
just
getting in the wood
nasty.
line, he's denying his walls.
Yeah, this is gonna be an issue here for Prodigy. The villagers are fighting against the longbow, the horsemen here. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, like a drop in a bucket for Prodigy's eco at some point, because the main issue, or like the main important thing for him is the farms on the left side underneath the white tower, which are kind of safe, or at least should be safe. And then you also secure the gold. Let's see what the horsemen are able to do here. 37 kills so far. So this is a huge raid for sure here for Synthexor, but at the same time, Prodigy is moving into the base as well, so he's returning the favor. Killing quite a lot of villagers here as well. Just a couple horsemen here trying to fend off the attack. So many dead villagers. Look at that.
That's brutal. Both players, I guess Synthexor's raid is over now, but both players were just trying to get more villager kills.
Yeah, which makes sense, but then again, it's also, I mean, like, you can't run if you're already in this position, so you might as well get as many villager kills as possible. With the issue being, or the difference being, that Synthexor actually bleeds from that. Because, I mean, like, so first of all, Synthexor still has like 50 villagers less than Prodigy has, but then again, Prodigy also has 2 TCs, so he could remass it a lot quicker. And look at the eco here. 3,500 food for Prodigy. He has all the food that he needs. He just needs to have a little bit more gold, and then he can spam out units like crazy if he wants to. So incredible how it has turned and how good it is looking for Prodigy at the time.
Yeah, 61 versus 116 villagers. I'm not sure if there's a comeback from this.
No, and now we're getting the enclosure, so it is a little bit delayed, of course, but then again, Prodigy was busy and also had to spend a lot of resources to keep his army intact. And now you have the hand cannoneers firing away. Look at that damage, this is so disgusting. But yeah, so I mean, like, in general, I think the only thing that Prodigy is missing right now is he can mass up a little bit more, of course, but then he also just needs a little bit of siege, and then he can mow down Synthexor completely. So I think he is in a very good position right now, and he should be able, if he doesn't overcommit at some point, he should be able to close out the game, because he is one age ahead, and yeah, you can tell. You can tell by the damage that the units are doing. This one relic is still available. But yeah, not the most important thing in the world right now.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that's delaying Prodigy from closing the game is that there was a huge raid on his wood line, and now he doesn't have the wood he needs, for example, for siege. Full of those.
Yeah, that is very true. But I mean, what does he have on? He has 52 on wood right now, so 46. So he should get the wood fairly soon. And in the meantime, I mean, he could just imagine how many knights that would be just for looking at the food and the gold. So that would be really nice. And then he can add the longbows later on as well. But yeah, I mean, he is getting the wood right now, so he could go for some siege if he wanted to. And overall, I mean, he is still holding against Synthexor, who was able to mass up his army once again. But it's still just Castle Age army.
Yeah, it's crazy how long he holds with that Castle Age army.
Yeah, it's just because he has like twice as many units. That's why he's able to hold on. But just imagine the resources that he's bleeding by doing that. So yeah, Prodigy.
So it seems like Prodigy wants to overrun Synthexor with men-at-arms. Just drop 3 more barracks.
Mm. Yeah, it really looks like that, right? I mean, if you have the Imperial men-at-arms, like, just look at the armor. It's so insane. Like, they don't take damage, basically. They don't want to die. very forward outpost here. That's a very risky play here. But it will get up.
Contested arms are so tanky.
They are so
All
freaking
the
tanky.
damage they take, they just don't care.
Yeah. Man-at-arms don't care. And the outpost is coming up, and as soon as that hits, we will have also the bonus here for the units, the attack speed bonus. And now, yeah, the tables have completely turned, and Prodigy is now pushing into the base, constructing some towers there as well. And yeah, and there we have it. There we have it. So, incredible back and forth mirror game. And very like basically both using the same tactics for most of the game, but yeah, I think the second TC was really like the game changer here for him, and eventually.
Yeah, great comeback from Prodigy. I think the castle timing was what made a big difference, and then yes, the second TC. I think those were the two things that made the game for him.
Yeah.
He couldn't have had the castle age timing like 5 seconds later, because that would have cost him like 10 villagers.
Yeah, that would have been like, or just imagine he would have to cancel that or something, like that would be the game ending situation right there.
Exactly.
So yeah, for most part, very balanced and even game, back and forth, and eventually Prodigy coming out on top. Crazy, yeah.
A great game.
Yeah.
Well played by both players.
Indeed. And yeah, even though it was an English mirror, it wasn't, like stale and super boring or whatever. So very nice to see that. Could have been a lot worse. Let's put it this way. It was top bracket, so that was very good. All right, let's take a quick look here at the brackets. We're in round 4 with the top bracket. Bottom bracket, real quick. Should also be okay. Okay. Almost done with round 4 as well. And then we have middle bracket with already in the finals. So the middle bracket is pushing ahead now. Has Real Tiger lost a game? Let's check that out. So in round 1, Real Tiger won. In round 2, Real Tiger lost. In round 3, he won. And in round 4, he won. Okay, so he lost 1 game. So still very good statistics. Okay, so I think we should actually grab the middle bracket finals, because otherwise we will completely miss that, and then we'll jump back to either top or bottom bracket semi-finals, or then maybe finals. So
Good.
if you leave the game, I can re-invite you.
Always forget that it doesn't take me automatically.
Yeah, and I really don't understand why I have to invite someone every time I want to watch, like, be in a group with them. It's something that I wish that H would fix at some point. But enough of that. So we are watching the middle bracket finals, DJP against Faboose. And we'll switch into in-game.
Delhi against Holy Roman Empire.
Delhi against Holy Roman Empire. Very interesting. I really like that matchup. I'm really excited for
To
that
be honest, I have no idea how this matchup plays.
game. Yeah, well, I mean, let's explore it together. So DJP in green playing the Delhi on the left side of the map against Faboose in yellow playing the Holy Roman Empire. Immediately going to gold, of course, with 2 villagers. And then going for a house over here. Yeah, that's the thing, Flurry. Yeah, it used to counter Delhi, but now feudal age is a little bit more interesting and a little bit more explored by HRE, and not just the fast castle option or even fast imp. And so it could be a very aggressive feudal age game that we will see. But there's okay, the mosque being constructed fairly late, but still a good timing there. I mean, you just lose a couple seconds, it's not a biggie. And for the other ones, yeah, you already have the wheelbarrow here in queue. So yeah, I mean, I think HIE could still go for the fast castle option, just to grab the relics while Delhi is busy with the sacred sites. But then again, Delhi would probably just kill HIE once they also reach castle age, because then they have like 5 times as much or as many units as HIE would have. So yeah, I'm not sure either how it's gonna play out. But we're gonna see. So as of scouting, so Delhi just went around their base, scouted their resources for now, and is going to look for some more sheep. HIE kinda doing the same thing around his base and then delivering some more sheep. And then we'll at some point figure out where his opponent is at, where the resources are at, if there's something that he wanna be aggressive with.
I really like the spawn from DJP. With only a little bit of wall, he can like secure the whole corner, and he has all the resources there. The only forward thing for him are his berries, and he has another backward berries, which is fairly close.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of easy to wall the map off here. If I'm not, yeah, it's on Dry Arabia, so very well-known map that they drafted for their first middle bracket finals. It's gonna be a best of 3, by the way, so it's not gonna be one player is gonna be out after one loss. Dome of the Faith, not a big surprise here for the Delhi. Aachen Chapel covering the gold, covering the wood line. So also not a surprise, and a good placement in general as well. He will be a little bit cramped in here with the farms though. But then again, like if you put it like out here, you know you're not gonna be able to defend it against the Ghazi Raiders. And there's not really, I mean, you could also put it like here next to the berries, between the berries and the wood line, but then it's also gonna be exposed to the Ghazi Raiders. So that's, in terms of where you place your landmarks, it's also gonna be, you also have to take into consideration which civ you're playing against. So I like the placement. Prelate stands ready to jump into the Aachen immediately. Very, very good. And Dome of the Faith built with 3 villagers, so it's gonna take a little bit longer. But overall, that's still fine. Delhi doesn't need to necessarily rush that much into... Well, yeah, I mean, it is late. I do wonder, like, if you're going for the mosque, like, for the Dome of the Faith, you want to get Sanctity as soon as possible, obviously, and you can just cancel Piety, go for the Sanctity instead. Yeah, so he does have enough resources to then go immediately into some production buildings, into the blacksmith, because yeah, you do want to have the blacksmith as soon as possible, just because you get the resource, the text for free. So there's the blacksmith, there's the stable, right as we expected.
Sure, he already has their barracks out, and is dropping an archery range, and we see spears coming in, probably in preparation for the raiders.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to deal with the Ghazi Raiders, there's almost nothing better than the Spearman. He needs to make sure that he gets the hardened upgrade at some point, which is extremely cheap anyway. DJP is walling off the south side, which is interesting. So he maybe would expect horseman raids coming in by HIE. Because otherwise...
are running across the map. It seems like he's going to raid with those.
With the spear... Well, I mean, the funny thing is, like, he actually could raid the berries here. just because it's so far out. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what is going to do with those. Because I mean, he's not gonna scout anything with them. He doesn't have a great vision there. And then the wolf is also attacking him. There's this one Ghazi raider here, so he is finding that, but it's kind of
Going on the
difficult.
berries.
Yeah.
So 2 spears are attacking the berry villagers.
And is he getting? Oh, it's so close! It's so close! Oh my goodness! You know what? In all honesty, if that would have been Hardened Spearman, they would have gotten the kill. It's so sad.
They're going. Oh, that's crazy. They're denying the wall here.
Well, I like the proactive play here with the Spearman now finally being Hardened Spearman as well.
Right to the next
Oh
berry.
man, he just left him right there. Why did you do this?
Are they gonna get the villager?
Come on, get it, get it.
Run!
Run, little villager. Oh, it's a woman. Oh no, it's actually not hitting.
But still, this is a great raid. I've never seen a spearman raid like this.
Yeah. And you know,
Crazy. HRE is just pushing into his base.
and you know what the funny thing is also, like the wheelbarrow saved both villagers live just because of the move speed that they get with the wheelbarrow. And oh, she wants to get some more. Let's see how that turns out.
There's a Ghazi raider in Fabuz's base now. He's running towards gold. But didn't suspect the wall and lost most of the Ghazi raiders live.
Wow, so that was
Okay, archers. DJP sending archers to kill those 2 legendary spearmen that pushed him off of both berries.
and Fabuz wants to go out on the deer pack here, but didn't suspect that there's a Ghazi raider actually, and so he's gonna lose out a villager here. So this is gonna be the first blood of the game here, and what is he gonna do with the Ghazi raider here? Where's your spearman? I mean, it's cool that you're. Ooh, there's a nice raid coming in
Here's
here.
an attack on the wood line from Babuzi.
But yeah, not a whole lot of damage here. Just a scout, a couple spearmen, a couple men at arms, a couple archers. So not getting. Like he literally has not killed a villager yet. Like how is that even possible? Like he didn't kill a single villager yet. What is
he killed
happening?
one, I think. You mean Fabuzi, right? I think Fabuzi killed 1 villager.
No, he didn't. That's the thing. Like he didn't kill a single villager.
But it's 29 to 31 or 30 to 31 now.
Yes,
So
but
he is ahead.
yeah, that's cool. But I mean, the thing is, like, if you look at
one also.
if you're looking at the UI,
Oh.
oh my
Yes,
goodness.
you're right.
And now, yeah, DJP is getting the 2nd villager kill, so he's 2-0 right now. And Fabuz, I mean, he lost everything in that fight. And he didn't kill a single villager. And now you can just take out the scholar and heal everything. Like, this is insane.
It's crazy that all the villagers are almost dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, for real, look at that.
None died.
Like, there's 2 with, like, so low health, and it just didn't work. This is, oh man, this is huge for DJP. Like, he should have lost, like, at least 5 villagers in that fight. And he didn't lose a single one. Like, this is so huge. Wow, crazy game so far. Not
Yeah,
what I
really
expected.
crazy.
Scholar not willing to take the sacred side, apparently.
I guess he's waiting for the units.
Yeah, but I mean, usually you still go there.
Maybe he misclicked. Oh. Let's see if the archers can snipe. No, they can't snipe it.
Yeah, the issue with the men-at-arms is that, yeah, they're great against the archers in general, just because they tank so much. But the Ghazi Raiders do 2 bonus damage against heavy armored units, which men-at-arms are part of that group. And so, yeah, the Ghazi Raiders, I mean, DJP could just happily go for mass Ghazi Raiders and then just a couple archers to take care of the spearmen, and he will completely win any fight. Especially if he has a couple of scholars in, like, behind all that. Yeah, so... Also,
So
not a
during that
whole...
fight, DJP had a little raid going on the deer from Abbasid, and he had the same destiny as
Yeah.
Abbasid earlier. He like injured most of the villagers, but he did get a kill.
Yeah. This is it's really unfortunate for him. So, and DJP also, I mean, we're 11.5 minutes into the game, and only one sacred site captured so far. We saw a Delhi game earlier where it was like 9 minutes, and we had all 3 sacred sites captured. So that's something that could be improved in general. Fabu's having a lot of army right now, but the question is how can he use that actually? Because
I mean, he's doing a good job so far, pushing DJP off the sacred sites. He kept them in the base for a long time. Okay, DJP tried to do another raid in the north side, but Abbasid's not having it. He placed like 17 units there to kill that one Ghazi raider.
yeah, you wanted to make sure that this guy dies quickly, and now he's decapping one of the sacred sites. So yeah, overall, I agree. It's he's doing a good job. He's close to Castle Age as well, so he could macro for that. Just yeah, switch a little bit. Well, it doesn't even have to switch anything. He can go for Castle Age right now. Now market coming up, as well as the Ragnits. There it is. Finally, we see a Ragnits. And so yeah, decap the sacred site. So Delhi is lacking in sacred sites. This one relic is safe for him, but the other ones are basically free to be taken by Fabus. Only has 1 prelate right now, 2 in a queue, which yeah, timing wise they should be fine. They should just be able to walk there. I mean, he took the one out of the Aachen Chapel, so should get a couple of relics. That's gonna be very nice for him. House of Learning coming up on the other hand, with only 4 villagers, so this is gonna take forever.
So yeah, I would say Abbasid is in a great position right now.
Yeah, and I don't really understand why DJP was not messing up more Ghazi Raiders and is not more proactively trying to get the sacred sites, because he does have a couple of scholars that he could send around. He does have a lot of units that he could use to fight, and maybe a couple less archers and then more Ghazi Raiders, and he would be able to compete with the German army. But first relic is being taken here by Fabus. The second one, no, please, oh, go back,
Oh no!
go back, no, old man, please. Oh.
I guess it's a misclick on the map. Oh, he saw it.
Yeah, it's
Reaction here.
yeah, he probably just sent it over to the wrong. Yeah, clicked on the card instead of the relic itself. But he realized the error of his ways, and third relic is coming up. And I think, okay, so the thing is, like, if you're carrying a relic and then you're also already shift queuing the other relics, it can be difficult.
Relic denied.
Ooh, Ghazi, oh no, Ghazi Raider is so close.
And he's getting 2 relics tonight. On the south side, they're denying another relic. Oh, is he gonna? Yeah.
Close one. Well, okay, so this one got denied, so he is at 2 at the moment. So let's see.
Abbasid's seeking revenge for the killed monks, and he's attacking the base, but only with half his army, I think. Aren't there some units lacking somewhere?
Well, I would sure hope so, because this doesn't look like 30 units. He did get the upgrades yet, so that's very good. So he can actually push into the base. But then again, it's also like you're just killing a lot of archers, which are still feudal, so you don't really care that much about it. Couple of his army is over here as well, but where's his army? Like that's a good
Attacking
question.
the wall, and he's securing the top relic, the relic in the north.
But I mean, it's still like, where's the rest of his army? Like, these are 5 units, and there's a couple ones. This is strange. Am I blind?
I guess a lot of them are just in the reinforcements, like they're just walking across the map. As
Probably, yeah.
DJP is in a position to raid, or maybe he's just waiting for Fabuzi to take the gold on the east. Those couple minute arms are doing a huge difference in the base.
Yeah. Yeah, we again we have the situation. If there's no Ghazi raiders, the men at arms are really actually really good. A lancer here from Delhi as well. So as long as you don't have enough spearmen, it's kind of difficult to deal with them. Still hardened spearmen, by the way, so that's a little bit unfortunate.
Is he trying to take the south sacred side?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Oh, and he's also going into the east on the farms, men at arms.
Oh yeah, so he was able to go through the wall there. Very nice. And he finally managed to get 2 villager kills. So he was able to break even. Love to see that. So one sacred site being taken.
Time, attacking the base from the east. This is great. Just when the raid needed DJP's attention, Fabuzi attacked from the other side.
Yeah, this is done very well here, and way too many units shifted to the left side, and then you have the raid pushing off. Oh, look at all these villagers on the right now. They're extremely vulnerable right now here.
And there's a knight hitting the deer.
Oh yeah, this is great. So the reinforcements.
To escape through the stone forest. Crazy.
So reinforcements are gonna killed off very easily here from Faboose, but other than that, like in general, the raid was really great and got a lot of damage done here.
Yeah, exactly. Fabuzi has a clear villager lead of 10 villagers now.
Yeah, and it just takes so long, you know, you can see on the left side all the text that Delhi is getting. It just takes so long to get them because it's like only 11 scholars at the moment. And so it's really difficult to actually do anything while you're getting all the upgrades. But still, I mean, in terms of numbers, it's pretty even right now. The army value is pretty even as well. And so Faboose really needs to be careful here with the prelate as well, to not lose his reinforcements just like that. Crossbows as well as the spearmen easily handling the knights. Oh, just attack! No, what is doing? He's not attacking, that's unfortunate. Faboose had a chance to kill a lot of villagers on the stone there. Was just walking around right now. At least he's pushing a lot of idle time.
Yeah, Fabuzi got in some great raids. He's still in that base, denying him the wood line and killing villagers. That's great.
Yeah, this so like the eco damage he's doing with like half of the villagers currently idle, or more than half actually, and then also killed a couple of villagers, and just all the attention that DJP has to focus and shift elsewhere. And in the meantime, he completely shifted the table here by going for all the 3 sacred sites actually. So now only Roman Empire is the one with all the 3 sacred sites, and yes, trying
he still
to.
has archers on the fields from DJP.
Oh,
He's still killing villagers. He's just trickling. I don't know. He's just trickling in units from all sides.
Yeah.
Really good play here.
Yeah, on the other side, we do have a couple Ghazi raiders from DJP in the Aachen Chapel or under the Aachen Chapel. Getting a lot of villager kills there as well. A little bit delayed reaction here by Faboose. But yeah, in general, I mean, the horsemen are great. The knights are great. So this is just exactly what you should go into. I would actually skip the men-at-arms probably just because of the mobility, and just go for horsemen and knights, and then a couple archers in the back just to be sure that you can.
DJP is trying to convert.
Ooh,
Sorry to interrupt.
that's gonna be fun, but it's not gonna happen. But at least it pushes away Fabu, so that's definitely something. Um, Ghazi Rider still in the HRE base here. Very annoying to deal with. So we just need a couple spearmen, and then that will be easily defendable. Double Wololo coming out here, but of course not hitting anything.
He keeps
Yeah,
switching
he keeps
the
switching
monks
all the time.
here,
Yeah.
here the relic. But yeah, it's looking really bad for DJP now because he doesn't have a lot of army value, and Fabuzi is using this advantage to raid his base.
Yeah, the eco damage is so huge right now here, and you can really tell like DJP is really struggling with getting anything done here, and I mean he did get the farm transition, so that is kind of nice, but then he was not able to use it for the longest time, and then like both his wood lines are denied right now. We have rams coming in now actually, so Fabu's really trying to keep up the pressure here. And looking very solid. That's definitely for sure here.
So yeah, DJP is building up the numbers, so he has a similar similar army number again on the field.
Yeah, and he is also getting the techs, so eventually he will be fine in terms of, you know, like the damage output. But then again, he's also he lost to Mosque and his forward base, and it's gonna be pretty difficult for him to keep that actually. So now we have a fight going in. Archers sniping away the Scholars, which in general is a good idea to get rid of them, but it just takes forever because they heal up so much. And Fabu's lacking a little bit in numbers, so the reinforcements are trickling in now, but DJP able to hold just because of his defense bonus underneath the town center, like with the town center firing away as well. Another Wololo attempt, but very closely not getting the knights there.
He's switching the relic, and I bet he's... Oh no, I thought he would do another Vololo attempt right away. Yeah, the TC slaughtered a lot of his archer masses from Uzi, which allows DJP to hold on for now.
Yeah, the TC is just very important in this fight, and archer numbers surely are dwindling for the HAE, but then again you also have still a couple of men-at-arms in the mix here in the front, and they're just hammering away with their maces, so they don't really care that much. And yeah, it was a good attempt, but I think a delayed feudal age timing for DJP, delayed with the sacred sites, and you can really tell that this is where where Delhi would have shined instead of yeah, being pushed back, lost the map control, and then just the relentless, very nice raids by Fabus, really putting up the pressure.
Yeah, I think that Fabus put pressure on from the very start, and didn't really give DJP a chance to get the sacred sites for barely any time. I think that just put the momentum on his side and won him the game on the long run.
Yeah, I mean, like, just look, if you're looking at the eco here, like, he had so much more food to work with, he had so much more gold to work with, and yeah, I mean, difficult to, if HAE is aggressive and pushing onto your base, it's pretty difficult to deal with that. So let's switch it back to the lobby. So first game going over to Faboose in this best of 3 series. Let's see if they already started. It looks like they started the second game already. So if you jump out of your game, I can invite you again, and then we can continue with the second match of the middle bracket finals.
I'm out of the game.
Out of the game. All right. Hit observe. Switch the scene. And I'm gonna grab some water real quick while we're loading up. Alright, what do we have?
You're gonna like this.
Oh, that is so lovely. I'm back right in time, and we have DJP in blue playing the most fun to play Civ. I'm just kidding. Playing the Mongols in blue on Himeyama against Faboose in red playing the Rus, which is also a cool Civ. It's okay. So yeah, I mean, you're like pretty familiar with the Rus. I am pretty familiar with the Mongols. What would you expect from this?
The way I know the Mongols right now is that, or that I understand them, is that the later the game goes, the worse it gets for them because they don't have walls. So I'd expect Rus to go castle, and then I don't know, just do the late game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. The thing is also like Rus has an extremely strong late game, with the Streltsies, for example, and also with, I mean, it's not that important anymore. They have an improved range with the roller shutter triggers, for the Springles. Again, not that important anymore because they just changed, like the Springles are different now. But in general, Rus very strong late game, very annoying to deal with. Horsemen can be super painful to deal with. So overall, yes, you don't want to have the game go for too long. And also, I mean, like if you compare how strong are the Mongols in certain ages, their strongest point is like early castle age, when you get the Keshik upgrades and you can just mow into your opponent's base. You have the Kurultai to work with. So yeah, I would expect a lot of aggression and pressure from the Mongols. Pretty exposed Uvu here, so we could also see a couple of scouts just coming here, torching it down, also preventing any building from being constructed here. So this definitely right now, the Uvu is the weak point in the Mongol base, because everything else, you have the food underneath the south center, you have the gold, you have the wood, so it's difficult to raid this one here. But the Uvu is definitely an angle of attack that the Rus could look for. Coming up with the Kremlin here, securing 2 golds and 1 stone in the front of the Rus base. Also, just a ton of vision that it will provide, so this is gonna be a pretty safe Rus base. Difficult to raid for sure for the Mongols.
I don't think the wood line, the bottom wood line is underneath the Kremlin, which I would say is a missed opportunity.
It doesn't look like it, no.
The Rus player went for 1 hunting cabin, which is, as far as I know, is the play if you want to do feudal aggression. If you don't want to go castle, but attack feudal or fight feudal.
Yeah, or apparently he is looking for a second TC here, because right after he will construct the Kremlin, he's going to go for the stone here. And so we're gonna have, most likely at least, and he's also heavy on wood right now. So it'll be a 2 TC Rus feudal age against Mongols, and so now the thing is like with the deer stones, it doesn't really give away whether they want to trade or not, because the deer stones is, in my opinion, the better landmark currently, just because of the Khans hunters. The silver tree can have its uses, of course, but so you could trade either way at some point. With the markets, this one is fine, but then again, it's also kind of close to the Rus base, and so trading to this one here could prove difficult. This one is just too close. It's not really worth it, I would say. At least not in the main phases of the game where there's still gold out on the map that you could just get to as easily.
And it's also the traders would have to walk around the wood line. The wood line is kind of inconvenient.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's super annoying. Like the way the wood lines and the markets spawn on Himayama makes it sometimes awful map for trade. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it's just awful. Yes, you can boost it with the outposts, with the YAM network by 15% move speed, but even then you still have to walk all the way around. So yeah, and then again, it's very exposed. You can't build walls. You can't wall it off. So I don't think we'll see early trade coming up for sure. Stable is being built here, so Kashyyyk as to be expected. And on the other hand, do we already have the pro scouts? We don't. Okay.
Yeah, Rus is gonna have their second TC up soon. Babuzi is on stone with 15 villagers.
15. Yeah, he wants to have all the stone. I'm not sure exactly why, because I mean, yeah, he needed the stone because now he had enough wood already, and now he can go for the town center. So a good position in general. He can push in the deer a little bit, and then he has 2 golds and then the deer to work with. So he's trying to push it in already a little bit. So you don't even need pro scouts if you can push it in like that. So that's fine. On the other hand, do we already have Kashyyyk in queue? We don't.
Two
We have
horsemen
horsemen.
approaching the base, but they're not gonna be in time for the
No.
town center.
No, so the thing is, like, if you have like a very clean timing, you can have Kashyyyk out at 4.5 sort of minutes, or have it in queue, and then so at around minute 5 they would hit the map, and then they would be here at like 5 minute 20 or so, and so they could have maybe prevented that from going up. But even then, it's still underneath the Kremlin. You don't want to fight underneath the Kremlin, so yeah. Let's take a look at the vision. So yeah, Kremlin just provides a ton of vision here, so it's just very nice and safe forward base. So yeah, I really like the second TC play, and that also really puts the pressure on the Mongols, because then they're, in a way, they're in a timer, you could say. They either have to pressure it and destroy it before it paid off, or they have to do something similar, which you can go second TC as Mongols. You could trade on this map, or you go for a fast castle and hope that you will just crush them with better units, which probably doesn't work.
So DJP built a market, and he also built a couple unit buildings. So seems like it's gonna be a mix between trading and pushing on that second TC.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, you don't want to, let them reign free here with the second TC. His saving grace though is that Fabus currently is not even using it as a. It's just like an oversized mill at the moment. Now he's building some villagers there as well, producing some villagers. So yeah, we have two markets coming up here. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, so markets, they're cheaper now. They only cost 100 wood and not 150 like it used to be. And so you can actually, instead of the silver tree, go for 2 markets. It only costs 200 wood. And then you just go and sort of, quote unquote, double produce markets, traders. Yeah, and he's trading to this one. And so yeah, they will go all the way around here. He will need to clean the wolves here because they will be annoying as heck. There's actually a couple wolves here on the straight route here.
Why didn't expose the trade route? He's like almost in Kremlin side range.
Yeah.
Depending on how the traders will walk as well.
Yeah, I mean he should be able to trade fairly safe, especially if he can like pulls all the attention to the north side. You know, it's kind of like in Lord of the Rings where the army of the allied forces pull away Sauron's attention so that Frodo can just walk in, and so this is basically you know, like the Mount Doom that he wants to trade with. But yeah, so definitely a good choice to go for trading, because Mongols are quite gold-hungry civs. It's quite a gold-hungry civ if you want to go for a lot of Kashik units, which currently is not really doing. Mangudai and Khan's Hunters instead. And then the Horsemen, of course. So pushing away for boost here, at least for now, from the food. More barracks coming up here, and then yeah, there we have the Pro Scout. So eventually going for Pro Scout build, of course. And now we have a little bit of a skirmish here between the Horsemen and the Spearmen. Please snipe this one. Just snipe it. I was hoping for the Khan to actually snipe this one Spearman here, because the Khan has a lot higher range in general. Where is it? But then also increased by... should be increased by the... Where's the Khan's Hunter? Where's the... Okay, there's the Khan's Hunter just standing there. So, yeah, you want to have that Khan's Hunter with you at all times. What I like to do is, I group the Khan and the Khan's Hunters in the same control group. And that way you make sure that it's always there where the army needs it. But, yeah. So unfortunately the Khan's Hunter just standing there and looking at all those stone outcroppings here in the area, the gold. DGP trying to find an angle of attack here on the north side.
Yeah, the wood line is best gig, and if he knows it or not, he's walking in the right direction.
Yeah, so he should be able to find that very soon. Now there's the signal arrow. And he'll be able to kill a couple villagers here. The horsemen don't do a ton of damage, but eventually they will also kill villagers. At the same time, he was losing a couple units here. And now we also have knights on the field by Rus, which is gonna be an issue for the Mongols. And so we have almost the same situation as an earlier game, where the Mangudai, they don't counter anything here. And I mean, maybe they countered the knights sort of, but not really. And the horsemen, they don't counter anything there either. We have quite a nice trade going. So switching back over here, so we're at 11 traders right now, 3 more in queue. So this is quite nice. He should try to get to 15 at least, just to get the tier 3 unlocked. But in general, that's very nice, also with the outposts. But yeah, since Rus is also on the map here, he scouted out the trade. He knows about the trade, and he can just easily move into it with the knights, which he is going for right now. And so now Mongols need to defend the trade. If he loses the trade, it's gonna be a very uphill battle for him.
He gets to kill all the scouts that were taking the deer. Or maybe not. Produce is getting away with the scouts, but on the other side he's attacking the trade right at the bottom market.
Yeah.
And further up as well.
Yes, DJP is now letting the remaining scouts survive and is now focusing his attention on the middle here. Because yeah, he really needs to keep the trade going. That's his ticket to the victory here. Also, I mean, not to mention that he's standing with the back to the wall right now, because he lost the first game. If he loses this one, it's gonna be over for him. So he definitely needs to defend and protect the trade which he is not really doing. Like, I mean, he's trying to, but he can't really go through this unit. Just because the Mangodai, as I said earlier, they don't counter anything here. Like, they are complete waste of a unit here. And if he would have like twice as many archers, it would have been a different story. High trade house, on the other hand, also coming up here, which is that's probably one of the worst places that you could place the high trade house at. Oh well, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, there would have been these two wood lines in the south.
Yes, either you place it like right beneath, or you go for like the very extended one and like maybe like on the northeast side and hope that it never gets scouted out, or you put it like in the mid. Ooh, look at the like right to the trade on the south side. That would have been a nice spot.
Like, I mean, that's risky, and I guess for him it's more about the age up than about the landmark. But yeah, that would have been a dream spot.
But I mean, like in terms of risky, like he needs to fight there anyway because of the trade. So he is in this area, and then the question is if the Mongols would actually be able to do anything against that. So, I mean, yeah, of course, it's more risky than have it like right there underneath his TC, but it would have been so much better. Like that would have been like, I don't know, 180, 200 gold maybe per minute. That would have been so nice.
The two wood lines at the back of his base would have been perfect for it.
Or that, yeah, or that.
But yeah, Abbasid is denying all of the trade. BJP is coming in with his own spears, which is a good choice. But he's in a bad position. He lost a lot of traders and doesn't have the stronger army right now.
No, not at all. I mean, he is losing spearmen here because it's just a couple of units. He can't really deal with the archers either because, like, his horseman numbers, they have dwindled massively, and so now he added a few Kashik. That's fine. He is going up with the Kurultai as well, so will help him in fights for sure. But at the same time, doesn't have superior mobility either, so it's gonna be slow as a snake. Snail. Slow as a snail. Yeah, snakes are not really slow necessarily. But yeah, either way. So now his castle age is hitting, but it will still take a couple of minutes for him to actually get all the upgrades because he's lacking the gold and resources in general. Now we have the Kurultai there. Kurultai in combination with the Yam network, really nice.
Actually, but then not too bad of a fight for him, although he's fighting with the Mangodai against the archers because of the Kurultai.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like as soon as you have the Kurultai, it's fine to use the Mangodai, but then again, you also you probably want to like stay in one place and not run around and kite all day if you want to use the Kurultai to its maximum potential. He is adding a couple of archers now. Started trading to the top side, by the way, which 30 gold. Like you might as well just not do it. Which also, by the way, got scouted out.
Option because you couldn't trade to the bottom, so you just try to get something out of it. But yeah, Abbasid assumed or scouted it and managed to kill another couple traders there.
Yeah, so definitely.
Not a good game to be a trader.
Yeah, I mean definitely a good play either way from Abbasid to do that. It's the thing is like now, DJP actually could switch back to the south trade post. He is going for some outposts.
He's doing that. He's just switched, and now the traders are going back to the south.
Yeah, and you can see like it's like more than double the amount of resources that he gets there. And like the only thing, like, and I'm saying it as like it would be easy. Like the only thing that GGP needs to do now is to put up the pressure, like camp with your Kurultai somewhere down there, and then mass up your army, get your upgrades, get some siege units, and then push in, get the second TC down. Because as soon as the second TC falls, then it's almost even again in terms of eco. Because yeah, you're building up your trade, the opponent loses a second TC. That's a win-win.
Where's JP's army? I only see the units next to the Kurultai, but that's not his entire army, is it?
Well, it kinda is, actually. I mean, there's not really a whole lot more than that. And yeah, now he really needs to move out because his scout, his trade on the south side got scouted out again. And now's the time to do something about it. Now is the time to defend it. But he's just standing there with his units currently. Is he looking for the upgrades? I mean, what is he trying to do? He could get the veteran upgrades for the archers. He could get the veteran upgrades for the spearmen. He could get the veteran. Like, he doesn't have any veteran upgrades. He's basically still a feudal. It's really a shame.
I think even the Kurultai can't make him win this fight if the armies
No, I
don't
mean,
hit each other.
the only castle age unit that he currently has are a couple of men at arms, which, yeah, that's nice, but this alone is not gonna win him the fight. And in the meantime, by the way, Faboose got 5 relics, so he's gonna be a happy camper. Nice fight here in general, underneath the Kurultai, but the thing is Faboose can probably still take it fairly well here, just because it's just feudal age units. And the man-at-arms, like, Faboose, DJP, sorry, doesn't have any answer to the Rus man-at-arms. He doesn't really have an answer to, yeah, to the knights that were there, to the horsemen. There's a warrior monk in the mix, and now he basically lost everything. His eco is in shambles, and so I don't see a way actually for him to come back, which is quite sad. But
this was the deciding fight. This was the backbreaker.
yeah, now we have a couple crossbows here. Crossbows men at arms, but I mean, it's the numbers wise, it's not gonna be enough for him at all, and unfortunately, that's gonna be the end of the road for him. So, yeah, well, I mean, well played by Faboose. Both games were very decisive, I would say, and very good, yeah, very good plan and execution as well. You could see that he was macroing well for the second TC. He knew exactly what he wanted to achieve. He shut down the trade and built, yeah, just did all the right things. So very nicely done and a well-deserved win for the bottom bracket here. Middle bracket. It's not in the bottom bracket. It's the middle bracket.
Tell him, yes, you won, and then you insult him. You're like, who won? Bottom bracket. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, very
Bottom
nice.
bracket is not an insult. Every player is a great player, especially when they play Elo Legends.
Exactly. I mean, it's called Legends for a reason, right? So yeah, good to see that serious. Let's see. So bracket, they need to finish the task, but middle bracket is done. So DJP not being able to take the game here from Faboose. But still had a good run. Made it into the finals too, so that's overall very nice. And let's take a quick look at the top bracket. So yeah, so the Prodigy was able to make it into the finals against Reddarksider. So that's gonna be very good to see that. And let's take a quick look at the bottom bracket. So they just started their semifinals. Which I would love to cast the semifinal games, but I kinda think we need to go through the top bracket. Let's see. let me check real quick with Discord here. Alright, well then, I mean they're just starting up, right? Project is Reddarksider. So it's still gonna take a little bit for them to actually start. Alright, we'll take a bottom bracket semifinals. If we can find it. That's gonna be the deciding factor. So you're online, I can invite you to the group. So kyon browsing customs. I hope they're not. Let's see. Okay. Good. Good. So we're going in Elpi Ketcha against Shimin in the bottom bracket semifinals. So observe match. And we'll close this one out. In game. Boom. Interesting. Interesting matchup. So let's see. Japanese. So Shimin playing the Japanese. Let's move it over. So Shimin in red playing the Japanese against Elpi Ketcha. I don't think I've ever seen them play before with the Juicy's Legacy in blue. On, have to check that first, Dry Arabia. Don't want to say something wrong here, but yeah, definitely looks like Dry Arabia here. Opening with the mill, pretty standard so far. Chopped a little bit of wood. Village, mining camp. Doing juicy things. On the other hand, Japanese going on the berries, which they usually do with the farmhouse. Which is just, I think it's nice, you know, you have the house with the population, but it also acts as an economy building. So Japanese, yeah, forge, nothing too crazy here. So what
do you think is the play here?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you the same. So what is the play here? I mean, I'm looking for some juicy placements here for the meditation gardens. You could play it fairly safe in the back of the base. Get the gold, get the stone, get a lot of wood. That would be an option here on the south side for the juicy base.
You can have the 2 deers, the berries, and the stone.
Well, the deer they don't count for the meditation gardens.
Deer doesn't count. Okay,
no, unfortunately. Sorry. So I mean,
don't go there.
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, it doesn't work. It would be fun though. Just imagine you push all your sheep and the deer in there, and then you build a meditation gardens. You have like 300 food income. So that's
there with pro scouts.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be so busted. But yeah, so that's not gonna be an option. So I think putting it in the back of the base would be fairly safe, especially because you can just wall it off super easily, and then it's gonna be very safe. In terms for Japanese, I think the game plan is pretty clear. You're gonna go for the core storehouse in the back of your base, and then just go for a fast castle. Hoping that Juicy is gonna go for the Pro Scout, and just gonna let you have your fast castle in peace. So that's gonna be, I would say, like the first 10 minutes, and everything after that, yeah, I would say is pretty open. We could see a lot of horse. I call them horse archers for now. From the Japanese, that would be an option that we could see. Meditation gardens on the left side actually, so covering the wood and the berries, so looking for food income instead. I think the other option would have been better, but it's fine. That's totally fine. Kura storehouse in the front. Okay, interesting. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I would have placed them somewhere else, but that's fine. So yeah, what do you think? Like, what is gonna be like up, like after 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes? What's the game gonna look like?
I have literally no idea. I'm not even super familiar with those civs. So yeah, I guess Japanese going for what's their unit? I forgot the name.
You mean like the Mountain Samurai, or?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Or their archers.
Yeah. So the Yumi Ashigaru, they're nice. They're a nice addition because they're just super fast. And they're a little bit cheaper, but then also a little bit weaker. So overall, you can go for that. And I would say in like the feudal early castle age, you also need to have them. But at some point, you switch over to the mounted horse archers, which is their version of the crossbows in a way. And you go for mounted samurai and mounted horse archers. You buff them with the bannerman, and then you have a very strong army as well. But overall, you kind of like to take it a little slower at first with the Japanese, looking for castle age, and then yeah, just go from there.
So Elpi dropped an archery range, so seems like we're not looking at a fast castle here. And the first 3 Chukunu are in queue, and they're aimed to walk directly at the gold of Elpi, of Shimin, sorry.
Yeah, which again is exactly what you want to do. You want to prevent the Japanese from aging up into the castle age, because they're the most vulnerable in the feudal age. I mean, they do have options, of course, in feudal age. They can also go for the samurai, like the man-at-arm version. They also have no, it's not the katana bannerman, but like the kind of like the mounted samurai, but the bannerman version. You have access to that in feudal, so you could go for a knight as well if you wanted to raid and stuff. But in general, you wanna prevent them from castle age. And so I would have been surprised if the Jushi's Legacy would have gone for a fast castle option, because they would either go for a feudal all-in or at least go for the pro scouts and then just grabbing all the deer on the map. It will be difficult for them to prevent the gold though, because Shimin is not sleeping. He already built the outpost there. So 5 on gold, outpost. This is exactly how you want to do it. Play it safe. And then you can just continue on with the passive farm transition that the Kura storehouse provides. So yeah, difficult to attack from that angle. If we're looking at the vision, that outpost provides quite a lot of vision, so no easy attack here. So LP's best bet, I would say, is either the berries in the back, which are just running out, or trying to sneak into the woodline from the side, because that's where he could find an angle of attack, but then again, you're not preventing the castle age timing. So yeah, does he have any blacksmith? That doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, LP only has his 4 units. It doesn't seem like he's going... Oh no, he built... Oh, these are scouts. He only has those 4 units, and I guess those are just meant to harass while he's keeping to aim towards castle. And yeah, he's going exactly as you said, he's going towards the wood line.
Yeah, but then also losing 1.5 of his Jugunu here, so I think he probably would need to walk into from the front, and then he could actually get onto the woodline villagers, so that could be a better angle for him. Because yeah, other than that, the Japanese base is pretty condensed, and so usually the only way how you can actually attack them is by going for their gold. So yeah, losing a scout, losing another Shuganu here, and then one more. So yeah, this is not gonna be a worthwhile attack for him. not being
Almost got a
able,
villager
yeah,
there.
almost got a villager there, but was able to jump into the Kura storehouse just in time. Jiangnang Tower coming up, so he could now look for a lot more production buildings. He has a ton of wood, so I would guess that this is gonna be what he will try to do. Because as soon as he has the Jiangnang Tower up, every production building, like every stable, every archer range, and every barracks provides him with a free unit. So that could be his way to mass up army without spending too much resources on it. Besides building the production buildings, which you want to have at some point anyway. But yeah, his main issue will be in a couple minutes the floating gate from the Japanese coming up. There's the stable, so we will see Mounted Samurai for sure. Which, yeah, is not a surprise. So, there's that. And meditation gardens, so yeah, 25 wood per minute, 36 food per minute. Not the greatest. Yeah, could have found a different, like a better place. I mean, this is super safe, that's the plus. But other than that, it could have been a better. So yeah, Juicy, I would say, I mean, he is going for the Pro Scout option, which is the popular build that you go for with Juicy or with most Siths nowadays. But that only helps you so far, because now, yeah, we'll reach the Castle Age, we're Japanese. First, Yorishiro is in the stable. And now we're gonna see, probably gonna see some Mounted Samurai pretty soon. And then also grabbing the relics as well. Oh, there's the first samurai. Nice.
Yeah, rather peaceful so far.
Pretty.
Elpi is moving out onto the map with, well, mostly scouts, but also a horseman and a Chukunu. Looks like he wants to get the spear pack that's close to Shimin's base.
Yeah, he's gonna grab the deer, so that's very nice. But then again, Japanese doesn't really care too much about that, because they're mainly about their farms around the Kura storehouse, around the daimyo. Yeah, he's getting the daimyo manor. After that, he will start pushing out some farms around the town center. And so Japanese doesn't really bother too much with the deer. Plus he will also find the scouts now, so he needs to drop it or it will die. Okay, scout is gonna die. Juicy also reaching the castle age, but it's a difficult position to be in. You're reaching castle age, you don't have any units, and there's already a couple of Mounted Samurai on the field. And in fact, Japanese, like with the Mounted Samurai, they're so strong and they're so tanky. You just get the Bannerman and then you can basically just spam them all day long, and you will probably win like most fights, unless the opponent only has spearmen and crossbows. So very laid back, as you said, very laid back game here currently. But I would definitely say it's currently in favor for the Japanese.
Oh yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so seems like Shimin is going to attack with a handful of Mounted Samurai. Actually, no, he's just waiting in the stealth forest. Although he could do some raiding.
Yeah, he could. He's currently, I think, waiting for at least this one tech here. But yeah, he could definitely walk into the base right now. He could actually deny the tower here. That would be huge if he could do that. But he needs to move in the. Oh wow! Oh my! Okay.
He's gonna deny the tower.
Wow,
Elpi
that's.
has the right units. He built the spears. Let's see if Shimin can out-micro them and raid some more.
Well, the thing is, it's only like feudal age, so hardened spearmen, so it doesn't really like bother him too much. And like, if he would want to force a fight, he could actually destroy everything here and would still come out on top. But yeah, for now, yeah, why do that if you can just raid? So finding some more kills here as well. So 2 villager kills already, and there's a second TC coming up for Juicy. I was wondering why what he would do with all the stone that he gathered here. So this is nice. This will help Juicy to get ahead economically for sure. But at the same time, yeah, Shinto priests tried to grab the relics, but Elpi actually was able to catch that before, so that is very nice. And
Yeah, that's Elpi's second relic that he's bringing home.
yeah, so the thing with Juicy is because I'm not 100% sure, but I think because it's a battle monk, it doesn't actually count in the UI that he's carrying a relic. So this is actually going to be the third relic. So he has 2 in the base right now. This is going to be the third one. Then there's here the 5th one, or that's like the 4th one, and then 1 more here. So even though Shimin was in Castle Age a lot quicker than Elpi was, Elpi is doing a fantastic job in grabbing the relics. I really like that. So that is very nice, and eventually it will help him get ahead. Also because the relic was taken, the priest comes back and grabs the relic from the Shinto shrine. So this is super annoying. I wish they would also just not have that priest do it. But it is what it is.
So now Shimin needs to pressure him, because with the relics and the second DC, Elpi's gonna get a strong eco lead, unless Shimin does something about it.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, like, Shimin has been in Castle Age for quite a while now, and he didn't really, I mean, you know, besides the Yorishiro and that kind of things, he didn't really capitalize on that. You know, his Uma Bannerman is just standing there, so he needs to regroup there and refocus his rally points. Now he's adding some Anabugeisha there to the mix, which are fine. They're super fast units. So they will be able to close the gap really easily to the Jugunu, but he needs to find an answer to the spearmen, because it is really painful to run your samurai into them. So I would love to see some more archers, or like some archers in general. Maybe again, like maybe horse archers could be an option. Doesn't have any archery range right now. And Elpi able to close the wall here actually, so the bottom side of his base with the 2 golds will be safe for now. And so in general, even though I would say Shimin had a better start of the game and maybe made some better choices as well, the second TC, the relics and the unit composition definitely in favor for Juicy, and should be able to just, you know, fend off the attacks until he feels confident enough to either go imp or attack himself. Speaking of attack, we have a little bit of a fight here in the middle. The Mounted Samurai coming in from the back, so the Jugunu will be in danger here very soon. And the Lancers are not really dealing effectively with the Anabugeisha here. Luckily for the Jugunu, the Spearmen are right behind as well. But this is gonna be a tough battle here. Spearmen just walking around the Anabugeisha here. Maybe at some point you need to switch and just attack the enemy that is closest. Also with the battle monk here, right in the fight here.
I think Elpi had a much better army, but didn't necessarily pick a good fight here. So this was a rather good fight for Shimin, considering the army values and the unit counters.
Yeah, and then also the thing is, like, Shimin only lost Unabugeishas. Oh no, that's yeah, here, this one. And Elpi lost quite a lot of lancers, and so overall, yeah, definitely a better trade here for Shimin. And yeah, tough position.
Shimin's really good at keeping his mounted samurai alive. I think he could use that micro to do some more raids. Although the east side of LP's base is walled off now, he could try to get in from the other side and like get into the wood line or something. Get into the farms.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
a keep coming up from LP to protect his farms.
interesting.
So the east side of his base is pretty safe now.
Well, that's a that's a defensive keep if I've ever seen one. But I mean, at the same time, it does make sense to just want to make sure that even if there's some raids sneaking in, which Shimin is trying to attempt now on the left side, that his farm setup will be safe, because this is gonna be the eco that Elpi is gonna rely on for if it goes late. That's definitely gonna be his main eco here, with the farm setup, with the granaries, getting the gold at some point, and then just adding some more farms here. And then you can add some store walls over here, keep it safe. You have a keep already. Maybe a little bit too much for now, I would say, but at the same time, like, if you're in the front of the base, of your opponent's base, and you have a couple of samurai trying to break in here, having a keep here is not the worst that you can have.
It's interesting. LP secured 2 backwards golds, but is out on the map on another gold.
Yeah, which is I really like that. I mean, like, you keep that for a rainy day. You know, that's 8,000 gold that you can access anytime that you want. And for now you go on those 8,000. So absolutely good play. I really like that. And also it's kind of like you keep it away from your opponent, because Japanese also, if you want to spam mounted samurai, they're quite expensive as well. And so you can't really, you know, like, spam them all the time if you don't have enough gold. And so by taking the gold on the map, you either force your opponent to at some point go for trade, or just stop producing the units.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how long you're planning on the game to go, right? If you assume that the game will go long enough for the gold on the map to run out, then yes, this is a good move. If you're looking to close the game anytime soon, then especially if you have the castle in your base, then you should make use of these 2 golds.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think in a way you should probably always assume that the game is going to go long, just to be safe. And so I really like that play. Um, yeah, for multiple reasons. And so
Another castle coming up from
another.
Shimin, but maybe from Elpi, but maybe Shimin is gonna deny that.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough,
least
especially with the nest of
temporary.
bees here. So good raid here, if you want to call it like that, by Shimin here, and able to snipe 2 nests of bees here, at least delay the castle. He wasn't able to prevent it completely, and now he needs to retreat. So again, like, I don't think he has lost a single mounted samurai by now. But at the same time, he's also not really achieving a whole lot here in terms of preventing the opponent from doing what he wants to do. Going up with the Temple of the Sun, so LP is hitting Imperial Age, has a very defensive base, 2 town centers, there's a keep, a couple of outposts as well, and then a keep over there. So in terms of vision, this is incredible. Look at how much he sees. I mean, he doesn't see anything off the base, so that's like the one weak point. And he doesn't have any scouts anymore, but in general, like, there's no way how you could sneak a couple samurai in here and attack him, because he would see everything before it would happen. So extremely defensive base here, a little bit too defensive for my taste. Also, don't stop producing villagers. But other than that, very nice.
So Shimin dropped the second TC in the east side, and which I think is a good play because he needs to even out the villager numbers and can't let Elpi get away. And right now he can't punish the second TC or destroy it since Elpi has a very defensive base.
Yeah, there's no way how you can punish that second TC. And so yeah, I think going for a second TC yourself at some point is a good play. Especially now since we're kind of entering like the later stages of the game. As you see, is Imperial Age. Japanese is going up with the Castle of the Crow. So also gonna be Imperial very soon. So yeah, it's like you can of course rely on one TC, but that can be risky, especially if you know that your opponent has been on 2 TCs for 10 minutes, and you must assume that they are producing constantly. And so even though, yeah, there is a second TC, there's not even like a huge difference here in terms of villager numbers, also because Shimin was able to kill a few.
So Shimin's going for trade apparently. He dropped 2 trading outposts.
Oh, placement.
I think considering LP's play style, this is not a bad choice, but the placement of the trading post won't get him a lot of money or a lot of gold.
Yeah, I really wonder. I mean, so we have one trade post that is inaccessible for him. Oh, let's look at fight. Let's look at fights first.
Fight.
We wanna see fight.
You wanna see blood?
We wanna see blood. Let's kill them. Kill them all. So a lot of, I mean, it's so difficult for me to figure out which Japanese unit is which. Just because some units look fairly similar to each other. The Mounted Samurai just cleaning up the back here. The Nest of Bees going onto the Shuganu. A couple of palace guards here in the mix as well, and some crossbows. So the crossbows is a very good idea, for sure, against the samurai, the mounted samurai. The only issue that they will have, but the Nest of Beasts should help with that, is the deflective armor. You need to get rid of that first. But in general, I like the composition. I'm not even sure who won that fight. In a way, I would say Shimin, because he still has most of his units. But at the same time, Elpi was doing a fine job there as well. And killing the Bannerman is always very important, just to force him to make a new one and get it to the front and all that. And it's not available for an extended fight if they would need it. Ooh.
Yeah, I would also say Shimin kinda won the battle, but not really. Like,
Not by
that's
much.
interesting castle.
Yeah, he was trying to drop the castle there, which gets cancelled, and now as you can see, so Shimin needs to go out on the map looking for some gold, but there's only 2,000 left anymore. And so if Elpi would react to that, he could actually, oh look at them, they're so friendly, just mining the same.
I love how he cancelled the castle and built a forge there.
No, the thing is, like, he was blueprinting the castle there, but it automatically got cancelled because there was already an outpost there, or like, you know, any other building. And then he queued the forge before, so that's why they didn't. Yeah, now so LP was reacting to that, and now killing a few villagers there. So Shimin is running out a little bit of options in terms of gold. I mean, there's gold here, and then there's gold here, and he's trading. But oh my god! Oh, please kill me! Oh. I mean, my dude, like, don't ever do that. Like, honestly, I don't see any game where this is worth it. Like, you might as well, you know what, you could as well just build like 50 more farms, and then just sell food for gold. And you would probably still have like a better ratio than this one here.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to trade, you would have to place the markets in the right corner to get some value out, or in the left, like in the west corner.
Yeah.
And then wall and hold it. Those would have been the two options. This because it gets proportionally more gold the farther away you go, and they bring 8 gold per route, don't they? Which they will probably I assume they won't. Oh, there's a fight.
There's a fight.
Let's leave the traders alone.
Yeah, I'll leave the sad trader story alone. Okay, this is difficult to figure out here. The Shuganu here on the crossbows on the north side. Not all of them are firing away, so there's the A move missing for sure. But in general, he is able to clean out the Japanese army completely here. So that should put him in a position to actually be able to push forward. Yeah, we can see the to keep here as well with grabbing more stone. So why not? And yeah, so about the trade, yeah, look, what I would have loved to see is if he would put down the trade, the markets here, and then trade up to this, and then just wall it off, like put on a stone wall here, a stone wall there, then you put a keep here, you also take the sacred site, you also please take the relic at some point, you have a castle here as well, a keep, and so you just wall off this one side a little bit like diagonally, and then you have a nice trade route going, which would give you probably like 70 to 80 gold per trip.
So Elpi's pushing onto Shimin's base, which is the right move. He has the numbers.
He does have the numbers, but at the same time, the Mattis samurai trying to get on top, but not really successful, and now running into the next keep. So this is not where you wanna be if you're Japanese. So the village are being pulled just momentarily. So yeah, keep getting dropped here. So this is gonna be a nice position for Japanese to keep pressuring. Also the forward base here very exposed, so this could be a very good angle of attack for Elpi. Juice's library coming up, so we're gonna see some unique techs by the Juicy very soon. And yeah, I mean in general, like you can't go wrong with that combo. You have crossbows, as well as the palace guards. And then for the spiritual support, you also have some Shaolin monks in the mix. And yeah, you can see like they're just melting. They're completely melting the Mountain Samurai. Oh my!
Shimin is trying to save himself with an emergency castle, but I don't think it's fast enough.
No,
as soon as Elpi reacts to it, yes.
Yeah. I mean,
you kill all those villagers.
You do have the castle of the crow in the backside, so at least he cannot really move in with the crossbows. But he can still kill most of the villagers. It's barely going up now, and at the same time, Elpi needs to be careful that he doesn't overextend. He's losing everything right now, and so this is. Yeah, a little bit of an overextension. Where's the rest of his army? He has a couple more here.
They're at this keep in the east.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, just regroup. Maybe get some. Yeah, there it is. Maybe get some siege. Exactly what you need in a situation like this. And to be honest, I would like destroy the town center first in his position. He knows about that, so he can definitely see it. I would go for this one first, and then move on to this area after. What is he going for? Okay. Bombards getting an area of effect damage. Okay, now you need some bombards, my friend. So he cannot get more than 2. So what else would he go for? Ooh, I would love to see the Imperial Guard and the Yuan Raiders. Oh, that would be so nice to see that.
So Elpi is attacking the second town center from Shimin, and Shimin is abandoning ship. He sent all his villagers away back to the base.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like he can't really hold it. Like he does have the resources, so he could just repair it all the time. But the question then is it really worth it, or will this make a difference? Because it kind of paid off by now, hopefully, I would say. And so you can abandon it and just focus your attack, or like like take that as a it gives you time. You get some more units in the meantime. Try to mess up army. But yeah, both players doing not the greatest job in producing villagers. I have to say. And then also, going for different towns that are here. Okay. Yeah, why not? I
Hey,
mean, you get the gold for sure, but why is this so
Elpi
painful?
is Elpi is dropping a keep right into the base of Shimin, or into the backside of Shimin's base, which
Well,
is great because the front side is keeped up. It's really hard to get in there, so he is just going in from the side and securing it with a keep.
yeah, and I mean, he well should be, because he has over 3,000 stone, so he could drop like 4 more keeps if he wanted to. So yeah, he definitely should, like once this keep is dropped, he can drop 1 more here in the stealth forest, and then just go from there, because why not? Why not do that? He just needs to have his crossbows attack the man that is mounted samurai actually, which now he was able. So it's looking grim. I was gonna say it's looking grim for Japanese, but yeah, he was down to 9 military units, which is not a lot in this kind of stage of the game. So yeah, very defensive play at first by LP, but then slowly just pushing forward, one keep at a time.
One keep at a time. I like that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly how he did it. I mean,
That's
but yeah, in terms of villages, I mean, both players were on 2 TCs. You can see there is a difference here with the 2 TC from Japanese. For GC, you don't really see a difference here. I mean, like there's like two spots in time where they actually used it. So if you go for a second TC, or even if not, just how many TCs you have doesn't matter. Just use them to produce villagers all the time. But yeah, other than that, I like it. It was nice. Yeah, 2-1 basically. KD. Eco was very even in general, so it could have gone either way. I think Shimin at some point didn't really know what to do and took a couple really bad fights, and then it was just going downhill from there.
Yeah, I
Um,
think he could have turned that around if he gathered more units before sending him in.
yeah,
He sometimes sent in trickled in units into the
yeah,
fight, and if he didn't do that, I think he would have highly increased his chances.
yeah, absolutely. But with that, let's head back over to the lobby. This was the bottom bracket semifinals, so LP taking it and moving over to the finals against Kyon. Or Kyon, I don't know. He's German. I don't know how to pronounce like what he envisioned with that name. It's kind of like Lyon, the French city, but with a K.
Kyon.
Kyon, famous for the sausage, the Kyoner. All right. I'm running out of jokes apparently. It's getting pretty late actually. Okay, let's take a look. So middle bracket has been finished before, right? We watched that. And then the top bracket, let's see what the top bracket finals are doing. So they started, first game is underway. They maybe even started the second one already. So we can just go ahead and uh, and grab the top bracket finals. So you have to jump out of your game once again, and then we can go and
Okay, I'm out.
go and get some more games going. Oh, they actually did finish the first game, apparently, because Reddarksider is browsing the customs. So let's take a quick look at their start G bracket if they had some chat going on. Yeah, so they did their drafts and then they said, okay, next map. So they're gonna play on Dry Arabia. What are they gonna play with? That's the interesting question. Spectator. Okay, they're currently doing their picks and bans. Thank you. Yeah, I just went there, Reddarksider. So we can actually I'll put it on the screen. Why not? So interact, spectator, and there we have it. So we should, yes, it's on the screen. So we can watch it live. History in the making. So, but his mate is not currently in there. Prodigy needs to join the lobby and then he can do the draft.
So, Reddarksider seems to be a Byzantine main. Let's see what Prodigy plays mostly.
Yeah, also yeah, Byzantine, English, and Japanese.
How do you spell Prodigies?
Prodigy just with a one instead of an I. You know, just how
I knew there was a twist.
cool people do it like that. So yeah, Reddarksider, Conqueror 1, Prodigy, Diamond 3. So very, very close to Conqueror 1 actually, just missing a couple points.
Prodigy
So
civs are Byzantine, English, and Japanese.
yes.
Reddarksider seems to be a one-trick pony in Byzantines. I may be mistaken.
Well, I mean, if you look at his recent games, he was playing Rus, Ottoman, Jussi as well. So
Yeah, okay, I'm mistaken. I take it all back. Yeah.
no worries. I mean, it's AoE forward. Sometimes it doesn't really reflect 100% accurately what people are playing with. So there we see it. Okay, so Prodigy, Reddarksider in the lobby, getting ready to ban a Civ first.
What is the map?
Dry Arabia. So
Right. Oh, he's even in the chat. So I gave Reddarksider intel about his opponent.
well, yeah, I mean it's
So
open information. It's an open library. So I guess if you're surprised by that, I would be surprised. Yeah. So yeah, Byzantines getting banned here by Prodigy. So yeah, Prodigy definitely knows about the profile, and then also Jussi getting banned. Probably just because it's an annoying Civ to play against.
maybe Reddarksider wants to play a Civ that Sushi isn't good against.
Or that, yeah,
or that is being countered by Sushi.
Yeah, okay, so he is going to play the Rus, which is looking for the Pro Scout build, and having Jussi against you also with the Pro Scout is can be really annoying. Order of the Dragon, of course, could technically also go for the Pro Scout. And I've seen recent builds about that being developed, but I don't know if Prodigy will be going for that. So this is gonna be the second game on Dry Arabia. I don't even know who won the first one, by the way. Oh, Prodigy won the first one. Okay, so Prodigy is up one game and is now playing Order of the Dragon, which all the way up to the very highest elo is a very strong civ as well. And then of course Rus, a classic, also very strong. So let's let's switch it back to the start GG bracket. So top bracket, finals. There it is. Alright, you're in my group, Reddarksider. Okay, he is in lobby, so it should only take just a few more seconds. Hope. Oh, there it is. In game. Alright.
Let's go.
Let's go. Is it observable though? That's I mean, okay, that just loaded up, so yes, it is observable. Probably gonna hit us with a little bit of a delay, but that's fine. So switch the scene.
We're basically live here.
This is
Right.
all live. Like it feels so special. So Reddarksider in Ruse in
Well,
red.
it means these two guys need to get. Oh, it's like 2 minutes delay.
Yeah, it's a 2-minute delay. That's totally fine.
Which makes sense considering that at least Reddarksider is
He's
is
he's here
listening
on
to the stream,
Right, yeah.
or maybe he paused it for the game. That's what I always do. I always pause the stream when I play a game.
Yeah, I mean I usually just mute the stream then, but yeah, either way. So, okay. Again, just to recap. So Prodigy is up 1 game. He won the first one. Um let's see. So the first one he was playing Byzantines against Juicy actually. Which, okay, why did they ban it then? No, never mind. Okay, so Prodigy won with the Byzantines before, and now he is going to play Order of the Dragon.
Hang on, he lost against Sushi the last game. Is that right?
No, that was the bottom bracket. You mean like the one that we just watched?
No, the game that they had beforehand.
Beforehand?
The one that didn't Prodigy win one game already?
Yeah, he won with Byzantines against Juicy.
Oh, okay. I understood it the other way around, and then it
Oh yeah.
absolutely wouldn't have made sense to
Oh no, it wouldn't
ban,
have no.
ban Sushi.
Right. No. So that's the thing. Like, he won the first game, and now he's up with against Reddarksider, playing Ruse in red, going for an early hunting cabin as you should, and Prodigy Order of the Dragon on the left side of the map. It's Dry Arabia, but it's still looking very lush and green here. And yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts about that matchup? I mean, what do you expect in terms of fast castle, second TC, fuel all in?
So we see 2 hunting cabins coming up from Woos, which suspects that they will either go fast castle or pro scout. I don't know how Order of the Dragons play, to be honest. I don't know about most civs.
Well, that's fine.
But I don't know. My absolutely random assumption is that Progeny will push earlier in feudal, but I have no idea about this. What do you think?
Yeah, so I agree absolutely. It definitely looks like a second, like a pro scout play from Roos. I think that's also one of the reasons why he banned Juicy. Is just because he doesn't want to have like the strong, you know, pro scout opponent in a way. And Order of the Dragon is less inclined to do a pro scout build. So I don't think that Order of the Dragon will go for a second TC. I don't also think that they will go for a fast castle. What I would expect them to do is go for the Minework Palace, and then go for Spearman Horseman comp, and try to deny the Rus Pro Scout build as much as possible. And if you look at on the map, we have 2 deer packs on the left side close to the OOTD base, and then there's 2 more, one on the corner of the north side, northeast side, and then one more or less in the middle of the map. And that's about it. So if you would deny those 2 packs on the left side, that would be huge. And by putting up pressure with the horsemen and stuff, that he could actually do that very easily. As I'm saying that, we do have the Aachen Chapel coming up, so he's not opting for that. He could still do the horseman play, as I explained, but it's a little bit less likely, I would say, by not having the Aachen, not having the Minework Palace. On the other hand, Golden Gate is coming up, which could go either way. It helps you to re-macro if you need to. It helps you with a fast castle if you need to. But it also can just help you if you want to go for a second TC more easily. So yeah, kind of like a lot of different options, and I'm not really sure what exactly he will be going for. He is putting, so Reddarksider is putting a lot of villagers on wood right now. I'll pause for a second because it's getting a little bit glitchy here. So a lot
Seems
on
like
wood right
okay,
now.
sorry.
Hmm?
No, sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, so no worries.
Finish this in.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Prodigy seems to be. Be a great
Never mind,
business.
never mind. I was just saying like a lot of on wood, but that's all. That was all I wanted to say.
Yeah, Prodigy seems to be opting for a second TC. He has only 2 on the landmark, and he's on stone as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so pretty much the exact opposite of what I was expecting. But then again, so what I could imagine his thought process is that he is expecting a second TC Ruse, and he wants to match that by going for a second TC himself. And then also the thing with Order of the Dragon is like the villagers, they have more health and they cost more, but they also it takes more time to produce. And so it is kind of a little bit difficult to, you know, keep up in terms of numbers with your opponent, especially if they're going for a second TC. And so by going for a second TC yourself, you kind of yeah, mitigate that issue. So yeah, that could be what why he's going for a second TC. I mean, it will get scouted out immediately, so it's no secret for Reddarksider. He himself, like, I'm a little bit confused what he is currently doing. He's just
He's building scouts and sending them towards the deer, if I see correctly.
yeah, definitely. The thing is, like, I'm just confused about. He has quite a lot of on wood right now, but he's not going for any military production, and he's not going for a second TC either at the moment. I mean, there's the wooden fortress, which is quite expensive, so that's probably one of the reasons why. And yeah, just spamming out horsemen like crazy. We'll get survival techniques at some point too.
I think you're selling wood for the Ruse Fast Castle. Maybe that's why he needs those guys on wood.
Yeah, either that, you could do that, or he will buy himself some stone at some point. But I mean, he's not floating any wood, so it doesn't look like a second TC play here at all. And so right now it's just a good old 2 TC Order of the Dragon against a Pro Scout Ruse 1 TC play. Needs to drop one of the deer because of the other scout is chasing him.
I didn't know the scout could be such a pain in the ass when you're doing pro scout. You almost killed that other scout.
Yeah, so the thing is with the scouts is that it only does 1 damage usually, but it also it does 10 more against scouts. So it actually is quite a lot of damage that you deal against scouts. So yeah, just needs to drop it and then heal it off a little bit at some point. And yeah, you can see like a lot of villagers and very, very food hungry right now.
Prodigy is looking to wall up the deer.
Yeah, smart play. I like that. I like that a lot actually.
I mean, it's a lot of wood very early on, but it's a good part of his base. It's a good extension for his base. These walls he can use later on throughout the game, and they will keep their value.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like at some point he wouldn't need those walls anyway, and he also secures the relic with that. He secures more gold. He's not really concerned about the berries and the stone then. But overall, yeah, secures a lot of nice resources. He himself can get the food, like that's a lot of food that he will get. He also secures, if he needs it at some point, the market, more gold, more stone. So yeah, definitely, yes, it is an investment, but at the same time, you're cutting off your opponent from like, I don't know, 4,000 food maybe. So definitely a good play here. 11,
Yes.
by the way, 11 scouts. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen so many scouts in one game.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wanted to say the same thing. He has so many scouts carrying all that deer.
But I mean, like, look at the time here and look at his resources. It's 8 minutes and 20 and he has enough resources for Castle Age. And he didn't even like do a whole lot other than spamming out scouts and getting the deer on the map. Because like with the bounty rework, like you get so much gold by getting all the food here from the deer. And so high trade house coming up, he wanted to place it somewhere else. I wonder if he wanted to place it somewhere here maybe. But that would be very, very out there. Very far out there for sure.
I do think that's a good placement there.
Yeah, it's definitely a fine placement. At the same time, it doesn't really stack with the hunting cabins, so he's not really like. I think he's losing a little bit of income there, but then again, he's probably not looking for a 60-minute game, and instead will just he wants to have the age up, and that's mainly his objective here. And so, definitely a fine placement. It's not the greatest, but it's fine. And now he reached Castle Age, can grab the relics, all except this one. And yeah, then he can transition into a lot of aggression, hopefully. Because yeah, Ragnar's coming up at the same time now, a little bit later than Roos, but yeah, Order of the Dragon also went for Castle for 2 TCs. So he is ahead quite a lot here in eco, at least in numbers. So
Bruce or Reddarksider instantly dropped 2 monasteries right after the age up. So he's hungry for those relics.
yeah, which is exactly what you want to do. I mean, you either go for the Abbey of Trinity. Look at all the deer around the TC. This looks so funny. Yeah, so you either go for Abbey of Trinity or you go for double monastery. And the thing is, if you're suspecting or expecting to get more than 3, then you need more than 1 monastery anyway, and so you might as well go for the second one immediately. It's 200 wood, but yeah, wood usually is not a huge issue for Roos. Yeah, now he can grab most. He should be able to grab most of the relics here. Hopefully, we'll see if the horseman can do something against that.
The Reddarksider is attacking Progedy's base in the north. It almost looks like he's coming back for the rest of the deer.
Oh yeah, he will grab them. I'm pretty sure he will grab them now and be like, "Excuse me, sir, this is mine." Just look at that.
Are like, no!
Oh no!
Leave my food!
Leave my food alone.
This is hilarious.
This is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't think you need this anymore. I'll grab it. Thank you very much. I'll get that.
And at the same time, he's getting the relic
He is
right
getting.
after.
Oh man!
What a timing!
Oh, this is perfection. This is so great. And then also like, he's only having 2 spearmen here, and he killed at least 3 horsemen in the meantime here. Crossbow here as well. Okay, so this is not getting out at least, but this is so much value that he just took from Prodigy. This is really good here. And so
It would have been worth it for the relic alone, but he also took 3 deers away from him. I mean, one he had to leave in the base, but
yeah.
This is great.
This really is great. And so now here there's a prelate with the one relic that currently Prodigy has. Is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna be enough? No, it's not.
That was close.
That was really close. Okay, so now the warrior scout, warrior monk rather, needs to get away. But yeah, so two spearmen, they should be able. They are veteran, so should be able to grab that relic. At least, you know, push it way further into your own base at least, and so he will most likely secure this one. Nice micro there. I like that. Just walking right through the spearman there. Why is the sound still going for the Vololo? That's strange. But yeah, so he got 3 relics right now. There's the 5th one, the 4th one, there's the 5th one. So overall, like, insanely well played here by Reddarksider. Just so much value that he denied from his opponent, and mind you, as Order of the Dragon and HRE, you get twice as much gold from the relics, so every relic that you would get would count as 2. And it also could be used to buff an outpost or a keep, or a dock if you would have a dock as well. And so just a lot of value that has been denied here, so very nice play by Reddarksider. Perfect pro scout play, I would say.
Yeah, and also getting value from these pro scouts after the deer was gone by invading the base in the north and stealing the relic.
Oh, that was
Really
beautiful.
smart play.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he took some good fights here. Secured the relics. I think he has all 6 relics now, if I'm not mistaken. Last one should be coming in.
No, it's only 5 relics. I mean, it's only 5.
Oh, it's only 5.
Yeah, so I mean, in general, like, if it's a 1v1 map, there's 3 relics on each map, or like most maps, and then 1 per player. So with a 1v1, it would be 5 relics. 2v2 would be then just 2 more, so 7, and so on. And so yeah, he got all the relics, he got one of the sacred sites, got the second one now here as well, is on the way. Yeah, the third one will be his pretty soon, so this is so much passive gold income that he has. So he has only 6 on gold and has more than 1000 gold per minute income. This is so insane. So yeah, just very nicely done. And as you mentioned, like, utilizing the scouts even after the deer ran out. Very nice play here. Oh, that villager, that's a ballsy villager. So yeah, I mean, like, it played out a little bit different than I expected in a sense, but question is what is happening? What's going to happen now? Because even though he is doing extremely well, he is behind economically, and so he kind of needs to, and he is aware of that too. So he kind of needs to make sure that he figures out a way to punish the 2TC play from Prodigy.
Yeah, exactly. He had a really good play with the relics and got them all, and he got the sacred sites, but yeah. Prodigy still has that second TC. It has a big eco lead. It's 67 versus 52 villagers.
Yeah,
so we'll see if that was enough and if it will pay off.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, what Roos has in their favor is they have a lot of passive gold income by the hunting cabins, the high trade house, and then he also has, yeah, all the relics, all the sacred sites, but they also, because of the bounty, they also have a better villager gather rate, and so this will close quite a lot of the gap that is there. But I don't think that it will be enough completely, so he needs to find a way to punish that, and having a raid here is exactly the right move to do that.
Exactly. Prodigy sees it and tries to get away. At the same time, Reddarksider is attacking the base in the north.
Yeah, so again, like top level play here, multiple angles of attack. Very nicely done here. Getting a little bit of... I think he got a couple village... Yeah, there's a couple villager kills here. But he's letting off, so he actually lets these villagers get away. I mean, mind you, they are quite difficult to kill. They're almost at 100 health now. And so they are not easy to just snipe away with a couple of horsemen. That's definitely not an easy task to do. And I think, I mean, army-wise, value-wise, looking good for Reddarksider. I think the only thing that he's missing currently is a little bit of siege. Ooh, that is so painful. But yeah, they're so tanky, it doesn't even hurt them that much. Because they take like 10 hits from the horsemen.
I wonder how many vills died in that, because they were chased by the horsemen for quite a while. But it doesn't seem like the horsemen did too much damage to them.
No, I think it was 4, but I'm not 100% sure. But it was like a handful of villagers that died. And so, but yeah, since it's only horsemen and they have like 100 health, it's really difficult to actually do a lot of damage there with them and to actually kill them. And so that's good for Prodigy to not lose villagers there, because yeah, he really needs to keep that eco lead going if he wants to have a chance for the late game. Doing some farm transition as well. Because yeah, he's running out of food as well, so he needs to really pump out more production. And he's also, by the way, I mean, don't forget, he's also on a timer, 6 more minutes and then he would have lost the game. So he can mess up this army a little bit more for a couple minutes, but in 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes at the latest, he needs to move out and retake at least, or decapture at least one of the sacred sites.
Reddarksider's dropping a keep at the bottom sacred site. He already has a wooden fortress with a emplacement.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have a keep on this one here, just because like it further cements your position, and you don't really want to fight on this one here. You want to fight on the middle one. It's closer to his base, it's closer to the opponent's base. So you want to fight here. If you lose a fight, you can easily retreat, and if you win, you can move forward and just push into the opponent's base. And so by putting a keep down here, this is not gonna be touched by anybody, and so this is gonna be the angle of attack. This is gonna be where the fight is gonna happen. It's getting walled off now as well, so the Reddarksider is making sure that that both outer sacred sites are gonna be safe, and the middle one, that is going to be where he will focus his army on. And so we will have a fight very soon.
Yeah, both players were just massing up army to be able to at some point decide this game over the sacred sites, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's 4 more minutes, and so Roos is moving in now, trying to bait an attack here. And now, ooh, okay, now's the A move finally coming through, and now we have a big fight in the middle. A lot of crossbows in the back here for the Roos, and the horsemen trying to get onto the crossbows for the Order of the Dragon. Almost getting a surround here. Very nice play here by Reddarksider, and this is looking horrible for Order of the Dragon. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, the horsemen being away, I don't know if it was planned, but it was really convenient to get onto the back line of Prodigy. And also the amount of crossbows is devastating.
Yeah, I mean the flanking here was perfect. I think he either wanted to bait out an attack here in the front, or just wanted to get a better positioning for a flank attack. And he was able to kill so much there, and yeah, Prodigy in a very bad position. Another keep being dropped here on the middle sacred side as well. So we do have one keep on the outer one here. This one is being walled off completely, so it's kind of difficult to go through the walls here. They're quite tanky, even though it's only wooden palisade walls. And then there's a keep here as well as with a wooden fortress. So unless Prodigy comes up with a couple of siege units, which is difficult to do if you're lacking in economy, I don't see a way to get rid of that keep, and then you will not get rid of the sacred side timer. And we have 2.5 more minutes. This is not a lot of time. This is, I mean, I know it feels sometimes like a lot of time, but 2.5 minutes is actually not a lot of time. Like, you get 5 knights per stable out of that in 2.5 minutes. So not a lot of time to actually mass up your units and try to take the next fight. And meanwhile, Reddarksider is breaching in here, trying to find some eco damage as well, trying to find a little bit of a raid here.
So Prodigy is just trying to stay in the game somehow, and he seems like to be going for the bottom sacred side.
Yeah, but now he
Although
realizes
it's
that there's a
underneath
keep.
the
There is a keep now, and he knows, like, at least by now he knows about that, so he cannot really just stand there. And now the army is moving in here as well. And just look at all the units here from Roos just trickling in here, and now focusing the crossbows as well behind the keep. Luckily for the dragon, no burning oil here, but still, this is such a brutal fight yet again. And Prodigy knows that he can't take that in the next 1.5 minutes and needs to tap out.
great game. Well played by both players. I really liked some of the plays from Reddarksider with the relics,
Yeah, I mean,
of
the
the
thing
pro
is,
scouts.
I like the 2TC play by Out of the Dragon in a sense, but it also put him on the back foot in terms of Castle Age timing, because then he wasn't able to get the relics, he wasn't able to get the sacred sites, and it's so difficult for Out of the Dragon to mess up your army because the units are also expensive. I mean, yes, they're twice as strong, but they're also twice as expensive, so it's just kind of difficult to get the right amount of units there in time. And yeah, you can see like the military count like never really in favor for Prodigy. And yeah, resource-wise, pretty even most of the game, but at some point, Roos is just scaling a little bit better, even though it was only on 1TC.
Yeah, I was surprised that the eco lead from Prodigy wasn't bigger. I guess we missed a couple villager kills in between.
Yeah, but
I'm
it
not.
wasn't actually that much, you know. He didn't lose a lot. I mean, there was a couple lots here, but I mean, in general, that's not a whole lot of villager. I mean, again, it's been, I think it was 10 villagers at least. So I guess, yeah, I guess for all of the Dragon, 10 villager is a lot of villager kills, but yeah. Yeah, but I mean, overall, pretty even game. Both players had a very good idea of what they wanted to do, and one option just worked better, I would say. Like, I don't think that there was a heavy misplay by Prodigy. It was just, it didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, then.
Nice game.
Yeah, very nice game. So it is 1-1. So we will see the deciding match coming up very soon. Da-da-dum. So let's get back into the chat. So they are gonna play on Lippany. Let's see if they already... Okay, they did the picks and bans, because, I mean, yeah, they're at least 2 minutes ahead of us. Both players banning Juicy. And... Let's see, you're still in game?
Both players banning GC. That this time it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't
Because
really.
one with, so if you win with one civilization, you can't pick it again in a best of 3. So
But wait, did they actually win? Let's see.
didn't you tell me that in the beginning, and I was kind of confused, and I repeated it, and it was the other player.
Let me check one more time. No. So that's the thing. Like, Prodigy won with Byzantines against Juicy. So neither player has won with.
Oh,
So yeah, so okay, so it does mix. Okay, okay, good, good. Scared me for a second there. So okay, I invited you, and there you are. Reddarksider.
Which
Oh.
civilizations haven't we seen today yet?
So we haven't seen French and Jeanne d'Arc. We haven't seen Malians, and we haven't seen Ottomans. And okay, let's switch the scene here. And
Oh, so
we haven't seen Chinese as well. So
sadly we're not getting one of those. Have we seen Byzantines? I haven't seen Byzantines today.
yeah,
Maybe you have
so
earlier.
it was one of the earlier games in the Swiss stage. There we had the Byzantines already. Um, but yeah, we I mean maybe we'll jump to the bottom bracket finals after that if it's still going, and then we can hopefully watch some more. Maybe we'll see French at some point. That would be fine, but we'll see.
So now it seems like both players are playing with their strongest civ. At least according to AoE4 World. Reddarksider's playing with the Byzantines and Prodigy with English.
Yeah, so I mean it is the best of three finals. Whoever wins this is gonna win the coveted $10 prize money as well as the bragging rights to have won the top bracket in Low Elo Legends. So I can understand that, you know, like everything's on the line right now for both players, so they don't want to leave anything up to chance. So okay, what is your opinion about that matchup? I mean, do you expect we will see like a longbow longbow mirror here, or what's gonna happen? What do you think?
Assume that Prodigy will push early on with longbows, and Reddarksider will go Keshik. Keshik and I don't know what position to defend and go castle. That's my assumption.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I would have said the same. The one thing that could actually spice things up a little bit is that the berries are extremely forward here for the Byzantines. And so going for the Grand Winery could be difficult to, you know, really utilize the berries, because by the time that the longbows arrive, you will not have enough oil. Oh man, okay, you will have enough oil for one set of Keshiks if you do it right. But it could be very difficult to actually pull it off. So it really depends on if you want to go for that or if you will go for a more safe option. Um, so for example, if you would go for the Hippodrome, that would be very interesting to see, because the horsemen from the Byzantines, they can get research attack, which grants them 20 gold per villager kill. So, and horsemen also very good counter against longbow, so he could actually look for the Hippodrome here in this case. Trying to deny the gold, getting maybe at some point on the berries. What else is there? Stone is exposed, so English base actually quite exposed resources. So not very. I mean, the two woodlines here is a good defense, but other than that, very open and exposed map or the base for him. And so I would love to see the Hippodrome just to spice things up. But we'll see. I mean, right now it's still a very standard opener. You have the cistern covering the gold as well as your sheep. That's all you want to do. You also cover the straggler trees if you want to go for them later on while you're aging up. So very standard split right now, nothing unusual. We'll be able to click up very soon and then we'll have our answer. Okay, he is going for the Grand Winery. And on the other hand, yeah, I totally expect the... Oh no, it's the Abbey of Kings. Here we go. I
With
like that.
2 villagers, so yeah, that's a 2 TC play here from Prodigy.
Yeah, so Reddarksider going for the safe option here with the with a Grand Winery placement. You know, like usually, if you can, it's always nice to have 2 rows of farms like around, but that would mean you have to place it either like next here to the berries, which is very exposed, or you have to place it somewhere here, which is then just too exposed. So this is the safe option, and it's still fine. You can still place 2 farms here, or like 2 olive groves around, and unless the game is going to the very, very late game, it doesn't really matter that much. So no hippodrome here, sadly, but we do have the Abbey of Kings, so a little bit different opening here. And yeah, definitely, as you mentioned, a 2 TC play here from the English, going on stone right away. Let's see what the villager split is. Okay, so there's 4 on food, just to be able to constantly produce villagers, taking down the straggler trees right now. And so yeah, by the time he's aging up, he'll probably be able to place a second TC pretty much at the same time. So good macro here by him. What do they see? Let's take a look at scouting. So Reddarksider is fully aware of the second TC. There's no surprise there for him. Has scouted most of the map. If we switch it over, Prodigy knows about the berries in the front, so he'll gonna be happy about that, because he can definitely camp that with either longbows or with the king. So for him it doesn't really make that much of a difference which landmark he will choose. He can attack this place. So second TC. Yeah, he's getting there. Yeah, so very good macro here on his part. Byzantines going for the second cistern, close to the berries, just to be able to buff them. I have to switch. Okay, so there you go. So we can see the radius here. And also very, I would say, conservative placement here, just because you cannot place 2 rows of farms here. But again, only really matters if it goes very, very late. And then we have a stable opening with a horseman, so no mercenary house for now. And there's the second TC. Good.
The gold and the wood line. Nice.
Yeah, so definitely securing the castle age option if he wants to go for that. Taking a smoke break right now here, those villagers.
Where's the king, by the way? Is the king out yet? No.
It should be soon. It doesn't. It doesn't spawn immediately anymore. They changed it a while back, which I think is good. But now the king is there, so yeah, he could definitely attack at that point. We have the horseman, but yeah, it's coming too late. So we have 5.5 minutes is usually the time around that when you can have the second TC coming up for the English. And so with a very, very good timing for Byzantines, you technically could deny that. But then it would, like, everything would have to be flawless in order for that to happen. So yeah, unfortunately, we'll not be able to deny anything here, so he can just happily farm more wood, then slowly make a farm transition in the back, and then at some point he might do a white tower drop, get the berries out of the way, just to have the space there as well. I mean, at some point they will just be hindering him in his base. Does he have? He doesn't have the tech yet. Oh, yeah, it also, by the way, it does 2 more damage against workers and against villagers. So looking for some...
King is running onto the berries. Oh, the horseman blocked the charge.
Oof.
He would have hit the villager, but Reddarksider blocked the charge of the horseman.
What a champion horseman. That's what he likes to see. Blacksmith here in the front, so let's see. Yeah, so he switched it over to Dialecticus, which increases the research rate. So that's why he put the blacksmith in here. He could also have put it a little bit more out there, and as long as it's in the orange influence rate, that would be fine. But this one here producing faster units. This one producing more or faster tech. So yeah, very good Byzantine play here. I would imagine most people don't bother with switching between those different options. Let's see, horseman burnt down a house, but not able to find anything other than that. Just running around the base, we'll find the early farms.
Prodigy is dropping an archery range. Looks like he's going for archers.
Interesting.
And Reddarksider also dropping an archery range. Stable.
I mean, the
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
no, well, I mean, the archery range for Byzantines makes sense because if you're having a heavy horseman play, you do expect the spearmen, and then you need the archers again. But I don't know what the longbows do for Prodigy, except for, I mean, it's a longbow, you can just go for it, whatever. It's good in most matchups anyway, so why not? Another archery range.
Second archery range.
Yeah, so he really
Yeah,
wants to
I'm
double
curious.
down on the archery ranges here. Interesting. Well, I mean, again, like it's like with for longbows, I think this is like one of the very few units where you don't necessarily need a counter. You can just go for it anyway, and it will be good against most unit compositions. It doesn't really matter that much. I mean, even against the horsemen. I mean, they do have the one specific tech that they can get, but other than that, it's just a regular ass horseman, and so it will die if you have enough longbows anyway.
It's a decent wall in here coming in from Prodigy.
So Reddarksider, he went with the Western contract, getting the longbows as well, which I don't. I'm personally not a fan of the longbows for the Byzantines, just because they got more expensive with the last patch, and it's difficult to mass them early on, just because your oil production is very limited at the beginning. And so I feel like for the beginning, Kashyyyk are the better option. He could also have gone for the javelin throws. That would have been fun against the longbows from the English. But that's a little bit risky because you don't necessarily know if they go heavily into longbows. And then you also have to micro them a lot better. So overall, I prefer the Kashyyyk. But
I mean, I guess Reddarksider assumed that Prodigy would build spears, and the longbows are great against the spears.
oh yeah, yeah.
So it's a good combination, horsemen and the longbows. I'm not sure what Prodigy's plan is. If he just wants to mass archers until he can take on this army, which doesn't seem very promising to me. Oh, he's dropping a stable
Now
now.
it's dropping stable, yeah. Well, I mean, in a sense, he doesn't necessarily need to do a whole lot right now. He's slowly farm transitioning. He's still getting his gold, so that will help him with getting the upgrades. And then eventually, at some point, he will be able to just, you know, passively in a way, click up to the castle age. And so, yeah, right now he's not really concerned too much about whatever is happening here, because he can just defend it from here. Chiro Siphon is coming up, so that's gonna be interesting to see how he deals with that. You need to defend that, so it is a regular ram, except for that it also costs 60 gold. So you don't want to lose it too liberally.
Another one coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels lonely, so you need to have another one. Also, it gets the job done much faster that way.
The horsemen are closing in on the north. Berries from Prodigy, where he has villagers.
Yeah.
This will cost him 4 villagers.
This will cost me, yeah. I mean, unfortunately for Reddarksider, he doesn't have the tech right now. So he's dealing a little bit less damage and he doesn't get 20 gold per villager kill. But, nonetheless, I mean, 4 villager kills, like, even if you don't get 80 gold from that, it's still great. And definitely feels good. But now let's see, okay, he's trying to get in from multiple angles here. So main TC firing away on the horsemen. And the archers, the longbows are being you know, caught here. King is maybe getting us around and might actually die here. Very close call. And second TC definitely falling. So a great attack here by Reddarksider with just splitting his army. Raid on the left side and then just getting on the right side to the CC. So very well done. I really like that play.
Prodigy dropped 2 barracks and is producing, oh not spearmen, but men at arms apparently.
Yeah, so he has 2 men at arms right now, but he doesn't have a whole lot of resources to actually spend more on that, and so it's besides the longbow mass, which is quite nice, it really doesn't look too great for Prodigy here. I mean, at the same time, Reddarksider was also bleeding a lot of horsemen as well, and they're also not as reliable as they would be if they would have the Triumph ability from the Hippodrome. One of the reasons why I would have loved to see the Hippodrome in play here. But other than that, I mean, still a good number of army here, good number of archers as well with the longbows. So he lost the Chiro Siphons, but he got everything done that he wanted.
Doing some good micro here. Prodigy actually manages to pick up a couple of horsemen.
Yeah,
and
so
Reddarksider tried to go into the base from the north side. Prodigy went on the other berries in the back. That's an opening here that Reddarksider could use.
definitely, yeah, and we see some more sheer siphons being constructed here, and now Reddarksider is trying to get in on top where the production buildings are. Which, yeah, is a good angle of attack. You can easily attack the barracks and then you have at least the barracks down and you force your opponent to put down some production somewhere else. The first Sheer Siphon is gonna get destroyed pretty fast. But then again, we have a ton of horsemen still and now closing in on the archers and the longbows.
Low space, which makes it a lot easier for the longbows to defend against the horsemen. And the horsemen are almost gone.
Yeah, so the horsemen are completely gone by now, but we still have the archers and the longbows, which Reddarksider needs to be careful that he doesn't lose them. It kind of feels a little bit like he overextended, at the same time he was raiding a little bit as well. But yeah, needs to be careful here, and Shiro Siphon is just soaking up the damage here while the men-at-arms are getting destroyed. But so what's the Reddarksider's plan here? He has enough gold for the castle age, which is quite normal if you have a 6 on gold. He is lacking the food right now and also not really producing a whole lot, so Prodigy is looking better in that regard.
This is interesting, because Reddarksider killed the second TC and killed a couple of villagers, and now the villager count is almost even, and the eco count is pretty similar as well. So, although Prodigy went second TC, they kind of evened the playfield completely.
Yeah, with the exception that, you know, Byzantines on level 3 cistern already getting 18% gather rate in quite a huge area, so covering those 3. Where's the third one, by the way? 1, 2. Am I blind? I'm really confused right now. Where's the third cistern?
Was it to the left?
Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, I was looking for, like, I'm still not used to that they, you know, the aqueducts actually don't need to be fully connected. It just needs to be connected via a cistern, and then it just works. But yeah, there's the third one. I could have just looked on the map. You can also see it on the map anyway. But yeah, so the Byzantine eco, one of the reasons why you can actually go 1TC Byzantines and still, you know, hold on par with most other civs, even if they go for multiple TCs, is because of the cisterns. And so now we're having a farm transition here as well with the olive groves. And once you have the oil production kicking in, you can just spam horsemen, not horsemen, spam longbows. Or at some point go for Landsknechts even. So that would be fun in Castle Age.
The Prodigy is trying to get the second TC back up, but Reddarksider is pushing him off of the stone. With horsemen again in his base.
Yeah, he needs to retreat, but yeah, he caused a lot of idle time there and also got some more info about what exactly he's looking at in terms of army here for Prodigy. Because Prodigy was messing up quite a lot of army here just to be able to properly defend. Looking good though in terms of Castle Age, so Golden Horn coming up. Golden Horn Tower, where is it? There it is. Beautiful building. I personally prefer the cistern of the first hill, but that's a preference. Personal preference. So Golden Horn Tower, great landmark either way. Gotta be producing some more free units for the Byzantines, which in turn is gonna help him to mess up the army. King's Palace coming up, so that's the replacement for the second TC.
Is he looking to drop a castle with the stone? I think a third TC would be quite greedy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, at the same time, it could also be almost necessary to really come back into the game, because Reddarksider was doing a lot of equal damage there, and so a second TC might not be enough. I personally wouldn't do that. But what I probably would have done is place the second TC and then go for the White Tower instead of the King's Palace. But we'll see. So both players Castle Age now. Reddarksider not on the map in terms of relics, which he could do fairly easily with the help of the Grand Winery.
I just got kicked out of the game.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Network issues.
I heard someone being dropped, and I wasn't sure what that was. That's unfortunate. So yeah, again, I can't really stream. Let's see, I can't really stream my stream for whatever reason. Oh, I can. Now it works fine. Okay, good. So you can check in Discord where we at. Alright, so horsemen moving in now and getting greeted by mainly men-at-arms, but also a couple of spearmen, so that's gonna be very painful. So probably need a scout here as well in order to do that. And now we have the monk on the field grabbing the relic here, being escorted by all these army, all these units. I think this monk has a really great design. I think like the Byzantines are one of the greatest like religious units designs. But yeah, so he'll grab a couple relics. Horsemen trying to find an angle of attack. Question is if we will see cataphracts this game, or if you will skip the cataphracts, stick to the horsemen, and then add some Varangian guards as well, as he's doing right now. Yeah, there we can see the plus 20 gold that he got from killing the villagers, so that's quite nice. And he can just cut out as well again, so that's very good for him. Reddarksider also adding another monk, so he's really doubling down on getting the relics, and why shouldn't he? Because yeah, putting them inside the Grand Winery provides him with oil instead of gold. So some people don't actually like that. So I've seen Byzantine players who don't put the relics inside the Grand Winery for this exact reason, because they prefer the gold production instead of the oil. If only Reddarksider had a scout, he could see the tower being constructed here.
Yeah, so Prodigy is getting the villager lead back, but army numbers are slightly in favor of Reddarksider.
Yeah, army number and as well as army value, looking good for Reddarksider. And with the Varangian guards, he also has the front line that he needs. You know, like the kind of the man-at-arm variant for the Byzantines. And so in general, this is looking quite good. And I think if he probably would like to add some more mangonels, just because of look at. Like 67 longbows. I mean, holy crap. This is a lot of longbows. I don't even know if you wanna have so many.
I mean, just the amount of longbows is scary. Okay, there's raids coming in. There's one further north. Yeah, so.
Yes, there was a little one here on the north, on the northwestern side, and then he found some more villages here as well. And yeah, so the one tech that gets him, you know, +2 damage against workers, and then also 20 gold per villager kill, really paying off by now.
I'm really looking forward to see all these longbows fight. Because also Reddarksider has longbows and a lot of archers. This is gonna be such an archer battle.
Yeah. Yeah,
Really nice raids from Reddarksider. He keeps pressuring those places that are farther out from the base.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if it doesn't manage to kill a villager necessarily, it creates so much idle time and just disrupts the econ. You can tell, like, Prodigy is doing fine resource-wise, but his gold is really lacking right now. He doesn't have any relics, he doesn't have any sacred sites, and he's constantly always being pushed off of gold. Yeah, yet again another horseman raid here. So this is gonna be very good.
That was a close call with these walls.
Yeah, it's insane. Like he's barely getting in here. But let's see. So we'll have a big fight here in the middle. Look at all those longbows. Look at them go. Oh my goodness. So this is the moment where you would love to have like 20 horsemen flanking from the south.
I'm not even sure if 20 horsemen will do that much this fight. The longbows are... This looks really good for Prodigy. The longbows are taking apart everything.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, so the thing is, like, 20 longbows would just disrupt the longbows from the... So the horsemen would disrupt the longbows, and then the forces from Reddarksider could then go onto it. But it's still like a fairly even fight. If you look at the numbers, it's not looking too bad for either side. And now we have the Mangonel coming in, and that's gonna shift a lot of the momentum of the fight for sure.
So if Prodigy can snipe it, then...
Yeah, I mean, if you can snipe it, then like, then that's gonna be over.
Raid coming in.
Yeah, the
he's
horseman.
pushing off of the gold again.
Look at this, like, yeah, it's gonna be like so much idle time, and then potentially also some more kills. Yeah, and then you can see like the gold trickling in.
Army's moving again. Where's the Mangonel? Did he snipe it? Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Well, there it was. Yeah, so army numbers definitely currently in favor here for the English. It's just a lot of longbows here still, and difficult to respond to that. And yeah, it's cool that you're getting the longbows from the mercenary house, but it's difficult to just keep on with the same amount just because you cannot freely produce them as the English can. And then you just have the horsemen trickling in, and this is rough. This is really rough. I mean, it would be so nice to have some cataphracts now, because they can just, you know,
Just imagine them trampling through
yeah,
the
trample in
longbows.
there and then just mow down everything. But then again, like, even if you have a couple of cataphracts, I'm not even sure if that will do a lot against the longbows. Some of them split down here, trying to find some more damage. And wow! That's the game. Just like that.
GG, both players.
Wow, the interesting thing is, like, it looked so well for Reddarksider for most of the game, and then in a matter of like 2 minutes, it completely flipped.
Yeah, Prodigy had a huge amount of longbows, and they paid off.
Yeah,
They yeah, Reddarksider had archers himself, but archers and longbows are gonna lose against longbows. I
yeah.
guess that's what the issue was.
Yeah, and then there
Uh,
was just like 1 or 2 mangonels, but it's just too little too late, and yeah, you can see like this one fight that was just devastating. And it's also so funny because I was like, I don't even know if you want to have so many longbows, and you know, Prodigy is just like, just wait and see. Just wait a minute. We'll get there. Don't worry. I'll show
yeah,
you. I'll show you. Don't worry.
yeah.
So
Neither of us expected those longbows to pay off so significantly.
yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, like this was insane. But yeah, I mean, they snipe away everything. Horsemen are no match if they're just in low numbers, and then they're better than the regular archers, and then you don't have the mass with the longbows that you can, like, you cannot produce so many longbows with the Byzantines. And yeah, then you're lacking cavalry, and yeah, then there's no way for you to come back from that. And then you, yeah, as soon as your opponent camps your base and your food and oil production and all that, not to mention the military production because the Byzantine base is very condensed usually. Yeah, then it's pretty difficult to come back from that. So yeah, incredible turn of events, and really well played by both players and especially Prodigy, who's
Yes,
taking it.
congrats Prodigy on winning the top bracket, and congrats Reddarksider on taking the second place.
Yeah,
Very well played, both of you.
indeed, indeed. So let's see, get out of the match. So we do have the bottom bracket finals is still going. Let's take a quick look. Um, I'm pretty sure they already played the first match. Let's see. So we are. Oh, I wanna switch. Start GG bracket. Interact.
I can do one more game max
Mm.
because I need to get up early tomorrow.
Oh right, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it probably will only be one more game, hopefully, but um, yeah, it would be nice to not go forward for much longer. I agree. So let's see. So it's gonna be kyon or kyon. Um, so I invited you in the group. Let's observe the match. So I think this is the second game that they will play. Not 100% sure. Switch to the in-game. And there we have it. So, two civs that we've seen a couple times today already. Let's start off with Kyon. I'll say Kyon, I don't think it's pronounced Kyon. So Kyon playing the purple Byzantines in the left side of the map on Lipany against Elpi in blue playing the Delhi. So let's take a quick look at the map. So sacred sites pretty much even in the middle, so fair spawn for both players. Good for Delhi. That's usually how they like their sacred sites. Starting off with the mosque and with the mill as well. Getting the upgrades, very nice. On the other side we do have berries in the front, but then there's also berries way in the back, which, yeah, you don't want to place your Grand Winery down there. It's way too exposed. You can just place it here, and then you have a nice area around to place your olive groves at some point. And yeah, let's take a look at scouting. So Kyon all the way across the map. He scouted both trade posts. So I don't know if that was really on purpose, but sometimes it's important for Byzantines to know. Because yeah, you could also place your mercenary house around here. It doesn't need to be immediately next to it, but like 2 or 3 tiles I believe is the range. And then he could actually go for the Musafati warriors and the camel archers as well. And on the other side, Elpi scouted the corner and now is moving across and around the Byzantine base, found the gold. So, I mean, we've seen Byzantine last game. What do you expect from this one here?
So, is there a Civ picker like is in the finals of the bottom bracket? I know in the normal games, like in the Swiss bracket, you can snipe Civ, but how is it in the finals?
Yes, so in the finals, there's no ban. Oh man, I should know that. There is no bans, but you cannot repeat a civ if you've won with it already. So you can still play whatever you want, but you can't play it like 2-3 times, unless you don't win. But yeah, if you win, you can play it again.
Okay. So because I just looked both players up, and it seems like both of them are playing with their main civ. Yeah, what do I expect from the matchup? So I actually I don't know. I don't know. So I would expect Kyon to go fast castle. And then I guess Elpi taking the sacred sites and then going castle himself. What do you think?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it will play out. So we have Dome of the Faith coming up, so indicating more focus on Castle Age, on the techs, potentially Imp if it goes late, just to have a better timing with the age up technologies that you will immediately research. For Byzantines, what you like to do is you go for the Grand Winery, get as much oil as possible, as soon as possible, go for a mercenary house somewhere in this area just so it produces faster, and then you probably pump out some Keshik, which is gonna be the only units that you really need in the beginning of the game. And then while you're disrupting your opponent, attacking, trying to find some villager kills, then you macro up to Castle Age, get a nice Castle Age timing at around minute 9 or so, unless you need to produce more units, which in the case against Delhi you might have to do. And then you take the relics. So he might have to shift a little bit just because he's playing against Delhi, and Delhi will probably be super aggressive. But at the same time, Delhi might be busy with getting the sacred sites, and so they can't maybe not really contest the early aggression with the Keshik. So could also be a case.
We have seen Elpi play before, and Elpi had a very defensive playstyle. You remember the castles in the base?
Yeah, I do remember the Juicy's Legacy. It was very defensive, and so I really hope that it's gonna be different this time around. He immediately is going for the scholars from the Dome of the Faith, so he's doing the right things, going for the blacksmith. So that's all very nice. In general, also queuing the upgrades that he is supposed to do. So this is like, yes, this is bottom bracket, but he's doing all the right things for now. except for immediately assigning the scholars to be in the dome. But other than that, yeah, going with the stable. So yeah, we are gonna to see the Ghazi Raiders. No real surprise there at all. Question is, so he did go for Sanctity, 2 more minutes, so at 8 minutes he should be able to get to the first sacred sites. Yeah, and so we can. It's actually like a lot interesting that he has the Muzaffari warriors that you could actually already produce. Very interesting. But yeah, so he can even go for the Muzaffari warriors if he wants to, or for the camel archers, which could be actually quite nice against the Ghazi raiders and potentially throw him off, because he would most likely expect Kashik to come up, which is right there. So yeah, now Kyon needs to be careful here with the Ghazi raider coming in, charging in hot. Already has enough gold oil for the next set, so could mess up some Kashik here, and that should either be enough to defend against the Ghazi raiders, or it should be enough to put up some aggression here on his opponent.
Kyon is dropping a barracks, so seems like he'll have some horseman Kashik gear combination, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it does make sense to go for the Limitani when you're facing the Ghazi raiders, because the Kashik are not really great at dealing with the Ghazi raiders, so you cannot use them to directly fight against them, especially because Delhi will be able to mass up Ghazi raiders so much quicker than you ever could dream of massing up the Kashik. And so you need to have a response to the Ghazi raiders, which Limitani is the perfect choice. You don't need to go heavy into that, because like he is looking for Castle Age, and so he should hit Castle Age pretty soon actually. Just needs to have a little bit more food, but then he will be there. Picking off the Scholar here, very nice. So first sacred site has been taken, but then also losing the Scholar for that. The other one's currently not being taken, not even attempted. Yeah, and then we also have the Spearman from the Delhi coming in, and so yeah, Kashyyyks will not be able to contest that. So he needs to run, and he also doesn't want to fight right now, because he's already aging up with the cistern of the first hill, covering, well, I mean, not really covering any new resource here. So yeah, this Kashyyk is going down. So overall, for placing the cistern of the first hill, it should just cover something. And right now, so this gold has already been covered by that cistern, and this cistern, depending on where you would place the mining camp, already covers this stone as well. So there's not really any use for the cistern here. So what I would have done instead, it is a little bit exposed up, but I would have placed it like here, and then it covers the whole area of the Grand Winery, or you place it somewhere like here, but just somewhere else. Like if you place it here, you get all the deer here, you get the wood line, and you get the olive groves that you will place here. So this cistern placement, not really great, not doing anything for you except for the age up. Also you wanna, yeah, connect it as quickly as possible. Also, you can use the automatic Pilgrim Flask so that it can actually automatically. I mean, you not always want to have that maybe, but in general you can just have it and it's just so much easier in a fight. You don't have to think about using it in any way. We have House of Learning and the second TC coming up for Delhi, so very interesting choice, at least the second TC is. Securing the gold here. So I'm not really sure why that is actually.
It's quite a risky TC because it's quite unprotected, but I guess in this bracket you can hope for the opponent not scouting it, and then you can get away with it easily.
Yeah, and funnily enough, he most likely actually will get away with that because so his opponent like usually will have like a straight line here between the bases, and like it's far away enough so that it's not really affected by the sacred site. So even if they fight around the sacred site, it will not necessarily be scouted out. But at the same time, so yeah, it might actually, it will most likely work. Interesting to note, the secondary TCs, they don't have vision inside stealth forest, so there could actually be a lot of enemy units in here, and he would actually not even be able to see that. So what he could do is just place a tower here, and then he could have vision here as well, because this looks kind of scary if you think about it. If you're Delhi, you know, like there could be a couple Ketcha in here, you wouldn't even see it, and then they charge in, kill everything before you react. But yeah, so
Kyon
monks.
is walling up his side of the map, mostly.
Yeah, I mean,
And Elpi is securing some of the relics.
yeah, so he's looking for 2 relics right now. So Kyon got 1 already, but that's the only one for now. His monk is just chilling his life at the moment. He did actually go for camel archers. Look at that. So
I guess it's really good to have like a handful of camel archers to raid.
yeah, like raiding is one thing, and the other thing is like you debuff the Ghazi raiders, and so it is
Yeah.
quite nice to have that. We have a single cataphract here as well. So yeah, this is gonna be a contested relic. Let's see who gets there first, if he will manage or if the scholar will pick it up. Because yeah, other than that, like, and to your earlier point with you know, Elpi being a very defensive player in the Juicy game against Rus, a second TC is highly unusual for Delhi, at least in this stage of the game. And so it really is looking like he's playing it very defensively again. Scholar is not gonna get away with the relic, so that is gonna go over to 2 monks actually grabbing that one, or well, trying to grab it.
I mean, Elpi moved out and started harassing the enemy's base and securing one sacred site. He tried several, but yeah, got his monks killed. Like in the middle.
That poor scholar. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like he's doing nothing. That's not what I'm trying to say, but at the same time, he's definitely playing a lot more passive than you would usually expect from a Delhi player. At the same time, I mean, he just aged up. He probably is just waiting for some of the additional text that he's waiting for. And he is producing units. It's not like, yeah, again, like he's not doing nothing, but he could be a little bit more aggressive on the map, I would say. Also, in the meantime, he did go for pro scouts, so that's cool.
And he is sitting on 2 TCs while Kyon only has 1. So he kinda can wait it out.
Yeah,
He is in a position to do it.
I mean, sitting is quite literal because he's not producing any villagers from his main TC right now. So he in fact is just sitting on 1 TC. Well,
That's kind of funny. No, now he's producing from both. No, now he's... What? I thought a second ago he was producing from his second TC.
He
But not
was.
his main TC, and now he's producing from his main TC, but not his second TC.
Yeah. Yeah. He probably just ran out, just because he's so low on food right now that he can't really produce constantly from both, or at least can't have a long queue in place here. Ketcha trying to find...
Scout it? Did he scout the second TC?
I think he did. So I mean, like in theory, he has to scout the area. The thing is, if the TC gets constructed like way after he was there from scouting, then he doesn't have any idea that there's a second TC there. So he probably doesn't know about the second TC. Doesn't have the vision there either. He will now. Okay, now he will.
Oh, he will know.
Find the second TC. So this.
What? There's a TC here?
What? The second TC?
What did I get myself into?
What kind of game is this? I thought I'm playing against Delhi.
Caching.
Yeah.
Like running from elephants, and then suddenly he runs into a TC.
Yeah. So it's like, whoa, that wasn't there before. Oh yes, the fun situations that you get yourself into sometimes. By the way, sitting out on a lot of oil, so he could definitely use that to produce some more. Also, in general, floating a lot of resources. Okay, not floating anymore, he just seems to be listening to our stream. I love it. And now, yeah, he's wow, that is a very, very aggressive pro scouting here by Elpi. Well, I mean, okay, the thing was like, the boss weren't there before, and so it was just like, the closest path would have been like through here, and so they went through the enemy base. Unfortunate. And now Delhi is also massing up, and in a way I really don't like where this is going, because letting Delhi sit and do their thing is probably one of the best death sentences that you can get, just because their late game is so insane with the elephants and everything.
Yeah, I think especially in this bracket, I think elephants are hard to counter, and I think they become harder to counter the lower you get with your elo.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, he has the second DC. I am not sure if there's a way back for Kyon into the game if he doesn't strike very soon. Actually, I think like he would have to go like 3 or 4 TC right now and mass villagers.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, trading is not really a great option on this map, just because of how the trade posts are situated. And so yeah, he could go for multiple TCs. In general, his eco is a lot better than it looks like, just because of the cisterns, but then again, it's only level 3. And it could be at 4 or maybe 5 even at this point. And then he's also not really utilizing the Grand Winery. So I mean, if you think about the Grand Winery as like the Aachen Chapel, it's almost unused at this moment. I mean, like, all this area here could be used for olive groves, and instead he's going to go for olive groves here, which, yes, it is in a cistern range, so that's at least something, but it's not in the Grand Winery range. And so I would love to have these groves over here around, and then maybe you have to cancel the wall and rebuild it at some point just to have more space here. But that's something that I would have loved to have. At the same time, what I love to see is this raid here coming in from the caching and the cataphracts, and killing a couple villagers at least, and now the other ones are on the run here as well. And in the meantime,
is great. I just wanted to say, this other way back into the game is by raiding this north side, because it's completely unprotected and there are lots of villagers there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have like 1 outpost and 1 TC with 8 spots, so that's like 13 villagers that you can save, and the other ones are just running around and right into the enemy army that is gonna let them live another day, apparently.
He lets them pass. He doesn't want to commit war crimes.
Well, isn't this why we play the game? I'm confused. I mean, I don't know what's your
Well,
motivation to get up in the morning and play Age of Empires, but mine is definitely getting to commit some war crimes and feel good about it. I'm just
that's
kidding.
a
I'm a
good point.
very friendly person.
Unless when you play Age of Empires.
Yes, then I like it's kind of like Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, so my Mr. Hyde comes out when I play Age of Empires. Speaking of coming out here, Palace of the Sultan is coming up next. So we do have Imperial Age, the dreaded Delhi Imperial Age coming up. Slowly but surely with 9 villagers. And so this really puts Kyon on a timer. So he was able to de defend the sacred sites. So no sacred timer here for Delhi, and that's huge. But then again, it's still Imperial Age coming up, and what is up with the gold here, by the way, with Delhi? 5,000 gold in the bank?
Is it from the relics?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's only 3 relics. I can't imagine that he... Well, the thing is, like, he probably, besides a couple of the elephants, he didn't really spend any gold for most of the game. And now the elephants are charging in. Look at them go. There's
Now,
the...
I think Keon needs to strike now.
Yeah, I think this is like, okay, now I'm going in.
It's not the greatest fight for him to take,
No, it's definitely not.
but it's better than to wait.
Yeah, if he waits for a couple minutes, then the game is basically over for him, and now he at least has the chance to hit at the elephants. And so 1, 2 elephants down already, and besides a couple of archers, there's nothing left here. So cataphracts here in the back, getting a couple more villager kills. They could have gone on the archers as well, but still standing a couple of the war elephants. So a good attempt, and I think overall an okayish fight here for Kyon, but at the same time, if you're not losing the fight right now as Delhi, I would consider it a win, because you wanna save as much time as possible to get some free Palace of the Sultan, Tower Elephants, as well as getting all your upgrades. How many?
Exactly.
So he has 2 blacksmiths, so yeah, that's good. Okay.
I think Keon had missed a really good opportunity of a charge with his Keshik. He wanted to get to the back line, I think, and went around, but he could have done a great charge. I would have loved, I was actually waiting to see the Keshik charge through the elephants. I just think it would have looked funny.
Yeah.
But seems like I'll be waiting for a longer time to see that.
Yeah.
Taking down TC. I really like how Keon evened out the villager numbers.
Yeah, they were both sitting at 66, now at 67. I mean, besides the fact that almost half of them are idle for Kyon. But yeah, other than that, I mean, very even in numbers, which it's it's not a good thing, because Delhi should be at 100 at the moment, since they went for 2 TCs. So that the fact that they're both equal is not really great. I mean, yes, considering 50 villager kills for the Byzantines, so that's good, but it still should be a lot higher for Delhi. And yeah, well, I mean, it's the bottom bracket, so just keep in mind, as long as you're not at 100, 120, something like that, you keep constantly producing villagers. You really need those little men and women. They are the backbone of your civilization. It doesn't matter what else you do, you need them to sustain your war efforts.
Yeah, you only stop building villagers when you realize your pop cap and your army can't take on the other army anymore, because you can't build enough units. That's when you stop building villagers.
Yeah, pretty much. So I would say in most games you probably really don't stop. Unless, yeah, like 100, 120, something like that. If you're trading, then you don't need 120 villagers on top of, 30 or 40 villagers, traders. But in general, like eco units, you wanna have more eco units than military units usually. And so, yeah,
I would even go
70.
up to 150 in some cases, or more villagers.
Yeah, I guess you can do that, but I would say that's the top upper level limit. And more than that, it's just limiting what you can do in terms of army numbers. So it's a fine line between like what you're doing there. But in general, like 70, that's not the sweet spot. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
For an engineering company coming up, so we will probably see some more different mercs in terms of, or in the way of Nest of Bees, the Weiwei Pow, and the Royal Cannon. So we might, okay, let's see. The Royal Cannons actually deal fairly okay with the elephants. Not as great as they should, but fairly okay. So maybe that's the plan here. Oof, look at the elephants, like how much damage they deal, in terms of against buildings. Quite
103 villagers. Is that a sacrifice?
sacrifice to
Take
the
these
Indian
villagers
gods.
and leave me alone.
Yeah. Please take these and be satisfied. I don't want to fight no more. Yeah.
Castle coming up for Kyon, who's afraid for his base, and he's right about that.
Yeah, he's damn right about that.
He
Also,
doesn't want to have picked this fight.
but look at the keep coming up for Elpi as well. So
He's...
at least the blueprint.
Oh.
That's so funny. All right,
Like,
moving into
no,
cinematic mode. So the keep is coming up. It's almost there. And now the army just needs to move in. And try to hold this position as much as they can. This is basically all or nothing right now. If Byzantines loses this fight, the game is definitely over. There's no
I think
way.
Byzantine would have to move into their base. I think it's too late now, but I think they would have had to move into their base and build siege. Yeah, siege is coming out, but it's too late.
That's way too late. You only have a couple of crossbows anymore, and they're completely getting shredded by the elephants. Even though the crossbows technically counter them, but yeah, just technically. And there's the GG. Wow.
There is no, or barely any play against a Delhi army at this time in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, delegates goes imp, and then it takes another 10 minutes, and then they roll into your base with the elephants, and yeah, there's no way for you to come back. So it was nice for him to close the villager gap here, so that is very nice. And so economy was pretty even in terms of numbers. They were doing fine, but I don't think, by the way, I don't think that he got the imp upgrades yet. And so it was still castle age units against imperial elephants, and that's never good. That is never good.
Yeah, I mean, even with the upgrades, he didn't have the numbers, and there were like, what, 7 elephants in there?
Yeah.
He would have needed like, I don't know, 5, 6 cannons or something, and even then, or mangonels maybe.
Yeah, Mongols don't deal a lot of damage against them, I think. So yeah, maybe cannons or hand cannoneers in a way that could have worked as well. But yeah, I mean, very, very close game, very even, for sure. But yeah, just
a good game. Is this which game is this? Is this the first, the second, or the third game?
oh, that's definitely not the first one. Let's see. Let's check real quick. Their chat. Okay, so I think this was the second game. I think this was the. Let's see. Um, take a look at their. Okay, this okay doesn't help. Okay, are they okay? They are in game. Let's check real quick their history. So Kyon, yeah. So Kyon played Ayubids against English in the first one, and then we just saw the second one. Kyon again, yeah, Byzantines against Delhi. So Kyon won the first one, then he lost the second one. So it's 1-1 right now, and they have started the third game. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you need to go, you need to go. That's totally fine. So
I
if
need to go. Yeah, I need to get up tomorrow. Get up early tomorrow.
all right, sounds
But
good.
yeah,
Well,
thanks
thanks
for
for being
having me
here.
here.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if you're casting the last game, then have fun and good luck to the 2 players.
yeah, I'll definitely close out the tournament with the last game. Uh, Hopefully it'll not be a 60-minute game. Please pray for me. And yeah, thanks for being here. It was fun. And have a good night. And we'll continue on with the tournament.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, I don't even need to change anything here in the layout. Okay, let's hop right into the game. It's getting late, folks. I don't know what time it is for you. For me, it's close to 2 a.m. in the morning, which is more or less my comfort time, but at the same time, I've been going in the stream for close to 7 hours. Oh my. 1 a.m., yeah. Yeah, it's a little better than here in good old Germany. Alright, pause, stop. I need to switch the scenes. I don't wanna forget that. Alright, so I just hopped in. As you can see, alright, let's make it good. So, we have Kyon playing Jussi's Legacy on the right side of the map against Elpi with Jeanne d'Arc. This is gonna be the first match, actually, of today where we see Jeanne d'Arc. And now Pedestrian, who's a French main, is gone, so that's a bummer. I would have loved to pick his brain on what you would expect in this kind of situation. I'm not too good with French. It's not one of my mains. But yeah, I mean I've played Jeanne d'Arc a couple times, so it'll be fine. So basically, going for yeah, building the buildings here, constructing the buildings, granting her experience. She wants to move up in levels, so she's not a peasant anymore. So question will be whether we should go in melee or ranged form at some point. And you see, starting off with the mill here, Imperial official right there as well. So yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, our cat is super annoying sometimes, and he just wanted to get out of the room here because yeah, I just had the door closed. Anyway, enough of my cat. So yeah, I would say Pro Scout opening here for Jussi. That's the most standard one. It's probably also the best, to be honest. I mean, there's nothing really you can say against Pro Scouts at the time. Most people do it. Yeah, we have 2 cats as well. So me and my wife. And then we also have a snake, a boa constrictor, and we have a bearded dragon. So yeah, quite a little zoo over here at our home. But yeah, so Pro Scout I would say is the most likely thing that Kyon is looking for. It's fairly easy to execute. It doesn't have a whole lot of downsides in a way. The deer packs, besides this one, are pretty close as well to his base. I mean, this one is close, of course, and then you have one over here, and then on the left side, that would be probably his place, his play here. Yeah, and then Jeanne d'Arc, again, like, she wants to construct buildings and be part of that just to get some more experience. School of Cavalry, no real surprise here. I would have loved to see the Chamber of Commerce come up, just to spice things up, but I mean, the School of Cavalry is the most standard landmark here for French. And it does make sense also in terms of shutting down the Pro Scout build. So, on the other hand, we have Meditation Guard. Yes, I'm grateful that he cancelled that, because that would not have been a great choice. Let's see. Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, he could have placed it here as well, getting the stone, but then he wouldn't get the wood. So definitely a fine spot. He can definitely make that work. Then maybe just wall it off at this point, and then that's also safe. Because yeah, going for an exposed meditation gardens can be very difficult to keep that. But I like the placement. Probably one of the best that he could go for. This would also, I mean, he could also have placed it here and probably get the 2 gold, the stone and the wood. But yeah, nice. I like that. With a School of Cavalry, yes. Jeanne d'Arc just stopping for a second here to go for another house. So she should have enough experience pretty soon to age, to level up, not to age up. And then we'll hopefully see a lot of early feudal aggression by Jeanne d'Arc. Meditation Gardens has been scouted out, so Elpi knows about that. He could send over some cavalry pretty soon if he wanted to. Going for Royal Knight immediately. Very nice. Could go for Wheelbarrow, that's something that French usually likes to do relatively soon. And on the other hand, what is Kyon going to do? So I don't see anything in terms of pro scouts, no stable yet. He is going for the professional scout, so he definitely is looking for that, but where would he get the scouts from? Or is he just going to look for this one scout? There's the stable. So right on time when the pro scout has finished the technology, he can go for the scout now. Go for a couple ones actually, you don't want to have only one scout. And there's the knight, followed by the melee form Jeanne d'Arc, the woman at arms. So he's looking for some early aggression. Let's see what he actually sees. So he scouted basically the whole map, including the opponent's base. He knows about the resources here, about the gold, which is gonna be exposed here. So there's no tower or anything, so he will actually be able to find some damage there. Moving in with the Royal Knight first, and then, yeah, getting the Holy Wrath off, getting a lot of damage there as well. So 2 villager kills already, very nice. There's the scout as well. So denies most of the gold income. Yeah, so Kyon for now can only rely on the Imperial Official to get some gold. Plus the Meditation Gardens also providing a little bit of gold, so that's at least something. And more scouts as well as chivalry. So Jeanne d'Arc going for pro scouts as well, which I like quite a lot. Let's move back. Yeah, so Jeanne d'Arc being very good at dealing with spearmen if needed, and also able to heal quite nicely. So yeah, both players going for pro scouting here, the classic meta that we're currently facing everywhere. And yeah, other than that, kind of slow start here. A little bit of a raid here with the knights getting 2 villager kills, but other than that, there's not really a whole lot what you can do except for, yeah, going right on the meditation gardens. There's the wall that I wanted, very nice. But then again, Elpi also needs to be careful here, because, yeah, if there's spearmen moving in, he can't go there, so he kind of needs to be careful how to retreat. Doesn't even react in time, so scout going down, knight is gonna get out alive. But yeah, difficult position to defend that. But yeah, Jeanne d'Arc in general, as long as you're fighting, she'll be very happy, because she'll get experience by killing other units, or if units close to her get killed. And so you kind of have to face her, you have to deal with that, but at the same time, it is super annoying to just grant her a lot of free experience. And so kyon needs to find a way to deal with that in an effective way. If possible, even kill Jeanne d'Arc and then just destroy whatever is there. Also, if Elpi would stop hitting with that knight, it will actually heal up again. But yeah, that's out of the picture. Knight getting onto the Shuganu, but there's just too many spearmen right now. So I like this is a good composition to deal with all of what Jeanne d'Arc currently has, and she has to retreat. She's pretty tanky by now, so she is not in danger of getting killed. The scout actually is, so needs to be careful here. Yeah, so other than that, let's see. Scout taking all the deer on the map here, as well as kyon is doing the same with that deer pack. So both players kind of having the same strategy in mind here with the pro scout build, and now the question then becomes who is gonna go up with the castle age first, and who might be opening more town centers to get their eco ahead. French moving out into the berries here, which is an interesting choice considering you got all the food underneath your TC. But I mean, you can do it, why not? It's free food overall. Yeah. I mean, what else is there? So both players massing up their army, especially Juicy's legacy, just as you would expect. Get some more experience over to Jeanne d'Arc, unfortunately. A little bit of a miss macro here in terms of gold, but could definitely look for a castle age play as soon as he has enough food. Same here, a lot of miss macro here, so he went heavily, or more heavily, on gold, just because he just secured it, but he also has the passive income from the meditation gardens as well as the imperial officials. And so, yeah, just a miss macro overall by both players, just slightly. And Elpi definitely macroing towards Castle Age. And I really hope he's not gonna pick the guild hall. He's not! Hey! That's wonderful. We have the Royal Institute, so he's not looking for a super long game with having a stronger focus on macro and eco, but instead is looking for the royal technology text that he will get by accessing the Royal Institute. So that's that makes me very hopeful that we'll have a game that is less than 30 minutes long. And Kyon is trying to get in here. A nice attempt to flank with the horsemen and then with the infantry from the front. But Elpi also has a scout here too, actually, so he knows what is happening. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know, it's like wishful thinking, maybe, but I'm just hoping for the best. I mean, overall, like for everybody, including the players, like nobody wants to have a dragged out game, and so yeah. So doing the right thing here because he's aging up, just retreating, not taking a disadvantaged fight here for him. Needs to be careful not to run into the opponent's units and just now get the upgrades and then you will be fine. A little bit ahead in terms of villages, which is interesting because you don't have the faster production time. But now he's also losing a villager here, so needs to be careful about his wood line in his units in general. Kyon also reaching castle age while he's attacking, so this is not what you want to do while we're aging up. But yeah, here we are losing all of his units except for the Jugenu, which hopefully will get out alive, maybe. But there's just quite a lot of royal knights there, so he might be able to close the gap, and then he will be able to kill a couple more Jugenu, especially if they just stand around. So yeah, just use the A move, and then this doesn't happen because. I mean, are you dancing? What is happening? Okay, so yeah, use the A move. They would all be dead already, like for a long time if you would have used the A move. Very important to do so. We have the night version of Jeanne d'Arc now, so she got another level up, more health, more damage. Also, so you could make more use of the consecrate ability to consecrate your build. There you are. Just use it. I mean, it's not limited in terms of how many buildings you can consecrate. It's just limited in terms of how many charges you can store. And so don't let them sit there, just use them whenever you can. It's also, by the way, like you can stand on the other side of the map and you can use it wherever you are, which I feel is pretty busted. I think it would be nice if you would actually have to move in your base and then consecrate them like close quarters kind of thing. But I mean, I haven't designed the civilization, so what do I know? A lack of archers. Good amount of royal knights, overall a fine composition. What is not so fine is that it's just standing around here doing nothing. You could also use Divine Restoration to heal up those archers. So that is something to be mindful of. So basically the main difference between French and Jeanne d'Arc is, yes, there are a few things in terms of how the keep, for example, works, and with a discount on unit production cost and all that. But the main difference really is Jeanne d'Arc. You need to utilize her to her fullest potential, which is using the consecrate, using the divine restoration, the wrath if you're playing the melee version, or the what's it called, holy arrow or something for the ranged version. And then, yeah, just make the best out of her because she's like your biggest asset. Everything else is just standard French. But yeah, speaking of standard French, just doing French things, mowing down the meditation gardens, So this is gonna be a small blow to the juicy economy. Here, not really reacting to that actually. Like, he's not moving out, he's not pushing anywhere, he's not securing resources on the map besides the berries here. Building up some more production, but he doesn't have the Jiangnan towers. And he's also not in Song Dynasty anymore, so both. Yeah, I would have loved for him to have the Jiangnan Tower being Song Dynasty and then just spam out unit production. Like the production, the military buildings. Because in Song Dynasty you get buildings for cheaper wood, so they cost less wood, which means if you're going for a second TC, or if you're going for mass military production buildings, Song Dynasty is the right time to do that. Finally getting the royal bloodlines for the knights, so they're quite tanky now. And yeah, both players kind of afraid of each other, it feels like. So it was a good move by Elpi to destroy the meditation gardens, but he's not doing anything with it besides having it burned down. And Kyon is not reacting in any way, he's just massing up more army, but he's not trying to repair it, he didn't try to defend it, he's not going out on the map. Does he see anything? That would be my next question. So yeah, he doesn't really see anything. He has a couple of lancers moving out now, which hopefully they will find something. But yeah, they're barely missing the gold here. So I like the attempt. This is the good idea, but the direction is not exactly how they should be. He only has one scout anymore. So now he's finding the villagers, so hopefully they'll turn at some point. Yes, oh perfect. Okay, there's light at the end of the tunnel. He's also grabbing the relics, so good for him. That's definitely like 2 for 2. Okay, getting at least 2 kills before we get a reaction there. That's the third one. That should still, he should get at least this one here. And yeah, Elpi is moving out now, but with a whole army in one bulk, so which means that the Royal Knights are pretty slow right now. And then we have an unguarded trebuchet there as well. But yeah, so I mean, it is good to take the gold on the map. Why not? Why not do it? But for now, just stick there. Maybe grab some stone. Go for a keep. Drop a keep here. Take the sacred side. You could also go for a keep here, and then you secure the stone and the gold, and you also make sure that this never gets rebuilt. So that would also be an option. Finally moving in here, but not a whole lot of units here actually. Still only 6 archers. How are you going to deal with 25 spearmen if you're only having 6 archers? So this, in terms of army number, definitely in favor of Kyon. In terms of counter system, definitely in favor of Kyon. The only thing that Elpi has going for him is that he has a lot of Royal Knights and the value is so much higher. A nice little raid here with the Lancers by Kyon, getting a couple of villager kills as well. Still 10 to 2, so still in favor for Elpis, but Kyon is ahead in villagers. He pulled ahead somehow. I mean, I'm saying somehow, but I don't know if Elpi constantly produced, and now we might see a fight. Army is moving in, or it's a dance between going back and forth. At the same time, we do have a nice raid here. A lot of villager kills now. which, okay, now it totally makes sense why Kyon is ahead so much, is because he killed 17 villagers, so I just read the numbers wrong earlier. So a lot of villager kills by Kyon, a great job here by him. Trying to get onto the trebuchet, and Royal Knights a little bit split here, way too overcommitted here to get rid of the two horsemen. And now we're having the palace guards as well as the spearmen trying to find a target to hit on. And yeah, I mean, generally I would say this is not looking good for the French, but then again, it's the Royal Knights and it's the Arbalètriers, and so you have the best knight units and the best crossbow units. So overall, looking very good still for French, for Jeanne d'Arc. Even though Jeanne just died. Or did she? Where is he? Jeanne's champion is somewhere, but yeah, Jeanne is dead. In the meantime, he was able to grab 3 relics. There's the 4th one. So needs to have one more monastery. Which there is. Perfect. And yeah, meditation gardens has been rebuilt. So yeah, French let that happen. There's the keep. So pretty much more or less like I wanted it. That will force Kyon to go for siege himself. And there's still so much gold on the map, so this game could go on forever. I'm so afraid. There's Jeanne d'Arc coming back to the battlefield. And yeah, I don't know. I'm still seeing a lack of archers, and then maybe even some more Arbalètriers. And the issue is also like Elpi has the resources. Like either go imp or build more units. Like this is horrible. Like this is not what you want to do. But now we have a fight coming in. Horsemen trying to get onto the villagers, trying to prevent the keep from going up, but should not be successful. There will be a couple villagers still, and Royal Knights being very good at cleaning up this mess here and dealing with the horsemen, as well as with the Huguenot as soon as they get in range. So keep is getting up. Second sacred site being taken. But yeah, so just ask yourself constantly while you're playing, how's my macro looking? Do I float resources or not? Because yeah, like while Elpi is generally doing a good job here in terms of macro, this is not looking good. Also, the food income is terrible. Like, why does he only have so few resources? I mean, he has, oh my goodness, some long ass. Okay. I think it would be fine to invest in a lumber camp, or in a mining camp here, not a lumber camp. Some more horsemen here, raiding. Oh yeah, you were absolutely even. There was no map pressure. You did some good raids there. Same for this one here. But yeah, I think if Elpi would not miss macro as much, the game should be a lot more in his favor. But here we are. So there is enough resources now for Imperial Age. So French could go Imperial Age if they wanted to. And there's the Red Palace. Oh my goodness, that's disgusting. Alright, well, you couldn't do it like that. Yeah, overall, I think one of the things that make Age of Empires difficult as a game is not, you know, executing a build order. You can like teach anybody that, and like anybody could execute a build order semi-fine, and that's okay. But making the choices and decisions when to go to Castle Age, when to go to Imp Age, you know, when to build certain unit types and all that. This is where it gets interesting. And so yeah, a lot of people struggle with going to Imp too late. Sometimes, especially in multiplayer, you may even do it too soon because you're like, oh cool, I can just do it and my mates will defend me. But that's not exactly how it will be. And so it can be a very tough call to know exactly when you should go for Imp. Elpi decided it's this moment, and the Red Palace is freaking disgusting in this place. Really shutting down the opponent's base. He got 3 sacred sites already, so even the sacred victory is approaching. He could take the stone, that's basically his now. And now he's just running into the base and trying to find some eco damage there. Which, fortunately for kyon, he will not find. But at the same time, it's a lot of idle time. So 42 out of 76 idle, which is huge, which is just a lot of idle villagers. And so it's not looking great for Juicy right now. Going for some siege workshop here as well, which you can build it like around the keep, but it doesn't really matter because this bonus is only for French and not for Jeanne d'Arc. But I mean, it doesn't hurt to put it like behind that. But yeah, put it on the consecration as well, very nice. So definitely a good call here with the siege. And then you can go for the cannons. And yeah, should be able to close out the game very soon. I mean, we have a defensive keep being dropped here by kyon. And a couple traps firing away at the Red Palace, but it's also a Red Palace, so it doesn't really care that much. And it's also getting repaired at the same time. So really, yeah, kyon is running out of options here. I mean, he has more resources that he could spend, and his eco is looking a lot better, or at least it would be if there wouldn't be so many idle units. But he doesn't really know how to go from there, and to come back into this game here. Abbasid is a little bit exposed here. Same for Jeanne d'Arc, so you need to be careful that you're not sacrificing her, which can happen. A little bit of a raid coming in here, trying to get on the villagers, or actually on the cannons. But yeah, there's a keep, there's a Red Palace, so it's really difficult to find underneath that. But still, the traps doing their work, and they will eventually burn it down. And this will be huge for kyon actually to get this one down. And then maybe, hopefully, be able to push on. He needs to find an answer though to the knights, because the Juvenile are not it. Crossbows are good, so maybe stop going for the Juvenile altogether and just go for the crossbows. Palace Guard is also fine. And so since this has been destroyed, you don't need to trap it all the way, like all the time. I mean, you can do that if you want to burn the resources of your opponent, but in general this is not going to do anything, so you can just go for the siege workshops and then for the keep later on. But yeah, you got bigger fish to fry at the moment. 2 Royal Knights in your base, and there's almost nothing that you can do against it. No, the trap. Oh man, that's so sad. Yeah, Yeah, that's just how it happens sometimes. They're so tanky, and there's not really anything that you can do against them. And so yeah, just tough sometimes. I mean, so what you can do in a situation like that is you just have a couple of spearmen, and you just keep them close to your traps. You don't let them move. You use the V command, stand ground, and you just let them stand there and protect the trap. Because if you have 5 spearmen there, the 2 Royal Knights will not be able to just snipe away 2 or 3 trebuchets. But on the other hand, Kyon is still holding, so even though it is not looking too great, oh my goodness, what happened? I think I completely missed like all the villagers that Kyon killed. So a good call for Elpi to go for a second PC to build up the villager numbers again, because like the issue that Elpi currently has is he is Imperial Age, but he doesn't have the resources. Like there should be a 1 like in front of each of those. Um, yeah, because at like 33 minutes into the game and you're at 700 food per minute, that's not enough. Another big fight coming in. Spearmen, Shuganu, crossbows, palace guards, horsemen, just everything. Killing some more villagers, very nice. Needs to get rid of the siege workshops here though, so it would be nice to get some traps at some point eventually, but they are lacking the resources here. Running out of wood as well, so this would be a woodland that Kyon would love to get his hands on, but then there's this woodland where he's currently on. Yeah, and now trebuchets are firing away. But yeah, so in general, like as long as this has not been repaired until full health, it doesn't do anything. And so it's not really to worry too much about it. Going on to the royal cannons with the spearmen, very nice. But then it's also the keep with the burning oil. Boiling. It's boiling, it's not burning, it's boiling. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. And language is difficult. So again, same story as it was with Elpi. Yeah, okay, there's the Imperial Age. Yeah, that's absolutely understandable to have less and less focus. I mean, it's been a couple hours for the players as well. It's been their 5th, 6th, 7th game. At some point you're just tired, and it's really hard to focus sometimes. And so both for casters as well as for the players. So yeah, it's totally understandable. And yeah, so you had a lot of resources floating, but then decided to go for the library. So yeah, it's either you imp up or you go for some more units, because with 2000 food and then 2000 gold, you just have so many more resources. Question is now you don't have the resources anyway to do anything with that, so that's really unfortunate. And now we have, I think, what is going to be the final battle in the base here. So town center has been completely destroyed. Villager going onto the Gold-Conqueror, burning it down, but at the same time losing quite a lot of villagers there as well. And so that's not going to be good for your eco. And yeah, just nothing to really have as a response to all the Royal Knights. And yeah, what you gonna do? In a way, I think the imp should have come like 5 to 10 minutes like earlier than that. It's easier said than done, but the thing is, if your opponent has been imp for all the time and he's massing up Royal Knights for like 15 or 20 of them, and you still only have the Castle Age crossbows and Castle Age spearmen. It's really difficult to deal with that, and so I think this is the situation where you must decide, okay, I need to go imp pretty much as soon as possible. Unless I can kill him in the next 2 minutes, that's a different story then. But yeah. Let's take a look at villager count. So yeah, besides that, it was pretty good. So like, it was rough in the beginning, but considering it was on 1TC, that's totally fine. In general, try to get more villagers, so like a constant production. It could have been more than this. Military, just a couple of horrible fights for Juicy. So yeah, maybe adapt more to what your opponent is gonna do, because you shouldn't have lost a fight like that. Like, he didn't have the Castle Age attacks at that point, you didn't have it, so it's Feudal Age still. If you're having the right comp against French, you shouldn't have lost that hard. It shouldn't have been possible. Same for here. Alright, yeah, that was when it was just standing around. Oh yeah, I saw that. That was brutal. Yeah. Well, I mean, it happens. It can happen. They got fucked really bad. Yes, yes, they did. I think you can safely say that they got effed pretty bad. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's at least something. But yeah, Jugunu, like on paper, they sound like they would be really good against knights, but they're actually pretty horrible. So, Jugunu, great general. Like in general, it's an amazing unit if the opponent doesn't have knights. And if you mess them up, they can destroy almost everything. But knights is like the one difference where they only deal like 3 damage per ball, like per solve, per strafe, and so it's not really worth it. So yeah, just one thing to keep in mind, to have at least as many spearmen as you have Shuganu when you're playing against French, just to make sure that you protect your Shuganu mass. And yeah, you can see like economy wise, like you had way more food than him. You should have been able to pump out units like there's no tomorrow, but yeah, a lot of bad fights, and then that's basically how it ends up. Yeah, you can tell like you bleeded so many units there. But GG, uh, nonetheless. So let's go back to the lobby. So, um, oh, by the way, can you still finish your tasks? Because otherwise I will have to do it later. Um, so that would be nice to, yeah, to just finish that. Let's take a look at Discord real quick. Uh, Alright, we don't have real names yet, so I will have to do that off screen, unfortunately. I don't see anything in Discord. Alright. But yeah, so Elpi is able to take the series 2-1 in the bottom bracket. So Elpi, congratulations, you're the bottom bracket champion this week. And with the other brackets, we can go over that real quick again. So with the middle bracket next, they were done for like 2 hours or 3 hours by now. So Fabu's taking a 2-0 against DJP, a very nice place there. And then, of course, the top bracket with a 2-1 win by Prodigy against Reddarksider. It was rough, yeah, it was rough, but I mean, it was well fought and well deserved. So, too many hours. Well, that wasn't my decision, Like I could have been I could have been finished 2 hours ago. It's yeah, but sometimes it do be like that. All right. Well, okay, so I would have loved to do the Wheel of Names, but I will have to do that off screen because I don't have the list at hand right now. So this is gonna be it, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here with me. And we'll hand it over to one of our one of our other low elo legends players, who's one of our regulars as well. So we'll just um, yeah, let's see. Yeah, we'll send it over to Real Tiger. He's on live right now, so take care and have a good time with him.